There we go. We have game feed. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
You
All
ready?
right. I hope I'm ready. We'll
I think
see.
you'll do fine.
I'll probably do fine. I'll do okay, at least.
Would you like to do your own countdown, or would you like me to count down for you?
You can count down for me. I'm fine with that.
All right, we'll do 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
We will begin in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Let's go. So yeah, those who don't know, I'm Zero, and I'm running FF12. And yeah, playing the original version, the PS2 version. And yeah, it's considered one of the hardest FF speedruns for some reason. And the reason is probably because it's true.
That's what everyone says, though.
That's
for
what
the
everyone
game,
says.
right?
Yeah, I mean, it is really hard. It's really hard. This and FF13 are probably the hardest, at least from the main series. And in FF12, it's really hard to finish runs because, well, as for older games, if you die, it's or game over. You have to load your last save file. 13 doesn't have that, but it's really hard execution-wise, so maybe even harder.
Yeah, I'd say for the most part too, just about every single boss, there's like a disaster scenario that's not not off the table. So you're dealing with that with pretty much every single fight, every single boss fight at the minimum.
Yeah, and I did a quick menu there to set up my configs there. Battle mode active allows me to use battle, open the battle menu whenever and move, and the game continues at the same time. I put battle speed the fastest to, well, make the ATB charge faster. And then cursor position on last selection so that the game remembers every like sub-menu that where I was there the last time. Bosch got some nice combos there when don't need to even try, even though it was hopeless to get the MP anyway, because I got the minimum MP recs. Oh yeah, HP and MP rolls are randomized at every level up. So that will be interesting, although usually it doesn't really make a difference.
I guess there is no disaster scenario for that boss.
There is.
Yeah, there is.
You can die to Erkara Remora if he uses, like, if you don't get hit by 2 Remora strikes, it is a damage roll to kill you if you don't get potioned in between.
Okay.
It's rare, but it happens. You can also avoid it. It's fine, most parts. Even the next fight can kill you, even though it's not even a boss fight. But there is a chance that it kills you. It's not gonna happen now because my Rex has a lot of HP remaining. But sometimes you leave the Remora fight with a little bit lower HP, like maybe half of your HP, and sometimes you don't get potioned in between, and then you can actually die to this next fight, but that's not going to happen this time.
Yeah, just for this tutorial, I mean, it happens later on too, but you're relying on your AI companions to heal you, and you can't really control that in this tutorial, so kind of at the mercy of that. Are these still damage rolls to a pop here?
Not a damage roll if I
If you
thunder.
I like it.
I don't know. I usually try to get as close to the door as possible, but for some reason I just didn't get them to follow me as much as I would have liked. Nice HP though.
Mm-hmm. And that's the tutorial. We'll never see Rex again.
No, he's the main character.
Oh, sorry. Well, that was a great run. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're done. Bad ending present.
It's kind of funny, that transition, right? Like you go into a room in a castle and suddenly you're in the sewers with another character, right?
Yeah.
If you don't watch these cutscenes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, the last rat did come down, which is nice.
Yeah, sometimes this rat will just stay up on top of the stairs and you have to waste the time to go walk all the way over there, and sometimes it'll just come get you, and sometimes it'll run away like that. Not really much you can do about it.
Yeah. It's the little things we don't understand in this game, and it's so early, I've done it so many times, and I still don't know how that works. It's frustrating, but oh well.
Zero's been running this game for quite a long time now. Was it 8 years, 9 years? Something like that with 2014, right?
2014 maybe?
Yeah, almost 10 years. He's been around the block.
And still runs the Inferior version, and not Zodiac Age. Like,
Oh my goodness.
I've seen him run Zodiac Age.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran both, but I like the original more.
really?
Yeah,
I do too.
But Zodiac Age is so much better.
it's easier, and the speedrun is so like you have a 4x speed in Zodiac Age, right? So
Yeah.
the run is on 4x speed, which means that the execution for the fights
I get that for the
it's faster
speedrun,
to
yeah.
just do on Gambit, and then that doesn't make that as interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess Zodiac Age is better as a casual playthrough because
Yeah.
of the speed than a
Casually,
speedrun.
Definitely.
Because in a
agree.
speedrun you're expected to use the speed all the time, right? Which
Right.
make things a little bit clunky and not good looking.
Not to mention too, if I remember correctly, most of the Zodiac style of this game revolves around like attack combat for mostly, where this speedrun you're doing a whole bunch of different strats that you normally aren't doing casually, so it definitely makes it a little more expertise in that sense. But
Yeah.
then Zodiac Age you have to be able to control the 4x speed, so I mean there's something for everyone.
And then we get to mandatory tutorials. So yeah, this game operates on a license support system. So you get license points, or LP, when you kill enemies. Typically you get 1 LP for every normal enemy you kill, and then you get more LP from bosses, but then bosses don't give any XP. And you spend your license points to obtain licenses from the board, and when you obtain a new license, it unlocks every other license that's adjacent to it. So in this version, everyone has the same license board layout, so you can develop your characters any way you want.
If it isn't obvious, you're not able to use anything in the game really until you get a license for it. So that accessory we just got, the Iraqi armlet, it's that first license there for 5, so we wouldn't be able to equip that until now.
Right, and it's not just equipment, it's also spells and
Spell-
abilities. Everything is locked behind a license, and you can acquire the equipment or even the spell. You can buy everything, right?
Right.
It's unlocked by progression throughout the game. You can find something rare. In the original, it's a little bit weird because chests are working in a very random way, and if you don't know how to manipulate it or like what to expect from a chest, you usually get not a lot out of it. So usually, especially in the original version, you buy everything you want, but you cannot use it. Spells, equipment, unless you have the license unlocked.
That's right.
Yeah.
And story-wise, right now we're walking through Rabanesta, right?
Yep.
Yep, we just accepted our first hunt in the game.
I'm not sure how much we want to go through the story because it's very political, right? It's a bit dry,
Yeah, I mean,
and I'm also probably not the best person to explain it.
yeah.
I mean, I can try if no one else wants, but
On the one hand, there's a lot of there can be a lot of downtime going from place to place in the game. At the same time, there's so much technically going on that we'll have to balance it to a degree.
So for the low cost of $25 for Zeal to explain the story.
I think that's a fair price.
I mean, sure, it won't be pretty, but I do it.
Yeah, we'll pull it off. So yeah, this is gonna be the first hunt in the game, the rogue tomato. It's a tomato. And
That is going rogue.
yeah, that's right. So the hunt says. Really.
I mean, it got teeth, right?
Yeah, that's the rogue part as far as I know.
Absolutely.
So yeah, as far as I know, this is just the only thing that can really happen here are Damage rolls on Rogue Tomato, you saw a 0 there, just avoid a wolf. If you get too close to an enemy, you'll get targeted by them, and then we really don't have enough HP right now to be dealing with Rogue Tomato and really any other enemy.
Also, I guess it's the thing with wasting time drawing and sheathing your sword, right? So you don't want to get into battles that
So fortunately, if you the game has a flee mechanic, every Final Fantasy has a flee mechanic. This isn't turn-based, obviously, so the way flee works in this game is that if you're holding R2, as you said, you'll never unsheath your weapon, and therefore giving you the best chance to get away from an enemy, but some enemies are so fast you'll never get away from them. So there's that wolf there, but we should be good.
Yeah, so I actually got a really rare damage roll on Rogue Tomato in the first phase. I got a 24.
Oh, wow.
And it's like 1.5% chance to get that. And
so yeah, as you can see,
but I still missed a 3 hits.
Right. So it all balanced out in the end in terms of time. But yeah,
vanquished.
as you can see, Vaughn has 9 HP, so really couldn't afford to take a hit, or 13, sorry. So maybe we could take a hit from a wolf, but it's just not something you want to risk in the beginning of the run, or really ever. Time cost, potential to lose the run, so.
Can these early enemies crit you?
Yeah, oh, they can't?
They can combo, but they can't.
Sorry.
Oh, combo, right,
yeah.
right. That's
In fact, isn't it just, I believe the guns are the only weapon in the game that can crit, is that
Well,
right?
every ranged weapon can crit.
Ranged weapons.
So guns, bows, and crossbows.
Yep.
Maybe it's hand bombs. I don't know. I've never used hand bombs.
And then all the other weapons in the game can do combos instead.
Yeah. Well, most of them can do
Most,
combos. Of
yeah.
course, like staves can't combo.
Right.
But like. Yeah, I did not have the potion, which is good for the early game money route. That's really important.
the potion?
Yeah.
You talking about the chest in the Rogue Tomato fight, or?
Yeah, no, like, I mean, I didn't have the potion, like, I didn't
Oh,
take
oh,
enough
sure.
damage.
Have 2 potion, not the potion.
The potion, gotcha.
So I'll translate across, don't worry.
Right. I appreciate that. So yeah, a lot of the beginning here is just going to be doing some of the storyline to get the game started. We'll end up doing a little grind section before we actually head out. Yeah, and this is the, what do they call this in the game? The
Low Town.
Low Town, Undercity, Low Town, something like that.
Yeah.
The Nether Realm.
The land of the good people.
I mean, Old Dallin is a good person.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
Right, I was thinking about how he was called Old Dallin, right?
Yeah.
He's a great guy. He has a great voice actor.
Yeah, too bad we don't hear the voice in the speedrun though.
Yeah.
But for the low cost, anything is possible.
Is it actually really worth it to go through all Lowtown instead of going to the other entrance?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, you end up, after the Rogue Tomato stuff, you end up in the north part of Rabanastre. So you'd either have to go through proper Rabanastre and then go to Lowtown, or there's just that Lowtown entrance at the north side.
Yeah. And if you're thinking about like teleporting, we can't do that yet.
Yeah, eventually you get teleportation within
Yep.
Rabanastre. But
Okay.
Where am I going?
yeah, otherwise if we did have teleportation, this is the entrance we'd come in through, which we'll do later at least once, I think.
Yep.
Is this the Sunstone part now?
Yes.
Right.
So,
What's the reason we go there in the first place? I
We
forgot.
need a stone so we can get another stone charged, so we can, or we need to charge the stone so we can restore another stone's power, so we can go to the Rabanastre Palace to steal a stone.
The stone was to unlock an entrance or something,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
It unlocks the way to the treasury.
So yeah, this sunstone quest. I'm gonna get the percentages wrong. Maybe I'll remember. So there's 4 stones here in the Giza Plains, and each one has a 25 to 75% range.
55.
25 to 55% range. So we need 100% charge on our stone, and for each one we can either get 25 to 55% charge, and it's just completely random.
It
So
is
we-
actually random,
Yeah.
unmanipulatable. That means
It is manipulatable, but manipulation costs more time than a 4 crystal.
That
would,
means in
so-
the run, this is anything from 2 to 4 crystals.
Yep.
Yep.
That's pretty awful.
Yep. That's
For like world record attempts, that's probably pretty awful.
yeah. I think current world record finally got a 2 crystal again.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe it might be even the first time the world record has a 2 crystal.
Right. It's.
Also, it's generally ignored.
I'd say
somewhat.
the range is probably like 80 to 85% 3 crystal, and then the rest between 2
Oh,
and
right.
4
Yeah.
crystals. So
So
3
it's-
crystals definitely.
Yeah,
the top.
it's
So it's technically 4 crystals is reset. Everything
Yeah.
else is okay.
for a world
Yeah.
record. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 crystal is 7% chance.
How much
And-
is lost per crystal?
So 2 crystal is 7% chance. It saves 40 seconds over 3 crystal.
40.
Yeah. And 4 crystal is 10% chance, and it costs minute and 15 seconds over 3 crystal.
Right.
15 extra over 3.
A minute and 15.
A minute and... Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That's a reasonable reset, I would say.
Yeah, so it's a 10% chance to lose 75 seconds, so that's just a reset.
Right.
It's still early in the game, but I mean, today we're obviously gonna do it if it happens, but unless
Hang on, wait. Were you saying like for like $5,000 it's a world record attempt?
I mean, it is an attempt, I would say, anyway.
It's an attempt until we get the 4 crystal for now. Pretty
Yeah,
average so far.
And also, if you're doing a practice run, it's like 50% chance that you get a 2 crystal.
Right.
Uh,
That's written down somewhere.
like every time in a practice, it's a 2 crystal.
So I believe you're going to do a little bit of movement tech here. Is that right?
Yes. So, I'm going to go and dodge the first crystal. But before that, I'm going to have Penelo throw a potion. Then I input another potion. That one doesn't get consumed, but it keeps Penelo standing still while I touch the
See what we get.
crystal. And you see
Wow.
how Penelo is here?
But the 2 crystal is dead, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so 2 crystal is dead.
And
Yeah.
Penelo is here,
By
but
1%.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be 99.
Yep. So pretty much guaranteed. I mean, it is a guaranteed 3 crystal now. Oh, like it's not technically.
it's not guaranteed. This could still be
25-25, but like
Yeah.
that would be insane.
well. I mean, 25-25 would be 94. So
Oh yeah.
there are chances, but
94,
it's
right.
probably like significantly lower, like maybe like a 2% chance I would guesstimate. Another deck, I skipped Penelo's dagger dealing animation, or dagger throwing the dagger animation to
All right, now it's guaranteed.
yeah. So because during that animation you can't interact with the crystal, it saved me like a half a second, and I had to do that menu anyway so I can sell Penelo's equipment for money before she leaves the party.
Yep, after this quest, when we go back into Ravenaster, she'll be kicked out of our party.
Yeah.
Might as well take her stuff for free. 26 is pretty low there, if I remember correctly.
It's whatever. Like I don't usually even pick up that chest.
Oh,
I
just-
it can have an ether,
That's okay. I knew it was something.
and if you get the ether and then if you get a little bit more gil, then what you can do is you can keep the Orakia Amulet in the next shop, which would prevent me from, then it wouldn't matter if I under damage in the crit down, and I can always like do the crit down properly. I don't know. It doesn't really ever happen, but let's mark that I have 26 gil now.
So for the longest time, I've wanted to see this spreadsheet because Zero's got like all of the items and pickups and drops and things, and he knows the gil value for what they all are. So they're two kind. I don't know if breakpoints is the right way to describe it, but like as far as money thresholds go, to be able to even advance the run, your run could just stop because you can't afford the items and equipment you need to keep playing. So if you watch Zero's stream, you'll always see him typing away in the first hour or so of the run. I'll take a screenshot and post it if someone donates for it.
Yeah, it's quite impressive, I'll admit.
Yeah, it looks insane. Like all the items are listed, and you can type in the amount.
There are formulas and everything.
Yeah.
Fatsuke would love this.
So what's the odds of multi-attacking in the early game?
Of multi.
Did you get like,
Or like
did you get like combos?
So pretty much just base the entire time. Combos are just a random chance. There's some weapons that are a little more likely to combo, and there's accessories that increase your chance of comboing. But I think everything just has a base chance of comboing.
Yeah, depends on like enemy combos depends on the enemy what the chance is, and
And ranged weapons cannot combo, right?
Correct. Ranged weapons can't combo but can crit.
yeah.
And then vice versa for everything else, and then some can't do either. But usually we'll have like effects or something to make up for it.
Yeah, Mitaku, you didn't sleep a lot, right?
I slept like a baby, let me tell you. So like for people who don't know, like I've moved here. I now live like 15 minutes down the road from the venue. So I typically cycle in and out of work. And Neviatz is hanging at my place. So we cycled and scooted back to mine, and we got there at about 4:30 or something this morning. And I was like, I fell down onto my sofa bed, and that was me.
And we are now here only 7 hours later, and you're here again.
Too right. We don't mess about.
I don't know how you do it.
But to be fair, compared to my other 5-day excursion, this is positively lightweight.
Certainly.
Matako, I had to come over because you said you sleep on a sofa bed, like permanently?
No, when you have a visitor over, you give them the good bed. So Neviatz gets...
that was my second a shot or something.
No, we cuddle on the inflatable bed just to make it more intimate, and then we look at the empty real bed.
I thought maybe Matako had just bought a sofa and went,
That'll do.
I don't need to buy a bed. That's just more money.
No, I mean, I have a very nice bed. If I had another run, I would embellish on it, but like, this is about 5 out of 12.
Really nice menu. So yeah, pretty much Zero sold everything and put it all into Phoenix Downs. This is going to go into our first grind of the run, pretty short. You want to explain maybe why we bought Phoenix Downs specifically for the grind?
Yeah, so we are going to kill an enemy, undead enemy, who is not immune to instant death. So you can just throw Phoenix down and it dies. It's like a level 17 or 18 enemy, and gives about 1100 EXP per kill. And if I kill him 8 times, I'm gonna get 1 to level 11, which is gonna be very useful for the run.
Is it what it's called? Dust?
Dustia.
Dustia, right. I remember the Dustia grind.
So
There's a chance to appear when you enter the area, right?
So you have to be at a certain HP range.
Yeah.
I believe it's below 10%.
Yeah, below 10% you have to be.
So one of many reasons why Zero is saving here is because, one, damaging yourself down is dangerous, as we've been alluding to. Combos are always a thing. You can try to stop a combo while it's happening. And then on top of that, considering we're such low level and Dusty is such high level, there's a real chance, I mean, if you do something wrong, he'll just kill you and the run's over.
It's funny that you can combo yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's like when I hit myself, then I really go in.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
The
You
game
commit.
doesn't discriminate it. You can hit yourself, anyone, you'll still combo. So there's a bunch of different combinations of ways you can damage yourself down here, and some of them depend on damage rolls, some of them depend on if that wolf hits you. We'll see what we get here.
Yeah, so especially now that I'm at high HP, I got a high HP roll for
So speaking of,
that works.
and now we're good. So we were able to stop the combo mid-combo because I guess we can explain it more later, but if you change your equipment in the game during an action, it'll cancel that action.
Yes. So I put on the armor that I had removed so I could do the damage down. And
I guess it should also be noted here that you'll notice Zero is going into the screen here, killing Dusty with a Phoenix down, and then immediately walking away. And you'll notice with other enemies when we kill them in the game that when you kill them, you'll see like their LP and experience that you gained from it. If you don't leave the screen before that comes up, then you'll have to leave 2 screens and come back for Dusty to spawn again. So the way we're able to just continuously kill the enemy is because we're leaving the screen before that text comes up.
There is also a nice item this guy drops, right?
So yeah, there's 2 different drops you can get from Dustio. One is a Book of Orgain, which sells for a nominal amount of money, and then there's also the rare drop, the Flame Staff, which not only is good money, but we actually use 2 of them in the run anyway. So.
Right, because remember this is also a good money grind at the start of the game, right?
Yep. So I mean, it's pretty much everything you could want in a grind for this part of the game. So it's the experience, it's a safe and efficient method, and there's also the money part as well. And then furthermore than that, you also have the equipment that you would actually be using in the run.
Yeah. I remember when I played the game, I did the normal grind in the mines, right, with the skeletons, ramping up the combo, like a normal person.
Yeah, there'll be 3 different grinds in this run, and then 1 of them or 2 of them are going to be on this enemy Dustia. Just 8 for this one, and then I think we'll do let's say a higher amount later. We'll see what that is later, but. And I guess it's just a small note since we're almost at the end of here. If you were to try to do this on high battle speed, there's a really good chance that Dustia will get its attack off. So you have to do this on low battle speed. And a mechanic of how the game works is items have an instant activation time, whereas anything like an attack or a spell, you have to wait for the ATB gauge to go all the way up. So you'll notice the moment that Zero picks Phoenix down, it just immediately uses it, whereas Dustia is using Dark. So there's some sort of ATB going there, but if you were to have it at the fastest speed, Dusty is going to get that dark attack off.
Yeah, we have in the second Dustia grind, we have a way to do it on fastest battle speed, so we don't have to do that. But on the first one, we can't do that.
All right. So we're pretty much done now. The only real danger is exiting here. Again, you should be fine with lowest battle speed, but a wolf can kind of pick you off here with effectively 1-hit KO, so.
Risk it.
But we're good.
Bait it.
Yeah, so we got 3 books. That's the most common outcome. Yes, it's a 40% chance to get a Book of Orgain. And so it's not the greatest, but it could have been worse.
So that grind, is it just for speed, or is it basically imperative to do it in order to progress?
I mean, imagine a casual playthrough where you don't do that. I'm sure it's possible, but it's like you're in challenge playthrough territory.
I mean, like in a speedrun, you would, of course, pass every enemy that you would not have to kill, right?
Right.
So if you would not do that grind and still pass everything,
it
would probably be very unlikely to make it, I guess.
You would be. I have done it. You would be a little bit faster through the next couple of dungeons if you didn't do this grind, but you wouldn't have money. You would have like levels, and you wouldn't have license points or anything. Like you would be maybe a couple of minutes faster through the
maybe this dungeon here and then maybe Giza.
Yeah, I mean you are through like Mimic Queen, but after that, like what would you do going from there? You would go and do more Dustia, and then you would lose time,
right? Because
you wouldn't have the money for it, and you wouldn't have well, you basically wouldn't have anything for it.
It just, bottom line, it just doesn't get any more efficient for like the first hour of the game than Dustia. We will definitely end up doing something different for the last grind, but there's just nothing even close in terms of the whole package. Like it might be faster, like you were saying, to go do like enemies on the way, but then you're losing like the experience and the LP and the flame staff drops and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
it just ends up being the most efficient.
And especially since like my other party members' levels haven't been determined yet, other than Vaughn. So when they join, their the starting level of theirs will depend on the levels of your other party members. So now that I have level 11 Vaughn, Balfir and Fran will join at level 12. And
Right. Because that all being said, the game can be completed on the lowest level, right?
Yeah.
Which
Yes.
would be
Oh, yeah.
level 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. We might even have a whole category called 1, 2, 3, 3, 3%.
Yep.
I think Zero's run that at least once.
Right.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know that, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3 is called because Van always starts at level 1, and then next that are joining are both Thea and Fran, right?
Yep.
Which would join it at level 2, minimum
Yep.
level, and the three last characters that join are Ash, Bash, and
Penelo?
Penelo, right? Which join at level 3 then. And if you avoid all normal enemies and only kill bosses, which provide no experience, you can keep them at these levels, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. And the game is technically beatable. It's pretty hard at these levels. And if I remember right, you abuse guns a lot, right? Because they have fixed damage and don't rely on stats.
Yep, so you use guns.
Do we
the
go for
best gun
OOA?
even. So yeah, that's Razorfin there. That's one of the rare enemies you'd have to fight to do this game's completionist category order of Ambrosia.
If you want to see me kill that guy, there is incentive for
Well, we can talk about that. So we've got some things going on. So for each of the runs, we're trying to get some incentives and milestones and things that people can donate towards. So we've thrown one in for the low price of about $225 compared to where we are now for Zero Scar. I mean, we've talked about it, but he doesn't know this yet. To go and pick up the Zodiac Spear and use that for a bit. Which is, you said that would take like 15 minutes, so that's...
Yeah, I just need to know. It's really good you said it now because I need to avoid that chest now.
Like quite literally right now.
You wouldn't get it anyway, the elixir chest.
I mean, I would have picked it up, like... Okay, but
About
I
5
guess we're not.
seconds ago.
Well, it's a good thing that we're here.
Yeah.
So once we reach that milestone, Zero can like rush along to, I don't even remember it's down by the forest thing with the little Muggles or whatever, and get that shenanigans. But then even more important than that, if we reach $5,000 total. Is for Make-A-Wish International. Before the end of this 6-hour stint or less of Final Fantasy XII, we will upgrade this category significantly from any percent all the way up to Order of Ambrosia. And additionally, you might see there is an exclamation mark incentives in chat, or when you're donating, you'll be able to see an incentive list. We've also added to that you will be able to swap the controller to anyone of your choosing. You can pick people on the couch. I would like to see Zeal play the game personally.
I'd not.
Because Skate and I have actually played the game, so that could be fun. Or I mean, we could definitely get Deno and Yida as well. And we also have like a rolling one. So for $50, you can have Zero go and kill a hunt. So you can choose what hunt you want to kill, Zero.
Okay.
And let's be very clear here. With a category upgrade like Order of Ambrosia, we're talking triple the length, everything in the game. And this game is massive.
Hello.
Absolutely massive in terms of the things you can do and what's required for that. So if you want to see that, definitely get the money in.
Yeah, it's massive. So like for FF10 to go from any percent to Nemesis percent, you're really doing just a lot of the bosses, and Nemesis takes a lot of the work. In Order of Ambrosia, it's not just more, but it's not all bosses. To complete the Sky Pirates Den, there is a ton of content, and Quickenings is a real treat to behold. So if you want to see probably the best farmer of Quickenings, that would be incredible to see. This is a huge incentive. You're not going to see this at any other event, that's for sure.
It's absolutely right.
I actually think like an in-person live event, probably not likely.
It's you might not ever see it again, and I'm not even saying that just to say it. Like it's probably something that won't happen again. So. Yeah, this little mini game here, we're just trying to use the stone that we've gotten now to unlock the palace doors and not get caught by the guards.
Right. Hey, Buckethead.
Yeah.
unfortunately, I didn't see a lot of taunting. If you know what to do, you just walk through, right? Pretty much.
So you do have to like go to certain ends of the hallway in a specific spot and do the little taunt.
Yeah, I did. There were 4 occasions where, I mean, 3 after the initial.
One downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, and story-wise, we are entering the treasure vault now of the castle, right?
Yep.
And I think for Van, this is just a treasure hunt, right? Right now.
Yeah.
He just heard about a shiny stone in the treasure vault, and he want to have it.
He didn't even hear about the stone. He just wanted to raid the treasury general because the Empire like
Oh yeah, right.
stole them from
Right.
the good guys.
How about now? Cheers.
All right. Well, that changes the money route a little bit. I need to work a lot harder now for money.
What did you get?
Well, not getting the elixir.
me
not
me
getting the
forcing Zero to not pick up an elixir which sells for 777 gil
Oh.
is mean to say the least. It's
Hey, this game has gambits. So basically, you can program your own AI.
Which is a great system.
Yeah,
And
it is.
as far as I know, still to the day, not really replicated in another game like this. It really is unique. And if it has, let me know.
Yeah, the only thing that I can think of that would be similar is Dragon Age. Dragon Age Origins, or whatever it's
Right.
called. That has a similar system as far as I know, but I don't know. I haven't played that game, so I don't know how exactly it works in that one.
I played it. It's been a while, but I think it's pretty similar. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's put battle speed back to fastest. Then Vaughn gets Black Magic 1 here. Can kill enemies faster with magic. And Gambits, Vaughn gets Foe Nearest Visible, Phoenix down. And Balthier gets Foe Nearest Visible Steal. So idea here is that Balthier will steal from enemies that I kill with Vaughn and Fran.
That's one of the reasons of the sheet, right? Steals, I guess, right?
Okay, let's see. I will steal from these bats, definitely. The Bat Fang, that's 105 gil. Balthier doesn't want to get a steal off, that's okay. The goal is to get 9,750 gil. The 100 gil might not sound like much, but when you do enough of them, they start adding up.
Until what point do you need that?
Until Mimic Queen, like by the end of
Oh, right. Also, very soon.
2015 gil, that's not good.
So yeah,
That's
I guess in terms of chests, I mean it doesn't go for every chest, but most chests have a chance of gil, and if you get gil, it's like a certain range between 1 and whatever its cap is per chest.
Yeah. Was it 15 gil that the chest had?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That's what I thought. 15 gil and basically an eye drops.
Yep.
And a bat fang. There we
Yep.
go. 5,172 gil more to go.
I believe.
Not including stuff that is guaranteed that I already have come.
Right.
The money you can get from chests also varies a lot, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. Like, if you do get money from a chest, there's a cap between 1 and whatever that cap is. And
Yeah, I mean, the Imperial Swordsman fight is dead easy. Do you want to talk about like whether you kill 3 or 4 of them in AP routing or anything, or?
Yeah. So.
In short, pretty much the idea here is that you don't want Ash, our guest in the party right now, to kill these enemies. Otherwise, we don't get credit for killing them. She steals everything if she kills them. So we got all 4 there, so no big deal.
So very, very quickly, if I can, we have a $100 donation from Anonymous.
Let's go.
Clippity clap. Who comments saying honk? So if I just say production, hit it.
I find, though it be from thieves.
Outstanding.
I shall accompany you until we find
Thank
my
you for your kind
companions.
words.
No longer.
Let's think of her as a guest then. Unlike Fran
Right, don't push it.
myself, our guest probably won't be taking orders
Everyone gets
from
a turn,
anyone
right?
anytime soon.
Everybody gets
And she'll
one.
leave when she pleases.
I also brought a
So
Yoshi
we
with
keep
me,
to our
right?
affairs and
I was
she
kind of
hers.
forced by my community to bring
I
him.
doubt we'll find
So we
her
can
wanting
also
in
include him
power, being
somehow?
such an
You say
outstanding member
forced,
of the
but that
insurgents.
seems like something I would carry around with me all day if
I didn't think about it, but then my Discord, everyone was like, bring Yoshi, he represents the community.
Well,
Fair
So-
enough.
What are we waiting
Do you think
for?
this is an appropriate place for your Yoshi, or do you think it needs a couch spot?
This is a Yoshi safe environment.
I think Yoshi's happy
Okay.
wherever.
Perfect.
So I think we should probably want to set up a Yoshi soundbite production in advance. So yeah, $25 with Yoshi as your comment.
It's another little trick here that we saw earlier, having Fran use the potion there so you don't have to walk all the way back down the hall. And then same concept here. As for the guards, you just want to make sure Fran or Amalia is not getting the kills here on the plans.
Actually, here it doesn't matter. If
Oh, okay. And then,
Because now she's in my party already.
oh, okay, right.
As she wasn't
I
in the,
guess before.
She wasn't even a guest.
Oh,
in,
just there.
yeah. Like, a guest's gonna kill, but if you have a random NPC like Amalia, then
You don't
Yeah,
get
it's
that
like
test
these
anymore
Banga
with leaving.
hunters, right? That accompany you in the steppe, right? There is these random hunters that just walk up to you and
Yeah.
help you, right? It's like he was like that, right?
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Except you can't target Amalia in that fight. Otherwise, that's the...
You can target Amalia.
You can?
Yeah.
She shows up as like a...
She shows up as an ally.
Right. Okay.
I got the leather shield. I got the demon eyeball.
And Demon Eyeball.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
Red Fang, I'm missing still, but that's only 10 gil. Horn, that's 120. Did I get the caramel? I did. Red Fang.
So do characters in this game have different movement speeds? Probably not, right?
No.
No, it's all the same.
Because that's something I learned yesterday from you guys, that in FF13 apparently Hope
Yep.
has a slower movement speed than everyone else. I didn't know that.
So yeah, Fire Main here, one of the first major bosses in the run. I mean, as you can see, we're having Balthier steal until we get an item, and then everyone else attacking. Otherwise, really, the only thing here is that Fire Main can teleport around, and if you get a teleport, then all the attacks that happen during the teleport not only happen, but are null and void, so it's just a time waste. And then also, Fire Main has a AoE attack called Bushfire. So like that, for example, Balthier shot the gun during the teleport, so nothing happened. And then as you can see here, Zero Scar is moving into the water. If you're in the water during this bushfire attack, you get half damage dealt to you.
And Firemain can't, or Firemain has lower defense when he's standing in the water, so you deal more damage. Of course, Amalia gets a combo when Firemain is not in the water,
Right.
and then another combo, two of which gets deleted, and then another bushfire.
Double bushfire, yeah.
So that minute 15 for a 4-stone can just get eaten away with a bad, a bad Fire Main.
I'd say generally this is probably one of the more RNG heavy fights. Everything else is usually just, I mean, there's RNG in all fights, but in terms of like if it just teleports, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can correct for it or anything. That's just
Yeah, there's no like AI manips or
right.
Yeah. And sometimes he just teleports with no reason, like thinking he can't get to you, even though he clearly can.
Right.
And like teleports like 1 pixel.
Is there a chance you can avoid bushfire completely?
Yeah.
Because like
Yes.
you can combo him, right?
Yeah.
Like bushfire is a second phase kind of thing, right?
Yeah, there's a damage trigger for it.
Yeah, so the thing about bushfire is that he has like two. Like if he gets to below 80% HP, he uses bushfire, but only if he's randomly teleported to the middle of the arena,
There's like after 80%.
or if he gets knocked to the ground as well, then he can also use it.
yeah,
that-
after 80%, it's eligible to do the move like
yeah.
teleport into bushfire.
And because
And-
one interesting. Oh, sorry.
And then if he hasn't, or at 20%, he's guaranteed to do it. But yeah, but you can skip it if you get it like if he's in the middle of like a combo or something, and then you combo as well, and you delay the bushfire. But it's really rare to get a bushfireless.
Yep.
But one bushfire is definitely doable, and it's what you.
Yeah,
what
or
I-
if you're really lucky with your characters hitting, right? Because like when you an interesting aspect about this game in terms of boss fights is that when you hit a boss, the HP deletes, but there is like a combo meter, right? That like deletes a bit later when the boss is like ending the stagger. Like as long as you're hitting it, comboing, the boss is kind of HP staggered, and the HP is not really depleting in terms of phases, right?
I think it still is.
Yeah, I think it's more just a visual effect.
Yeah, it's just a visual effect. I don't think it has any
Really?
effect.
I always thought the boss is not going over into like percentage attacks or phases as long as you keep comboing him, and the HP is not actually bleeding.
I don't think it's a thing, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fighting game player, but I've always just attributed to like what an HP bar looks like in a fighting game, where like you can kind of see where the combo started, and then once the combo's done, then it visually goes down. But it's all like it is down as
It's kind of interesting because I thought that's common knowledge, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean,
We should look into that at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yoshi.
right on cue.
well said.
Yeah.
Either way, you can get lucky and not get fire, but it's super rare.
Yeah. 1 in 100 kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Going to be doing some more movement manipulation here, getting Balthier to do an action so that we can just teleport back here, or switch party leaders so that we don't have to walk all the way back.
So while Zero's doing this, we've got a $50 donation from Anonymous. There's always fun to see Zero doing an FF12 run. Let's throw in a hunt for some variety. Cheers from Finland. So don't forget, when we are donating to the event, if you want us to do things or you would like to see things, just add it to the comments and we will see what we can do for you.
Thank you very much.
So if you want, I can like do a hunt counter,
Sure.
as in just like how many are redeemed, and then you can pick and choose when you want.
Yep. Sounds good.
So a really big party leader switch there. I mean, it's like, what, 3 flights of stairs that we're skipping, having to go back up for. And then another switch here.
The too far away warp at the end of this dungeon is just so cool. I don't know when you first started doing it, but like I probably years ago at this point. But like I was like, oh, that's like half the final screens or whatever. It was awesome.
Okay, so I need 3,600 gil from Barheim, which is a lot of money from Barheim.
Yeah, it is.
The gil just...
I've heard
I got
these.
42 gil from the
They disguise themselves
guild
as all
that had-
manner of
In the
things,
beginning.
then
Yeah,
strike
like
when they're
the-
least
from the-
wary.
The triple
Some of them
chest
have a
area.
fondness
Yeah,
for
the-
energy, I'm told.
the better
They
one.
gorge
Yep.
themselves on the stuff till
That's
there's
pretty
naught
bad luck.
left.
Yeah.
So.
What if we don't get it?
What
Farming?
happens then?
If we don't get it, there is a backup. There are a couple of things I can do, but
Lights out, and it's worse in the dark.
It would not be
they're
preferable.
gonna be
So,
like
we
minute
don't get
plus
too close
backup.
to one of those conduits.
Are you suggesting like the Phoenix buy from the guy in the West Sand or whatever?
Yeah, that's one option. Yeah.
Sticking it with a sword
The
helps
other
too.
option is to
Clock's
go to
ticking.
Marsh and turn in Rogue Tomato, which I actually might do anyway. Because of the incentive, like I need to go and kill Dexterra, right?
So is the incentive to do a hunt or complete a hunt?
It's to kill a hunt.
Okay.
So you can pick and do like whenever you're like this is a good time, and it doesn't have to be in order, so you don't have to do it sequentially. So if you don't want to do Dexterra and you want to do something else,
Well, there is nothing else at the moment, so I have to do
Alright.
Dexterra. There's not much to choose from for the first one, but it was a good screen for money.
Other than the onion bolts.
Well, onion arrows, that's fine as well. Like that's what you usually get from the chest, so
Sure.
I don't mind that. I don't usually pick up that chest, so
Yeah.
I guess the charge meter is not a problem in the speedrun.
If you know what you're doing, it's not really at all.
it can be. Like if you get unlucky, you can get low rolls.
Right.
Because for those who do not know, when the charge meter is dropping low, the lights are going out and zombies and stuff are spawning, right? And
Yep.
ghosts. Which are, I think, a little bit tougher than these mimics and bats.
They are, especially since they are not weak to the elements we have access to.
I always particularly hated the bombs here in this place. There's like a room you have to, or like you don't have to go in, I guess, but there's like a huge mimic in there, and casually you want to keep the charge up, right? And I remember there was a room with like 3 bombs, I think, and these were pretty tough.
I think it might actually be this room to the right.
I
of
think,
us
yeah,
right
I think
now.
it's up there,
Yeah.
right?
Fisk on the schedule today, we currently have this game, Final Fantasy XII. After that, we will have Golden Sun, run by Bowie the Hero. And then concluding the day, we will have Nier, ran by Skate for a Living.
Who's that?
I forget. I'm not sure I've met them. I love Nier, though, so I can't wait to meet them.
But we know he apparently skates for a living.
That's it could be just a message, right? Like a
Oh,
way of
you
life.
should do it.
Right.
Skate for a living. Okay.
Right.
it's a public service announcement, not a lifestyle choice.
Please don't take lifestyle suggestions from random strangers on the internet.
Right.
But definitely take them from Skate for a Living.
Okay.
But I see you're killing the mimics that have the charges anyway on the way through.
Yep. I kind of need all the money I can get.
Yep.
What's the money invested eventually?
Phoenix Downs for more Dustia.
Oh, more for, oh, right.
It's all so that we can afford another Dusty Grind, which is going to be much longer than the first one.
Yeah. Is the minimum 39 still? Yeah.
Yep.
Would it not be... I mean, apparently not, but like, what's the reason it's not paying off to just invest the money you get from Dustia into getting more Phoenix Downs right away and then go back to Dustia?
So that is going to happen. The problem is, though, if you do it that way, you're now doing 3 Dustia farms for the same result, effectively. Because if you were to, for the first farm, go away and then come back, now you're just doing less the 3rd time you go. So you're at the end of the run, you're still doing the same amount of Dustia. It doesn't matter if you do it in like 2 sessions or 3 sessions.
Right, but technically you could run through all this then without worrying about money and stuff, right?
So again, you wouldn't get the LP.
Oh, the OLP is also
Right.
Right. So it's like a.
And you also
body
have to
you get-
kill the
you get
battery
extra-
mimics for the charge as well.
So Balthier and Fran would come in at higher levels, obviously, since you're doing more Dusty. But then, as you could see, it was like maybe one room or two ago, Zero did an LP menu for Balthier, and that's like 35 LP. So all that has been purely from doing like the last dungeon or two. So
Yeah, so like at the beginning of the dungeon, you'll have like Blizzard on Vaughn and Fran, and then Balthier can now do Blizzard, and it's 3 Blizzards to kill a battery mimic.
Yeah. And if you're wondering why we are not like running straight to Dustia, then or like using the Dustia 1 money and running, just like keep running to the say shop. It takes 3 minutes to get to the shop and back.
right.
So
So if you know you're coming back for a second Dusty farm, you just try to do it all in that second session if you can.
Yeah, and I suppose you would have to reset up like crit down as well,
Yep.
so that you don't
Yep.
get wall up while you're running through the desert.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't touch a save crystal, you wouldn't gain the HP, so in theory you'd still be at the same HP coming back, but it's just too much of a time sink when you know you're going to come back later anyway.
But technically, you need a certain amount of Phoenix Downs at the end for Dustia, right?
yeah,
Right.
And that's the only reason for the money?
yeah.
Because I still wonder why the sheet is needed. Like, can you not just get everything that you can without tracking it and then
So-
selling everything and
so-
see if you have enough Phoenix?
Well,
And if not, then
I
it's
mean,
over anyway.
The more I go for different stuff depending on how much money I
Ah, okay.
And you would want to know that before you go to
All
the
right, for
store.
optimizing,
Yeah.
of course. Right. Because if you're very lucky and you know it, then you have to can skip. Okay, that
Right.
absolutely makes sense.
Nice double draw. Alright, so this will be the last room before the boss.
So I guess we can get a quick donation in. We've got $11.50 from MASH. It says, pushing that last pick for the Zodiac Spear. Happy to support a good cause, especially with such cuties involved. Thank you. Good luck in the rest of the run, Zero Scar. And Skate, good luck in the upcoming Near run.
Thank you.
In the name of saving our precious Yona. Heart.
Yona will be saved today. Thank you, Mash.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking forward. I never saw Nier.
Yeah, it's
I've
a
never
fun-
even seen the gameplay. I only played a little bit of Nier Automata.
Yep, I
I've
mean,
never seen anything else.
I started with Automata myself too, so it was natural to try the original, and it's a special run. So
Now, according to my spreadsheet, I have enough, so I was able to skip everything else.
Okay.
And in the
I didn't see any chests that were like too high rolled, so I'm happy.
I got the buckler, which sells for 5.
Oh, that's
right.
Gil,
That's
so
right.
And I have 4 Phoenix Downs, so that's also good.
Yep. All right, so this is Mimic Queen.
Shockstorm skip.
So yeah, I mean, naturally we'll attempt to try to skip Mimic Queen's big attack here, Shockwave, but I think it's just purely up to damage rolls. So
Okay, so
And-
apparently in the speedrun we don't see her, but it's like a really big mimic for those wondering what the boss looks like.
that's actually a great note. The reason that we're not looking at Mimic Queen is because it actually slows the game down. So we point the camera at this gate instead.
So normally this would be like a big arena with a huge mimic, and she can spawn small mimics from the sides, I think, right?
They're always tiny mimics, and if they die, she'll respawn them.
GG's.
It's nice. So there's a really cool like ATB refresh in that fight where you have to remove the equipment from your team anyway, and then that allows your ATB bar to reset and go fill instantly, which gives you I guess a higher chance of getting more blizzards in before Shockwave lands.
Yeah, like there's a cooldown at every blizzard, so it cancelled the cooldown and allowed me to get the blizzards in a little bit faster.
Yep. Especially if you know the Shockwave is coming, then might as well just do it.
Also, what this allows me to do is it allows me to plan exactly what I sell and what I can keep.
Where are we?
So
the Estes sand, by the look of it. Let's
I
back to
can keep the
Ravenasta
red
before
fang
we
because
shrivel
that
up.
I don't want to
By your leave, Captain.
spend time doing the same for the
The hour
antidote.
of my return is already
I
over
guess I
late.
can one
people
more
may
of
hate me,
those.
but
What
that does
about
not
another?
free me of
Yeah,
my
but no,
charge.
that's too much. 5 potions. And I guess I can throw in even eye drops as well. Okay, that works. Let's do. Yep. And that should leave me 1 gil remaining, if my math was, if I caught everything correctly. But I don't know if I did. I might have missed something because things were hectic at times. But let's hope that I have what I think I have.
I think you do.
The situation reminds me a little bit of Zell card manipulation, FF8, where you try to track everything, like all the animations and the endings and everything, and you just hope that you didn't miss anything in the end and everything works out and you get it. It's a bit like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have second guessed myself many. I'm like, is that the right camera angle? Was it all 3?
Right.
There is a few tricky ones.
But at least here it's like, if you missed something, well, that just means you have more gil.
Exactly, yeah. Once you said you have 1 left over, it's like, okay, well, if you missed anything, then you're good.
So 5 potions, I sell 2 potions, I keep 1, okay. Let's see.
Yep.
Okay. Selling 3 potions because I had counted one too many of certain things, but I haven't counted the onion arrow, so that's good. Okay. Selling those, keeping one of those, those. That should be enough. 6 gil remaining.
Perfect.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, I forgot to. I usually go for the onion arrows, so I forgot to mark that down. So I had 50 gil extra, and I'm like, how do I? Well, I guess I do that, and okay, that works.
Yep.
Also, can I say from a game design perspective, I always like this part where after the dungeon, it leaves you in a complete different part of the world, and the game is basically telling you just return to the place that you already know.
But you can go through a new
you can
area
go
to do that.
in your own pace, and like you just find your way through. And there is a lot of stuff you can explore, right? There is like a hunt in between. There is a like the Skector guy, for example, right? There is that optional town that you technically never have to, like, what is it called? Like that Imperial airstrip town there.
Yeah, so yeah, in like the normal gameplay, you don't have to go there, and I don't think I'm not sure it has. I'm sure it has a name, but like not in terms of like the map and stuff.
Yeah, I forgot, but like you can explore that part, right? And I always like this forced exploration a little bit.
The game, other than specifically the story, is very, very liberating in terms of doing whatever you want, whenever you feel like it.
Yeah. I think the map design is really interesting as well, because a lot of Final Fantasies, I mean, you can say what you want about railroading and stuff, but there's generally like one path to go from A to B, and when you explore the maps in 12 and you look at it from a distance, there's so many different weaving paths and ways to go, and you'll actually quite often go different paths in, like, even in the run to get to the same places. So yeah, it's a really expansive experience compared to the, okay, I go from here and back and forth and back and forth.
Definitely.
Yeah, so
Alright.
I forgot to grab the Textera, but it's fine, I can do it after.
So I hope you all at home have a nice, comfy couch, somewhere to hang out for a little bit. We are about to do 39 Dustia kills.
Ooh.
That'll do.
Nice combo.
Yeah.
Slap combo.
Yep.
Okay, so here's the trick. So I'm on fastest battle speed. I have the gambits to kill Dustia with. And then I do this movement, which makes Dustia to teleport. And the teleport animation actually slows down Dark and allows me to get the Phoenix down in before before the
not only dark, but then
yeah, before the dark happened.
yeah.
I guess it doesn't speed up the fight, but it avoids the menuing, I guess.
Yeah,
for
it
the
avoids
battle
the
speed,
menu.
right?
It's pretty much the same time for
A small benefit. I mean, it's not small. It's pretty important. But another benefit you get by doing it this way is it puts Dustia closer to the exit and just further minimizes that chance of the experience and LP showing up. And it's
Yeah.
not game over. It's just a lot of time lost for leaving 2 areas and then coming back to get Dusty to spawn again. So
Yeah.
all feeds into the same goal.
We could also like ask the really like obvious question, but Zero, why did you go further into the desert to load the zone with Dusty instead of going to the same one as before?
Oh yeah, so this screen transition right here is faster than the one on closer to Rabanastre. So you save like 2 seconds every Dustia or something with that. And with over 39 Dustia, it saves enough time. Like, what is 39 times 2 is
78.
yeah, something like that. And it takes like maybe 45 seconds to get here, so you save like half a minute.
Yep.
Overall when you get here instead of the.
And then to conclude the thought, the reason that you don't go here for the first Dustia farm is because you pretty much will just die. Like that enemy that hit 0 scar on the way here, that would have been a death in the beginning of the run. So.
Yeah, but also because it's only 8 Dustia, so you don't even gain in the time back. That
You get 16 seconds for the loading zone, but it probably takes you 16 seconds to get here.
yeah, way more than that.
Yeah, so.
Didn't get any drops before the chain level.
Yep, so I guess that's something we can explain briefly how chain level works, and it's it's not the easiest thing to explain, I guess.
Okay, I got it. So, okay, wait. I got a heal, so let's.
You're gonna have to read damage down. So I guess yeah, while he's doing that, when you gain chain level, so when you're killing the same class of enemy over and over again, that chain level number will increase. And each level, chain level you get benefits like better drops, the chance at getting double drops, the chance of getting 2 different drops at the same time, and then finally, as would happen there, there's a chance of getting healed. And since Dustia only spawns when you're at 10% or below HP, we have to re-hit ourselves to make that happen again.
Yeah. So the chain level increased the chance for a Book of Arcane drop to go from 40% to 45%, and the chance for a Flame Staff drop to go from 3% to 6%. And on top of that, it gave me it started giving me the chance to heal. I think it's 10% chance to get healed per drop, so getting healed immediately is kind of annoying.
Right.
Costs some time. And but yeah, so starting from this kill, I can start getting double books. So whenever I get a Book of Arcane drop now, it's 35% chance that I get 2 books instead of 1. So it's so that is based on the number of enemies you have killed, or number of same enemies. It's not even the chain number, because if you kill for example Wolf and Hyena, it will the chain number will increase, but if you kill 11 enemies and 5 of them are Wolf and 6 of them are Hyena, you're still not getting double drops because they're not the same enemy, but the chain will still say 11. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, because I've killed now more than 11 Dusty in a row, or more than 10 Dusty in a row, I can start getting the double drops. And that doesn't have anything to do with chain levels, as I could still be at the first chain level and still have the chance to get the double books.
Right.
It also depends on how much you pick up, right?
Yeah.
Every time you pick up something, the
chain
chain you need to get to the next stage is expanding, right?
Yeah,
Like
so
more kills.
that's for the chain levels. So you can see the number is glowing. So now that the number is glowing, it ignores all the drops that I have picked up so far. So normally there's like a number that's the number of Dustia you have killed since the last chain level minus the drops you have picked up since that. And if that number is high enough, then you have a chance to get a chain level, and if it's really high, or if it's more than 10, then you are guaranteed to get a chain level. So I think I had a, hold on, chain number is flashing 16. It was probably like a 50% chance to get the chain level at that kill.
And I guess there you also technically have a chance of getting MP restore as well as HP restores.
Yeah.
You can also get buffs, right? I think. Not
Yeah,
get like
you can get
yeah.
Protect and Shell
Right.
now.
right.
And yeah, starting from that chain level, increased the chance for a Book of Regain drop to go to 50% at each kill, and chance for a Flame Staff drop to go to 8%. And starting from the next kill, I believe, I think we are at kill 19 now, I can start getting triple books and double staves. Yep. So now, whenever I get a Book of Regain, it's 30% chance to be 1 book, 50% chance to be 2 books, and 20% chance to be 3 books. And whenever I get a Flame Staff drop, it's 20% chance to be 2 staves instead of 1.
A question from the chat, Zero. Would you rather be getting fast chain levels or more drops early? I would imagine the answer would be the former, but...
It depends on the situation. Like, on Dustia, you always pick up drops, because the difference between 2 chain levels is actually not that high.
Okay.
And the chance... or you're passing on a guaranteed money, so you're passing on guaranteed money to have a slightly higher chance to get money in the more money in the future. So you typically,
I would say casually, like if you were doing like a 200 Dustia grind, you probably skip the drops. For when you're doing 39, you definitely take anything you can get.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you plan to kill a lot of the same enemy, then you would ignore the drops until you get max chain level and then start picking up stuff.
Because I mean, honestly,
but we're only killing 40, which is not enough to ignore stuff.
You could potentially, even with skipping drops, not get like the highest chain level until maybe about the same time we did today, right? So the difference is we skipped a bunch of drops for the same result. So, and then I don't think anyone's mentioned this, so it'll come up a little bit later. So since we're leaving the screen so quickly, sometimes we are getting Flame Staff drops in theory, but since we're leaving the screen so quickly, we are not actually seeing, like, we'll see Book of Regain, but it won't transition to the Flame Staff part if we did get that drop. So that's something we'll have to check later when we do our selling.
And I'm actually calculating the chance for having hidden staves on the side here.
Like expected value?
Not the expected value, but the chance to have at least 1 hidden staff.
Sure, okay.
Okay, and starting from this next kill, it's no longer possible to get single books. So whenever I get now Books of Regain, it's at least going to be 2 every time. And so whenever I get it, it's 60% chance to be 2 books, 30% chance to be 3 books, and 10% chance to be 4 books. And whenever I get a Flame Staff drop now, it's 60% chance to be 1 staff, 25% chance to be 2 staves, 10% chance to be 3 staves, and 5% chance to be 4 staves. So, let's hope for some good drops. This Dusty has been really bad so far.
Yeah, I would agree.
I've had 7 drops so far out of 30-ish Dustia.
Yeah.
So, that's really bad. I really need them to pick up and get, hopefully, a Flame Staff.
Yeah.
Which also kind of answers the question from earlier, because we had a pretty fast ramping up chain here because there were no drops at the start, right?
Yep.
And turns out pretty bad, right? Because these...
Oh, no.
Oh,
that's okay.
Hey, that's okay. Max chain level earlier.
Doesn't really help because every drop that I picked up has delayed it by 3 kills.
Right.
So, like, I've delayed it so much that I'm not gonna get it without flashing numbers.
Right.
But that really hurts the money-wise.
Right. And yeah, in a situation like that, you can't just risk going back for the drop once you've started walking away, because that LP and experience text will end up coming up, and then it's even more time loss. So.
Yeah.
We might not even reach max chain level.
It'll never happen in a Dustia grind, at least in a any percent speedrun.
Yeah, unless we get the flashing numbers. If we get the flashing numbers, then we get it, but if we don't, then we don't. Then whatever. It's basically 5% chance every kill.
really bad luck.
Yeah. It's 50% chance to get a book for a gain drop. Like it's 54% chance to get
A drop.
a drop.
That's really bad.
So not getting it is bad.
You gotta get better at flipping coins, Zero.
Yeah. And
Heads.
yeah, so I'm at low level because Dustia only spawns when you are below 10% of your maximum HP. So if I need to be right now at 65 HP or lower.
Yep.
And so yeah, that's why.
So speaking of Fisk, Fisk donated $5. It says meep meep.
We don't have a Roadrunner stuff for plushie, I guess.
I can fix that.
You can?
No plush. I mean, I guess I could go to the store.
Okay, I was like, that one is not on my bingo card for today.
There are a few things that we can't do, but like physically acquire a doll, but we can show one as if there was one. Actually, okay, I'm gonna ask.
I'm so sorry about this luck, Zero. This is really bad.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for, I don't know. Why not? 4 hidden flame staves.
This last one is going to be 4 books and 4 staves for sure.
Yeah.
But we're lucky with heals, right? Only 1 heal in the whole grind.
Yeah, that's right. You should have
Never mind,
said
there was another one.
I mean, technically that's a good heal.
Because it made me not have to heal.
Exactly. The cockatrice without that heal is a one-shot, so... Yeah, nice heal at just the right time. Unfortunately, not nice drops at any time, so...
Well, let's hope for the flame staves, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So what's the worst thing that can happen if the staves turn out to be also pretty low?
Dusty of Farm 3.
That's what I was going to say, like... There's
All right.
not so much you can do about it. Zero would know better than me.
Recalculating. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet, but we'll see. I'm gonna come up with something.
If there's anyone in the entire world that would know better than anyone else, it's probably that guy right there. So, I'm confident.
I don't think Zero knows the meaning of pressure.
Yeah.
Is that food? Can you eat it?
Yes.
Over my many years of meeting all kinds of people from all places, there's nothing quite like the finish for being so chill.
Yeah.
Just, what, pressure? What's that?
But I think food is also appropriate because the person I've seen eat food the fastest in my life by a considerable margin is also Zero.
Ice cream boats when?
I literally said to Eden before the event we should do an ice cream boat challenge.
Oh man, I remember those from back in the day. What's the first one? ESA 20.
Ice cream challenge, and then fucking Neviat just rolls up.
people now probably think we have an ice cream machine.
Not this hotel.
Someone go find Seraph.
As if this is a hotel. We're in a warehouse in an industrial lot.
This is barely a room.
It is a lovely space.
I think it's great.
The HQ is where the arcade used to be before they moved to the new spot. So.
Yeah, people often refer to it as the old arcade.
Yeah. I like how it's called the headquarters now. It makes it sound really official and scary.
That's right.
And then Planks answers the door and it's like, hi!
There's nothing more scary than that.
We love you, Planks. That was a nice thing. It was saying that you're lovely.
Yeah.
It was Matako who was putting shade to it. I'm just throwing you under the bus for my own sake.
Well, when we're leaving the low town or where the rabbit asked, we've got a $5 donation from Techiz, who says, Bosch lives! Good luck, Zero Heart.
Thank you.
Bosch Lives is sooner rather than later.
Yeah,
Yep.
don't listen to Ondor's lies, right?
Yeah.
How many times over the years have we heard that line? I think I've heard it more by memery than I have by the actual video game itself.
All right. Something I'm personally proud of in this game, in this speedrun for Final Fantasy XII, is that it's a 3D Final Fantasy game. So pretty much every game after, 10, maybe 9 has, or I guess 8 too. Not really 8, but there's more than a cardinal directional movement. So you have the whole analog stick to work with when it comes to movement. But this game has step manipulation.
Yeah. Unfortunately, because we are going to do Textera, that's going to ruin the steps, but
Oh, sure.
whatever. I can just redo them.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish we had Dreambaum here to like break down the full details of like the lore in the
I couldn't
storytelling in
think
this
of
game.
anyone better to do it.
Oh man,
Can we get him on
That
the
guy-
phone? Someone just call him.
I could actually, or I could get up his website and just like quote him and just be like, "This is everything Dream said. He's a genius."
I think there's a non-zero chance if you messaged him on Twitter right now, he would respond. So.
So Dream, FF12, 1 minute later, reply instantly.
Just
Like,
the wall.
I've been in like in Paris and been like, Dream, I'm in your city. Do you want to come visit me? Like, you know, like a day later goes, oh, I've missed you. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah.
You must have messaged FF12. He's like, real?
It's like-
Drop
you just hear a knocking on the door.
He's suddenly here. I saw you,
You
were
rang?
playing. You mentioned ESA HQ and FF12. I googled. I found my way here. What a legend.
Yeah.
Not low HP. Probably should potion. Don't know how many fires it's gonna take to kill Textera. Probably like 2, but
Chonky boy.
like 3, I guess.
Yeah.
This will be more interesting the more hunts are coming in, right, through donations. The later ones are... They're ramping up pretty
And
quickly.
then no combo and we're fine, but
Yeah. Yeah, the hunts can get pretty crazy as the game goes on. But also, like, our characters and our, like, combat methods get pretty crazy as well. So don't forget, for the low price of $50, you can make Zero defeat a hunt of his choice.
are you okay?
And if you donate enough, he doesn't have a choice anymore.
I specifically asked for really bad ones, and everything. Zero's like, no. I'm not doing
Imagine
that.
if Zero was just like, yeah, my choice, Yazmat. Let's go.
I think it's well, okay. I mean, other than the fact that, but it's not really an AFK fight. Like, you actually have to, like,
No, it's not AFK.
Because you're
it just
reapplying your
takes a
berserks
fairly
and
long
stuff.
time.
It's only 40 minutes.
That's a long time for one fight.
It's a long time for you.
Like I don't think I don't know. It'd be a little silly to spend 2 hours on a fight or something like that. I mean, unless it's a donation incentive, right?
If it's a huge amount, but yeah. I mean,
I'd love to believe that was a very subtle dig or not so subtle dig. Wink, wink, nudge,
alright,
nudge.
Skate, keep your eye on the camera feed, because soon you'll see a thing that you'll be happy about.
Okay, I'm ready.
I was just told coming soon.
Oh, okay. I will be ready soon. So I'm sorry, Omega Weapon Grind. I don't know anything about that.
That's the he's in FF10, right? Yeah. Yeah. Once there was Warmac, now there is Omega.
I don't know what you mean. I remember he died first try, right? Yesterday.
That's correct.
Something died first try for sure.
My soul.
I like how Carty's attempt ended and he just left the couch. Like, you know what? I think that's enough for me.
Like, all right, that took way long.
I was soul crushed on behalf of Carsey.
Yeah,
however,
it
Carsey
was.
felt himself, so
Yeah, it was a harsh one.
yeah.
RPGs. Yeah, it can be mean. Oh, this is completely and utterly irrelevant to everything that's going on right now, and I apologize for hijacking this. I just saw a Twitter post about someone just saying this. I would love to see the last story get remastered. I just thought about that game is magic first off, but like, what did the speedrun for that game look like? Does anyone know?
Sorry, is that Wii exclusive? Is that the game I'm thinking?
Yeah. The Mistwalker game. Man. Anyway, crack on. But yeah, sorry, just got me thinking. Love to see a speedrun of that game.
So like I got the it's dude look under Zeal. On the camera though. Meet.
Oh my
yeah,
God,
there.
Roadrunner. Oh my gosh.
See, we can do anything here.
Yeah.
If you want to donate for your favorite cartoon character to be on stream. I mean, this was $5, but like, I mean, as long as we don't have to do anything, if it's production doing it, you just put a number on it.
Should go without saying, production is doing an amazing job here this week.
Killing it. So there is a question, but so Skate, to do Shadow Lord's Castle and Near with only Nameless Bride instead of Peace Beer. Obviously, I know what all of those words mean, but for the uninformed.
So, how much to get Skate to do Shadow Lord's Castle slower and Near? I don't know. I don't know how much that's worth.
All right, we'll get back to you.
Yeah, well, let me think about it.
Yeah, we'll talk to the guys in suits. This is PS2 version, yes.
Yes.
You will see it says somewhere below us, any % PlayStation 2.
Right, so we don't have any flame staves and we have 19 books. That's
really bad.
Reset territory.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even reset territory, that's like below reset territory.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this will go.
It will work out.
Surely, yeah. I mean, there are ways. I can get 500 gil for turning in Dexterra now.
Every little help.
Thank you for your donations. For
more.
We need more hunts.
We never thought we would get to this point.
It would help us out in so many ways if we could get some more of
we could really enhance this any % run with more content.
I'm thinking Busherba Madu.
What's that?
Like, are you thinking like is it 1 2 2 3 3 3 where you do like the
Yeah.
my brain was like, is that what you're thinking?
I haven't watched 1 2 2 3 3 3 so much, so.
So like, is it bangas? Is that what you call the?
Yeah.
So they chase you in this dungeon.
The screen transition.
So you can farm them.
Yeah.
I think it's the same principle as Dust.
No, not that one. But in Busherba, like there's this side quest where there's 14 bottles of Busherban Madu that you can sell to NPCs.
Oh, the Madu quest.
Yeah, and you can get 1,000 gil each. It takes like 9 minutes to do that, but it's 14,000 gil.
Yeah, the alternative is much worse.
So I was sitting backstage and I was listening to you guys and I heard something about the ice cream. Ice boats, ice cream.
That was mentioned.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a target for that?
Hey, wait up!
Is there a donation target for that?
Fight who we must, leave the rest.
It's okay. So Ice Cream Boat Challenge is very specific.
Yeah.
So I mean, I assume other places and countries have got ice cream boats, but it's literally like ice cream in a wafer basket, and then with like a, I don't know what you would call like the hard clacky toppy thingamajig on whatever. Figure it out yourself. Sometimes it has jam on the inside. But the rules of Ice Cream Boat Challenge is that you get a packet, which I think has got 9 in the box.
6.
You get 6 in the box. And the rules are that you start with them all fully cased, you unwrap them with your hands, and you have to eat them with a fork. You are not allowed to use anything else. You can't use your hands to touch the boats. You're disqualified if you do that. You can't use a knife spoon or anything like that. The only thing that can touch the boats other than the inside of your face is a fork. And I think, what's your time? Like less than 4 minutes or something?
It's a sub 3. Like
So this is like a long-running thing at ESA for like Final Fantasy people. Now, am I right in saying that it was Kainos that invented this game? Because Kainos eats weird foods and weird things.
I would believe it. No, because that was the year Kainos was at ESA, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I would definitely believe
So
it.
I think that's how it all started. And like people thought they were pretty good. Like I remember Zwanzig was very proud of his ability to eat ice cream boats. And I think his time was like what? The first one was like 8 minutes or something.
Right.
And then like I say this if we take it seriously. Like we got our times down to like 6 minutes. And then the next ESA 0 arrived and I went from 3rd place to like 8th. And you were just like, oh yeah. And then you like created some sort of technique the second time and you just like cut 3 minutes down. You went from like 6 to 3. I don't know what happened.
yeah.
It just goes to show that the talent that shows up at these events, it's
Unparalleled.
World class.
So yeah, I mean, we can probably put a number on it. Like, I mean, the exciting thing would just be to watch Zero show off how good it is. But we could definitely do like a on the table. Everyone can have a go at the race. Because I don't think not everyone here has done an ice cream boat challenge.
I've never even heard of it.
I'm trying to
My
keep-
question would be: would it be better to watch the master in action and then have someone not skilled attempt it, or the other way around?
So sometimes it's nice to have like not a focus group, but like here's what a normal person eating ice cream looks like.
Yeah.
And here's what the professional looks like.
Yeah. We could just like have 6 of us each eat one, and just get progressively more degenerate as it goes.
Yeah. But yeah, but it is. I mean, it is actually. It's a fun race to do with people because like you see the pain that others go through.
Yeah.
Like sometimes people don't finish. Like it's like a real.
How do you deal with brain freeze with that?
Well, you don't have a brain. That's the secret.
That's got to be the biggest juxtaposition. Running FF12 and you know
The most big brain.
ice boat. challenge. Like, yeah, one of the biggest brain FF speed runs, and like the complete lack of brain ice cream challenge.
So we absolutely need to put a number on this.
Do we actually have to? 4 grand.
I think
So we've got 3K on Zodiac Spear. We've got 5K on Order of Ambrosia. So there is a number between those two. I don't know what it is, but
by the end of this run, like 375.
Someone have a calculator in the
it was
facility?
like the Americans ended going, ugh.
God, carry the two.
The Americans.
I think if we can do $1,000 in 4 hours, we are deserving of some ice cream.
So if we reach 4K before the end of the run, total.
Oh, let's say it's 375.
375K before the end of the run. You heard it here.
Also,
Easy.
I'm Captain Bosch von Runsenberg of Dalmasca.
That was very good.
He says it with such like sincerity.
That's what I mean. Like,
That certainly qualifies as a clamor.
Thank you both here.
All right, Vaughn, get to it.
Production, can we get that as a upcoming milestone as well?
Your little performance, the better. If we're going to reach the Marquis,
Honk
it's
if
up
you
to
agree.
We'll be waiting here if you need us.
Not if you understand or you're going to just like, thoughts? Honk.
Right. So this side quest you can do with just 2 testifies.
Yeah, you're good. So Zero's now going to do a double frame perfect carpet setup to do a 2-shot.
Not really a
Yes.
frame perfect. But
So I realized like once I found out that I could do it, I was like, this isn't impressive anymore.
yeah.
I'm the base level for like if a trick is difficult and I can do it, it's not difficult anymore.
do we have a favorite Vaughn line here? I think mine's obviously Bosch Lives.
I'm Spartacus.
That's a different game.
Oh.
I think. Going for the triple here.
I'm Captain Bosch von
It would be great if you did say, hey, Buckethead here.
Yeah. I mean, I think Hey Buckethead's my favorite line in the game, but
Don't listen to Ondor's lies.
Yeah, I like that don't listen to Ondor's lies because people might stand around and they are like, what lies? what did he say?
Who is this Ondor that you speak of? We're just regular folk in a bar, man. Calm down.
we have to go with them now.
We've got a $5 donation from Anonymous that says, "Don't believe Ondor's lies."
Okay. I would have otherwise.
I will endeavor to fight the lies of Ondor.
Okay, so are you ready for the newest speed tech?
I'm ready.
You go through the.
Wait, you went out the wrong door.
You go through this door and it's half second faster.
What?
Wow.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
For real.
Speedruns, ladies and gentlemen.
We're ready. Yeah, I guess that's a small note. You might see Zero pausing here for a seemingly reason. You can skip cutscenes in this game, obviously, but it's not like a lot of modern games where you can just skip the cutscenes like back to back to back. There's like a delay in when the cutscene starts, and there's no visual cue for when that happens. So you kind of just have to, with practice and intuition, know when that cutscene is going to be able to be skipped. But sometimes you'll press start too early.
You see Zero here nice with the rhythm.
Yeah.
Because he knows roughly when it happens, so he has a nice rhythm that he catches it.
There's like a slight timing between you hit start and X to where you can actually skip the scene, so there's a bit of a rhythm to it.
Yeah, if you press, like, well, obviously if you press start twice, you'll go out of the pause. But sometimes if you do it, you'll not, the X input won't go through.
Yeah.
Like in FF15, you skip by going start, then triangle. But it's instant. You're never going to miss it. So you can literally just mash between start and triangle, and as long as you've got the timing, it'll go through. Not like that FF16 where you have to press start and hold triangle to skip cutscenes. Such a wasteful experience.
Wait. A word of caution before we
Doesn't
set
feel
out.
that bad, though. Gotta say, in 16. You get used to it.
See that
I thought
red
it's
web
a
of
lot
light
worse, like I
spanning the
ran 16, and
passageway. It is
when
a
I saw it the
mechanism
first
to
time, I thought in the
detect
speedrun it
intruders
would
within
feel
the ship.
really bad, holding
Break
it
one
and
of
like
those
waiting for
weaves
the
and an alarm will
circle.
sound,
Yeah.
summoning the
But
guard.
it feels pretty smooth, actually.
alarm
Like
precedes
the way
every
the
attack,
cutscene
but it's
starts
better to
and like
avoid
you
drawing
can hold it and
unnecessary
buffer it,
attention.
makes it feel
Come.
pretty okay.
Her
You don't need to
Majesty
time
awaits.
anything.
I guess if you would like to see a run of Final Fantasy 16 at this event, we'll get to that. I mean, yeah, let's get Order of Ambrosia. Well, Yida submitted it for a bonus game, but we can co-op that. We could race it. I mean, did you bring a PS5 with you by any chance, Zoom?
Do you know how big that thing is?
Yeah, I did. Well, I've got I mean, yeah, I was okay. Oh, I've got mine. Like that's what you'd be. You're running on PC? No, it doesn't exist on PC yet. You run on my PS5 though, yeah? So if someone has a PS5 in Vecchio, Sweden, and they want to donate it for free, so that you can watch Zeal and Yudamoda
temporarily
race Final Fantasy 16, that could be a thing.
Where do you fit that in the schedule, though?
Somewhere where an Order of Ambrosia is not paying. Right now, if those are the only like bonus games, then we technically can still finish on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm getting Boss Lord critical HP, so he will use Balance in the next fight.
Yep.
Balance deals damage equal to the difference between the caster's current and maximum HP. So Boss Lord will be dealing quite a lot of damage in the next fight. The problem is that it's not guaranteed to land. It has about 55% chance to land on the judges, and the judges can one-shot Bossler at that low HP because they have a move called Prey Attack, which just deals 32% of your maximum HP worth of damage. So that can kill Bossler. So let's hope that doesn't happen, and we actually. Well, if I die to this fight, then I can do Dustia again, and then I can actually maybe have enough money. That's the backup start.
not that I would ever consider doing
And the
that.
others will follow.
Yeah, if it wasn't said, not only is balance really, really overpowered in this instance, but it's also AoE as well, so it's hitting all the enemies each time.
I just wanted to ask if there is a chance that Vossler dies, but I guess that answered it.
Yeah, it's a real juggle, this fight, because like anyone can get hit, so you want to track everyone's HP, you want to make sure Vossler's in red, and you want to make sure that people aren't dying, and you want to be attacking the judges to get Judge A and B down as well, so...
That's another bad balance miss there. This one would be great. Nice. Oh, no. Is that fine, Valthyr being dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Valthyr isn't really... Oh, no. Yeah, in fact, it's probably just a good thing. Not so many of these victory screens in the speedrun or even in the game, really, but...
Yeah, I always like this, in terms of immersion, right? Because, like, these guys, they just had a hard fight and they're just taking their time posing a little bit.
Yeah.
My favorite is when you've got a sword on Vaughn and he literally stabs it through the floor and rests his leg on it.
Alright, so we're going to pick up Ash from here and then do a little shopping menu.
Also, like, we're definitely not in a hurry trying to save Ash or anything like that. We should definitely have time to pose like that.
Right.
She's just like watching from the slats in her prison cell. She's like, hey guys.
You guys! I'm just like posing it out.
First,
You know what would have been a good line for Ash to say when you enter the prison cell? You're pretty short for a stormtrooper.
It's very topical.
Oh.
I like it. So you will notice in the run that Zero is buying spells in a specific order, so you'll not always go top to bottom. And that is to, I think it's, so based on the order that you buy the spell will depend on the order it appears in your sub-menu. So it just means that when you go into menus to cast spells, they'll be in the place you want them to be, or the most ideal place. I think Reflect pretty much being the most important of those.
yeah.
Still doing a massive menu here before the fight?
Yep.
Okay.
So just a note for the room, in case anyone hasn't seen, the lunch menu for tomorrow is on the dining table. If you haven't got your order in, Planks would like that to be done as quickly as possible.
I think I will go do mine after this next boss fight. Does anyone want to go now while I'm not?
I need to order at some point, but
I don't know what this is about.
I think I'm a little busy.
Lunch menu on the table for tomorrow over there if you want to go fill out what you want.
Oh, all right.
Do you want me to bring it over?
Oh, if that's possible, yeah.
I mean, it's
That's fine.
a
I
piece of
need to
paper.
use the restroom
does
anyway.
indeed
Take a
have
look.
I was
possibility
going to
of
use it as a break, so.
Oh yeah, that's true. You guys have been here for a while.
And a long
And,
more to go.
A 1 hour 41. I'd be finished my runs by now. Unless it was San Andreas.
Of course. The best Final Fantasy.
Andreas is indeed the best Final Fantasy.
I'm not caught up on the Goosebert lore, so this would have to...
Goosebert sustained an injury last night, so you'll see it like the top of his thigh. He's basically got a duct tape tourniquet that's keeping his leg intact to stop his innards from falling out, and then to denote that he has a boo-boo, with an X went over, which is...
I asked yesterday why. I asked what it was, but how did it happen?
Oh, I can't divulge such information. It was an unseen agent.
Well, see, the problem is you said accident earlier, and I didn't really get the vibe that I was believing you. When
Allegedly.
What's that? The quote from Hot Fuzz: "Accident implies there's no one to blame."
That's right.
Also, just a small note about the menuing here. A couple things. One, we have the license board zoomed out really far. It turns out the license stuff happens just a little bit quicker if it's zoomed out. And then also you'll notice that Zero's doing these licenses really efficiently. Way back in the old days, what we would do is we'd kind of license one person at a time. but we're optimizing how the licenses are done based on the location, right? So we're not having to do all the licenses for one person, then all the licenses for another person. We're like switching characters as we're progressing through the license board. So like there, for example, when Zero switched characters, it was already in the exact right spot, like there as well. So it's a lot of optimization that goes into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, someone in chat was saying what I was thinking. It's like, why are you trying to hide an incident that was, you know, on stream?
What do you mean that was purely accidental?
Or did you take him out the back or something?
No, I don't. I wasn't there. I didn't see. It was one of those moments yesterday when I wasn't. And
what a guilty person would say.
I wasn't here. I think a taller, more Frenchman than I would maybe have the information that you require.
Taller.
And then we bought cherry staves as well in that last shopping menu. Cherry staves are a magic stave that increase arrow damage. And we're not going to be using arrow in this next fight, I don't think, but the next several fights for the next hour and a half, we're going to be primarily relying on arrow magic, so that'll boost the DPS we're doing for that. Now, this fight is quite messy in terms of trying to explain exactly what's happening. There's some targeting manipulation going on. We also noticed that we cast Reflect. This is the first fight in the run that we're going to be using the primary strategy for the rest of the run, which is magic reflecting. Pretty much what happens is if you cast magic on a reflected user, it sends it back. Is that double damage? Or maybe it's not double damage.
I think it's because it reflects off each person.
Oh, right.
But I think it's the normal damage, but off each person.
So you're targeting one person, but it's hitting the reflect of all three people since magic is AoE. At least some magic is. So you can see for one dark cast that Pinella did there, we got 3 darks off. So it's a way to get multiplicative damage.
Yeah, so a few things you'll see. A lot of the fights, before we even see the boss on screen, Zero will be doing setup for them. So quite often, crit down is the expression that's used to get, and we say the girls as well for Ash and Pinella, they're typically the damage dealers. Getting Reflect on, and then later on when we've got the decoy, that will make sure that one person gets targeted and they'll be the tank effectively. But the other thing that's really impressive that Zero does for a considerable amount of the run is doing the fights in active ATB. So everyone's ATB is running constantly, and you'll see that Zero is dynamically reacting to, oh, right, Pinella's not in crit health, I need to attack her, while also like reflecting spells, while also tracking damage and using cure and things like that when needed. So
also on top of that too, managing reflect time. A very obvious inherent risk of using this as like the main strategy for damage in the run is that if you happen to cast magic on one of your party members at just the wrong time, say when reflect is running out, well now instead of doing damage to the enemy, you're killing your party member, and in terms of how a fight goes, that can be detrimental. So
yeah,
and it's quite risk reward in terms of like just the base strategy for how we play the rest of the game now.
Yeah. So. The other like really cool thing is like there's one thing is like having the spells last for the duration you need to win, but also sometimes you'll cast spells before to wear off during a certain part in a fight. So like there's an immobilized fight later on where we want a character to not be moving. If they start moving, that fight's gone. Right. And another where there's a character who's berserked and we want that to wear off. And then Zero can talk you through all those. But the combat is just phenomenal as far as the setup and execution.
Wait, are you casting Protect for this travel?
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
It doesn't cost any time, so there's no reason.
Yeah, certainly.
And sometimes it can maybe help. I don't know. It doesn't really usually matter, but...
I mean, I definitely remember, like, because you have the save crystal before Garuda, so there'd be times where you show up with a down party member, so it's I love it. I think it's a really good strat. Especially, like you said, if it costs no time, why not, right?
Must first cross Yogir Yensa, and beyond that,
and what you're gonna see in the next screen, you're gonna like even more, I think.
Okay.
If you
must pace ourselves.
I think I have an idea of what you're about to do without have never seen it before, just knowing the game. So
you don't have to worry about me.
So one of the first messages that Zero Scar ever wrote in my chat was, so where exactly is Wraithwall's tomb? And I think this is probably the first or second time I played this game, and I did not know what he was talking about.
Let it be known that the lunch food delivery has arrived.
So today's food has arrived for consumption, and so can we get the list for
do you
tomorrow?
want a delivery to?
I'm headed over to the Dew Mine as soon as I see this.
Part of me was wondering if you were going to do like the backup, killing the all runs.
I guess I could have done that. I don't know.
That was Rooster showed me that strat.
Unless
Yeah.
the thing you were saying is just protecting Pinello here.
No.
Okay. That's what I'll say.
I'm
You mean
talking
you-
about next screen.
Okay.
You haven't seen the wrong warp in FF12?
I haven't, it turns out.
I think here is also the first time in the game you can encounter an elemental, right?
Yeah.
Is that the first time in the story at least?
You can at
I mean,
least
if you
see
wander
inside,
around.
yeah.
First time in the speed run for where we go. Yes.
Like if you go straight through the story of the game, I think this is the first time you
Yeah.
run around one, yeah. Because I remember the first time I was playing this, I was just killing everything, of course, and I was following the story. And there is this big, like I think it's Salamander actually here, right?
Yeah, Salamander.
Salamantite or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, these guys are a little bit stronger than you would expect at this point in the game. And when you attack them, like you don't even need to attack them. You only need to use magic
Near them, yeah.
near them, right? And they start attacking you because apparently they don't like you using magic.
Yeah, well, when I first encountered them, I had Libra on one of my party members, and so I could see enemies' levels, and it's a level 45 enemy. So I see that, I'm like, oh, I must have taken a wrong turn and turned back.
So reflect, huh?
Yeah. Do you
Oh,
know
is
wh-
reflect
Do you know
for that
why?
case?
So I'm trying to think. I don't know if you're preparing for an arrow.
Oh, is it because I cast sleep?
Yeah.
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 That's
enemies-
clever.
That's so cool.
Enemies got sleep.
That's so. The thing, not to say it's an obvious thing, but it's like this is the kind of thing you would expect.
Yeah.
What's the reflect coming from?
I
so-
had Vaughn cast it on Penelope.
Oh, it's a spell.
Yeah.
Oh, we have access to the spell so early?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So before we did that
And then
judge
look at
fight, we
this,
bought
look at this.
reflect.
Just wore off before Cure. The timing worked
Yeah,
so great.
that's so good. This was one of those sections back in the day that's like pretty mindless in terms of what you need to do, but like I love the little integrations like that. All right, I'm going to go schedule lunch for tomorrow, eat a little bit now, and I will be back in a little bit.
Yep.
So in terms of weapons, is there anything in particular you pick up? Like something special? Or where do you get weapons? Just from shops?
Yeah, just from shop.
Because like I'm asking because I know there is like what is called the Demon Slayer or something?
Yeah, the Demon Bane.
Demon Bane.
Demon's Bane or something.
Right.
But no, we don't get that. We don't really use physical attacks at all.
Oh.
Or where there's one fight where we use, or technically two if we count Redas, but where we use physicals from now on. And actually, I will buy the weapon for it in the next shop.
Are we like in terms of like in comparison to a casual playthrough, are we right now stronger because of the Dustier grind? Or
Yeah, we are stronger.
Alright.
But we have pretty much gotten all of our levels, or most of our levels for the end of the game. We get some levels from jelly farming later, and then a little bit from brain pants. But like we are now, I think Ash and Penelo are level 22 right now. They will end up being like 26 at the end of the run.
Like I've seen the save you were running around a little bit earlier before the run, right?
Yeah.
Is that an endgame save? Like someone?
That was an OOA save.
Sorry?
That's for the 100% run.
Oh, okay. Because I remember like 3 characters were level 26 or so, and
Yeah.
the other 3 were 50 something.
Yeah, but no, that's not an 90% save.
All right. So in theory, would you be strong enough to beat Demon Wall?
I do beat Demon Wall.
I mean, the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, you beat it anyway?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was. So back in the day, it was kind of like an optional thing if you didn't have enough. I think it was mostly to do with money.
Yeah.
Because you could go to whatever the small Moogle guy is and
Plan hole.
yeah, and hand in stuff. But then I think it's partially for LP now as well.
Yeah.
And for the experience money to do both Demon Wall fights. But they're so cool as well. Like the second Demon Wall is much more simple than the first Demon Wall, but the strat's rad.
Yeah, the first Demon Wall gives you 30 license points and like 5,000 gil from Clan Hall, which is worth like 2 rooms of jellies, or well, the money's it's one room jellies worth of money and 2 rooms worth of LP, and so and you lose like maybe a little bit more than 2 minutes to do both. And a room of jellies is like minute 45, so...
Like, I remember the hard part, aside the damage output you need, because the distance he pushes you is shorter, right?
Yeah.
It's like that he's instantly killing you, I think?
Yeah, so he's got, well, the ability, it's X something, but as warp shield.
Telega, which causes X zone on your party member, or one party member, and...
Will that be a problem for us?
If all goes well, it can't be a problem.
It will not be a problem. Like, it shouldn't be a problem. We should never see them move.
Oh, right.
Yeah. But like, so, I mean, when I do Demon Wall 1, sometimes it does go wrong and I'll get targeted, but if you play well enough, you always get out.
Yeah. There are a couple of bad things that can happen in that fight. He opens with Doom or Annul. That's what you don't want to see. But if he opens with anything else, we are going to be fine.
Also, guys, I remember for the next boss, it's like a bird, right?
Garuda.
Is it actually Garuda? I don't remember the name. But yeah, there is a side quest you can do for like some kind of flower you can use on him, right?
The extra berries.
We're not doing that, right?
No.
No, okay.
Oh, why is fishing not an incentive? You love fishing.
It takes an hour. And it sucks. The worst minigame ever.
Because yeah, I think a lot of people don't even know that. Like, there is a side quest in the Orgiensa Sensi here that you can do with helping like a lost of these guys, like a lost one, find his way or not back into his tribe. And at the end of the quest, they give you an item. I think it's like some kind of bloom or flower. Okay, that was
we don't
quick
need
anyway.
We don't need that.
Right.
No, that was a very nice fight.
And if you use that, if you do the side quest and you get that item, you can use it on Garuda here, which makes his stats drastically lower, I think, right? Lowers his stats.
Cool. So the important thing with the Garuda fight there, I mean, other than doing the whole fight, is that you're leading with Penelo. If you get Penelo really close to Garuda, it will target her. So you'll notice that Zero veers off to the left, and that puts Vossler closest to Garuda. So that way the characters who are in crit health aren't being targeted, don't get killed by Garuda, and then you can just do Reflect Arcs, and this is what you're going to see for a lot of the fights.
Ooh, we just bought Berserk. I guess we're making good use of that, right?
Yeah, we'll use Berserk later in a couple of fights.
It's like one of these consistently overpowered things in Final Fantasy games, right? Berserk.
Yep.
Like every game that has it, it's overused.
Yeah, I mean, it's in any percent for 12. Is it only used against Tiamat?
Also for Gabrand 1.
Yes, oh, that's right. But in Order of Ambrosia, like once you get to your Genji sword or whatever, once you get the really powerful swords, then
Fight or run.
It's an incentive.
So Demon Wall 1, you get Vaughn targeted, you bring out the girls, and then because you're in the menu, you might as well do the licensing.
I kind of need arrow for this fight. Heal. Penelo. Reflect. Ash arrow. Arrow. It's on. Ah, that's Doom. Okay, this is bad.
So because if Doom had have hit one of the girls when they would have been aggroed afterwards, they wouldn't have been able to get enough damage out. So you just run outside of the range of Demon Wall's attack. It's still targeting Vaughn, so as long as you stay far enough away, and then also far enough away from the girls so that their reflects don't reflect onto Vaughn. Then he dies, just like that.
Vossler's reflect 4 off, so I reloaded.
Yeah, the reflect timings, well, for me anyway, I find them like super precise because it's fine just to have reflect set up for Demon's Wall 1, but Zero's also going to have reflect wear off before the Demon Wall 2 fight starts and reapply them to both Vaughn and Vossler, yeah?
Yep. That was really unfortunate. Like, it's really unlucky that he started with that, and
Yeah, if it had been a normal fight, then there would be no question about killing Demon Wall 1.
Another damage roll, really?
So what's the reason we're putting the girls to low HP now?
So I licensed the ability Spellbreaker for both Ash and Penelo, and Spellbreaker makes them deal double magic damage when they are at critical HP. So
that's where the nice numbers come from, right?
Allows us to get
Yeah.
in one.
Battle lore is also really important, I hear.
Yeah, it's really important for Hashmal. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's do this shop again. This time I know I'm low on gil, so I'm gonna sell that first. Fairy Staff, Cypress Bowl, Leap, Foil, Berserk, and Arrow. Okay, don't start with Doom now. Annul is fine. Just don't start with Doom.
Fight or
Doom is
run?
the worst.
We better decide fast.
That's Blind Guy, okay. So yeah, I just ran out of Demon Wall's reach, and then I leave the girls to kill.
What's the reason for that? Why are you getting out of the reach?
So that he doesn't get his move off. So like
Oh, you can actually interrupt him with his ongoing.
yeah, like he's trying. He can't like quit targeting Vaughn. Like he's targeting Vaughn and trying to get his blind go off. But I ran out of his reach, so I'm out of his.
So he's stuck basically.
So he's just trying to get to Vaughn, but he can't reach it. So the girls don't take any damage, and he never uses like the leg and stuff because of that.
So there are a few fights where you will manipulate an enemy targeting a certain character and getting away so that they won't be able to hit them. But there are some fights that will be long enough where they would be able to retarget. But we can tackle how we can deal with that later. So here you keep Vaughn close to Demon's Wall 2 so that he gets targeted, or Vossler indeed gets targeted with their high hit points so that the girls don't die. Reflecting arrows and crit health with Spellbreaker. Tons of damage. Easy win.
Yep. You don't have to worry about Telega in the second fight because it's so fast. But I think he can also do it. I think both of them can. I forget. It's been a while since the Demon Wall has gone south for me. The second one.
So how are we in terms of money? Is it still a problem?
It's a huge problem, yeah.
It's a huge problem. Oh boy.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do for it yet. Like, I could skip Traveler for Tiamat, but I don't know how that's gonna go.
I mean, is the general idea to get to jellies and then work around it from there?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could skip buying one of the flame staves, I guess. Until there are things I can do, but I'm not sure what is best. Thing about I could get lucky with Tiamat and do it without Traveler fast, but I don't know. Like, I don't like that idea either.
So I think in terms of story, we are right now in Wraithwall's tomb, right?
Yep.
And we do that so Ash can get the sword of her family.
The
right?
Dawn Shard.
Oh, that was the Dawn Shard, right? Like she wants to take over sovereignty over Dalmasca again, right?
Yeah.
Because she's the rightful heir. But she needs to prove that, right? And that's what she needs the Dawn Shard for.
Yeah, the Dawn Shard is kind of like it would prove that she is the real family, because they kind of announced that Ash took her own life after the events. So like everyone thinks that she's dead.
One of Ondor's lies.
Yeah,
right?
those are the Ondor's lies. And so we're trying to prove that she is actually who she claims to be.
Funny part is it's just lying around here, right? So technically everyone can come up and like everyone strong enough can just pick it and say, "Hey, I'm Ash."
If you want to take down a giant fire boss.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. It only responds to those who are of the royal family, I think. So it wouldn't prove for anyone else that.
Oh, so you want to say like the Gamnon cannot walk in here and then say like, "I am Ash."
Yeah.
The princess.
No, he couldn't.
But there is no farming here, right? We're just running through everything.
Yeah.
Is it not worth it?
Nah, it's like there's not really. It's not really worth it to fight enemies along the way ever in this run, except for the Barheim and stuff. And then, well, we have to kill enemies at Brain Pans in Pharaohs, but
Yeah, so you can steamroll really like comfortably here, and then getting the jelly so we can get the LP and the experience and the money to move on from there. And then going into the late game, like some of the things are actually making sure that characters aren't too high a level.
Yep.
Because that can cause problems.
Yep.
Characters can't be too high level?
Yep.
What's the problem there?
We'll get to it when it's time.
It's to do with accuracy and damage ranges.
So how to pronounce the next boss fight?
Belias?
Bellius?
I don't know.
Right, I would also say Bellius.
Belarus?
Bellius?
I've also-
But like people say Belias
I've always said Belias, but
or Bellius.
Belias is how a Finnish person should pronounce it.
What?
and I don't know
A good
why.
Finnish person would absolutely say Bellius.
So, I don't
You heard it, Finnish people.
Now you know. So again, just a little setup for the next boss fight. It's in the next room. So keeping Vaughn on high HP because he's going to be tanking damage, making sure the girls are in crit with Reflect, and everyone else has got Reflect as well.
Make sure you put oil of all of your characters. Fight is so uninteresting to Van. He just starts picking up chests while the others are fighting.
Yeah, I think like most people I don't think would do the fight like that. Very clean.
That was beautiful.
So what you're doing there is that after I could be wrong, but I think after a certain damage breakpoint is what cues Bellius to use Faraja. So you want to track how much damage you're doing. So it's around 3 turns or 3 rounds of reflected spells. And then you do an ATB reset so that you make sure you get your next set of damaging spells before Faraja goes off. So even though you see the queue where it says Bellius is readying Faraja, you need to get those attacks off before. Otherwise, I mean, it's not necessarily a wipe. You just bring Balthier and Bosch out and start walloping them with Cypress Balls.
Yeah.
And hope for the
Well,
best.
with a Cypress Ball, since I only have one.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
yeah.
Also, we just obtained our first Esper, right? That we can, in theory, summon.
Yeah.
And we will.
We will try to. Multiple times we will try to.
I mean, will we effectively?
So I think Bellius is the only there is one.
Right, you need to summon him one time.
in the game there is a gate that is literally locked by summoning Bellius.
But I guess we're not summoning anything outside that, right? Or is it?
We will try to, but we
Oh,
will
we'll-
fail.
Yes, we will definitely be. Bellius's name will appear on the screen many times.
Because if there is any system in this game that is made over convoluted and completely pointless, it's the Esper system. I wanted to say it's like summoning an Esper costs all your MP, right? I think.
Yep.
Right, and they're acting completely autonomous, and they're pretty bad at it too.
Yeah.
They can, like every Esper has an ultimate ability that they can use, but especially the higher level, like the later Espers, they only use it under very certain conditions that the game is never telling you.
Yeah.
And unless you know that, these Espers will probably be pretty bad, like definitely not worth your whole MP bar.
All right. Who wants to take over when I use the bathroom?
I mean, yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, there's only go to Clan Hall.
Yeah, so if you do Voster, then I can do the Rabanastra stuff.
Yeah.
The worst thing is I'm going to be like, do you have notes for this? Because otherwise I might grab my laptop. But it's like a minute 20 unskippable.
Yeah. And so you just go to Clan Hall and then buy Traveler. That's it.
Yeah. Do you want me to take the Moogle and go? Is it Westersand for the Aerodome? We'll figure it out. You go and I'll.
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, so it's like 5 skippable cutscenes here. And then once you hear the Rabanastra music, dum, bum, 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 that's the unskippable one.
Will this be Esther menu version 2?
If this goes as badly as that, then we might as well just pack it up.
Zero is coming in, the whole room burning. What happened? These transitions are so long, he might be back before anything happens.
I mean, it's probably quite likely. All right, so now we're in the unskippable cutscene part. I think it's a minute 20.
Oh. Well, he might actually be back before anything happens.
Yeah. I mean, unless he's gone to get food and do other things.
The Gareth are said to dwell in Kirwan.
So they do. We'll need to head south, past the Giza Plains.
It is the rains now in Giza. The wadis will be swollen with the deluge. Passage may be difficult.
But those same waters may also lay open new routes to us.
Regardless, we must go south, yes?
First
I want to say
things first.
casually,
You're eager to be
when
on
I
your
played
way,
this game
I
the first
know,
time,
but we should see
this
that
is the
we're
point where the
prepared
game
before
lost
setting
me.
out.
The first time I
I
played.
made my resolve
Yeah, because like, if you just go wild at the start and go like to the Western Sand and he's trying to explore the desert, you can get pretty tripped up. But when you get to the Giza Plains when they're flooded, and you can just go to lots of different places, it's super easy to get sidelined. All right, so here we go. We're just going slightly north in Rabanastre, and we'll go to Mont Blanc in the Clan Hall. We're going to capitalize on our extra monies.
Sorry, Zero Mitaku is the runner now.
Yeah, Mentago is the runner. I'm sure he's got it.
I've got some of it. I wouldn't be able to beat the game without notes. You have to talk to this guy first, right?
Yep.
See? I've played this game before. So a little establishing shot of the clan hall.
He yells at you, so you should go talk to him.
So I guess we haven't said that you can like move the camera angle and stuff like while you're in dialogue and things. So quite a lot of the time you'll see runners move the R3 camera while they're going to make it easier. I guess well I do it so I can see where I'm going next, or to look behind to see what enemy's about to kill me. Is it?
All right, I guess we have these.
So just leave those out.
Yeah, just leave those.
Jolly good.
Yep. Yeah, because I killed Dexterra, those are available, but we need money for that.
Yeah. You know, as if anyone in the next like 5 minutes wants to donate $50 for a hunt, well worth the investment.
Okay, so here's the thing: you don't have enough money to buy through.
Oh, so don't even go to Baton's
No,
Technics?
yeah, go there. You can sell stuff.
Okay.
We need to sell the Electrum and stuff too.
See that, Mitaku? He sent you on a fool's errand.
Yeah, it was to make it so I would look bad in his place. Right, you can take over now because I have no idea what what the plan is. Can I get food if you're happy to take over the tablet, Nevian?
Sure thing.
I shall return after I've attained nourishment.
I still don't have enough money. I guess these. Picture, I guess.
How much is Traveler?
6,700.
So how many important resources do we just sell?
Everything.
So how are we making up for that? I don't know, right?
We'll see. I'll grab this money though.
I guess be lucky is one, right? Just be lucky and you don't need any elixirs or something.
Sure. There's nothing to be lucky at, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay.
You're a little late, but based on a previous conversation, it didn't sound like you got too lucky since you were missing Gil. Or what happened?
You had a pretty bad Dusty grind.
Really, really bad Dusty. Didn't help that I missed one of the drops, but even with Well, unless the drop was like magnificently good that I missed, then it was really bad. We're like 10,000 gil of where I'd like to be, to continue a run in normal circumstances. So we'll see.
You got a plan though, right?
No.
Okay,
But
perfect.
we'll.
That's what we're here for.
I'll work something out.
So wing it on the fly.
I mean, sometimes it's just better to just play until you stand in front of the wall, right? And then you look at it and see what to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I think I have things that I know I can do.
You just don't like it.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if it will be enough.
Also, guys, don't forget, for an easy $50, you can make Zero's life even worse than it is already and make him do a random hunt.
Yeah.
So he has to go all the way back to Rabanastor, pick it, and do it.
Well, actually, that would,
That sounds wonderful.
In some levels, that would actually help because it would be more money.
How much you get?
For like 500 per hunt.
500.
That doesn't sound a lot.
That's not a lot.
And you're 10,000 short.
Yeah.
So we need $20, $50 donations.
Well,
to get you to where you need to be.
Well, the more we get, the more money you start getting from them. Like, for example, Wyvern Lord would be 10,000 gil already. So if we can get 3 hunts, then we can do Wyvern Lord, and that would solve the money issue.
What other hunts available right now? Cockatrice is one, right?
There's Cockatrice, Rock Toys, Nidhogg, Flowering Cactoid, and Wraith.
So what was it, $50 for a hunt?
Yeah.
So how about you need to do 3 to unlock the 10k one?
Well, I need to do 2 to unlock the 10k one, and then
okay. So how about
third one would be the.
Okay, how about we do a Christmas bundle then? Buy 2 get 1 free. So for the low price of $100 donation, we can get
3 hunts.
3 hunts instead of 2.
That sounds insane.
If I'm reading correctly, too, that would also satisfy the Zodiac Spear incentive. Is that right?
Yeah, that would.
Yeah, that was met, right?
Was it?
No, it's 100 off.
Yeah.
Or it's
100 off?
88 off.
Yep.
So you can get 2 in 1. Hunts and Zodiac Spear, right?
Yep.
Yeah, everybody's winning.
So I forgot why we're here. Like, we need counsel from one of from the elder
so
here, right?
So we need to, like, we have the Dawn Shard, but now we don't know how to use it. So we go and ask these people how to. They could tell us how to use our new nuclear weapon.
Okay, so as someone who hasn't played the game, who are these people to begin with?
They're Garif, and they live by the old ways, is the explanation. So the magicite lore is part of their culture or something, and then we ask them, and like, this guy, I don't know about the stone, ask about the elders, and also give this stick to a war chief. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go and give him that stick. You can also not give it. And you can progress the story, but then you get a lower value item in return, so you don't really want to do that. Apparently we found out that actually you can save like 8 seconds by not giving that, or talking to like a different NPC and getting that, but you lose like 1,000 gil, so.
It's fine. You're just gonna do 2 hunts and then the 10k one, and then that makes up for it.
I'm gonna want all the money I need.
Yeah.
Or all the money I can get.
Sorry, as a way, did you have to do clan hall or anything?
I always do Clan
Okay.
Hall, so. Like with killing the first demon wall, like you always go to a clan hall because the Electrum sells for so much money.
Sure. Oh, so you didn't start doing that all the time until the first demon wall came into the route?
Yeah, like first we will like, well, let's always kill the first demon wall because it gives so much LP, and I'm like, well, why not go to, like it started as a backup strat, and then I started to realize that these runs where I use these backup strats are a lot better than the ones where I don't use it.
Right.
So like, probably I'm gonna do this every time now.
Yeah. I appreciate the rhythmic qualities of this chocobo ride. You even got like the sprint squawk. Oh,
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
No chests, because why would I get money?
Or
Yeah, that's another reason why Zodiac Age is so much better than the original game. Chests are much more streamlined.
It's a blessing and a curse. At least on the regards to the chests.
Yeah, I reset the chocobo to get the sprints.
Yep, the chocobo ride could make it all the way to where we need to go, but it turns out it's faster to dismount and get another one for the sprints.
If you actually don't check for the chests, it's faster to not dismount.
Right.
But because I checked, oh right, cutscene.
Yeah.
Because I checked for them, then
Yeah, that chest is pretty important. It can have one of the most important accessories we need for the next hour or two of the run called the Golden Amulet, which doubles LP when you kill enemies. Love to see you do some JP runs. You can get real creative with the turbo when it comes to the rhythm.
So that double LP accessory makes me think, when you do PB attempts or like world record attempts or whatever, is there like some really huge bottleneck that destroys most of the runs because you need this drop, or like if you, or like some
you can buy them right after the next boss.
But maybe something else? Like there is of course a lot of variety with chests. Is there something that is?
So I mean, up until now, obviously it's gonna be like the second Dustia farm is definitely like Zero said, that would have not even been considered to continue with that in a PB attempt.
All right.
But then other than that, there's jelly farming, but that's a little more consistent than Dustia drops in terms of what we need from it. But then other than those two things, it's quite literally every boss from here on out will and can kill your run. Sometimes it's nothing you can do, and sometimes it just is that close with the strats. Some of the fights have gotten a little more consistent with some newer tech that's been introduced in the past few years.
And is it just in the marathon settings like this? Is it more like I just go for saves and the normal strats, and if it doesn't work, I just load the save, or do you go for backup for like safety?
Well, Metako did tell me to, or I guess he dared me to use all the current strats, so we are doing that.
Yeah. Also, a problem with saving in this run is a lot of our setups for the bosses determine on like your HP. So when you touch a save crystal, you get all your HP.
Healed,
so then now you have to do a new setup, and a lot of the times you're going from one boss to the next without even like resetting up. You're kind of carrying it over to the next one. So like it can ruin that. But that's just time loss. It's not so much ruining anything.
Yeah, but I'm saving, and then I am trying the quote-unquote riskier strats that I wouldn't probably normally do in a marathon run.
Yeah.
But well, there is one at Tiamat coming up here that I would normally probably use the old strat if I were in a normal marathon situation. But today, even if Metago hadn't dared me, I would still do the new strat because it saves money, and mine really need money.
Yep. Yeah, the strat Zero is going to go for declines to buy a couple of weapons that we used to buy pretty much only exclusively for the Tiamat fight due to the Earth element attached to it.
Yeah, so we used to buy 2, now we buy... Well, back in the day we used to buy 3. Then for the longest time we used 2, but now there's a strat to use 1. And I only got 1 of them, so we shall see how it goes.
How long do we have until Tiamat anyways?
Like
5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
like that.
In the meantime, we have a $5 donation from Decam65 saying, please sing the Finnish national anthem.
Sing the Finnish national anthem?
Yep.
I mean, this is probably the most downtime you're getting for the next little bit, Zero. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Now's a perfect opportunity.
The whole thing or just the first?
$5 whole, Zero.
Yeah.
$5 whole. They didn't pay $5.
That warrants the full one.
They didn't donate $5 for one line.
Okay, I need to do the shop first, though.
Yeah, of course.
and the menu.
I think it was like Finland. Oh, Finland, you're the beautifulest country.
Hold on.
That sounds like a fan version.
And cold.
And cold, and
yeah.
and chill.
No, I do need both here because I need to set up Traveler. Licensee. Vanilla. Get that.
So yeah, we mentioned before you have to license everything in this game. That includes summons as well. So we can only license one summon to one character one time. So if you were to assign it to Vaughn, then Vaughn gets that Esper for the entirety rest of the game.
I'm licensing shielded armor, even though there's no way I can afford it. But just Traveler. I definitely should have skipped Traveler. That's.
Are you setting it up for Tiamat still, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're waiting for Zero to do this menu. This is a pretty long menu. And then on the way out, I'd imagine he will oblige.
Yeah.
So what's the better power progression system? Final Fantasy X Sphere Grid or the license board?
I like the license board.
Yeah.
You're absolutely not biased about that, right?
No bias at all.
And to be fair, they technically do different things. Like, stat growth is in the Sphere Grid for FF12 or FF10. I mean, there's technically, like, you can get HP plus 50 on the license board, but, like, levels matter way more in this.
What can I
sell?
Yeah. Guess I can. I can't really sell here anyway because I need it for later.
Yeah.
Or I need to sell it for later. So.
You're still trying to get shielded?
Not shielded. I'm trying to get a flame staff.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, and I guess while Zero is doing this menu, I couldn't help but notice that a little bit ago there was a donation incentive that's on the screen for Final Fantasy dad jokes. Now, I don't know who's dishing them out, but I know someone here is capable. A $10 donation per one joke, that's right. And I think that's a discount. Especially if you're asking me to do it, that's definitely a discount. So someone will be delivering the jokes, $10 a pop, all going to Make-A-Wish International. It's a good cause. Questionably good jokes. Everyone's a winner.
I could at least bring one, I think. I can think of one.
It's not my forte. I wouldn't even say I enjoy it, but I think I could come up with one. Easily.
Oh, we just have to read them out, okay.
Okay, I think my money is somewhat doable. I mean, my money is not doable. My money is doable. My armor isn't. I don't have any armor on Vaughn, other than his starting armor, and that's gonna make things interesting, to say the least.
Sure.
For Hennemines, we'll see how things go. But yeah, I guess we needed the Finnish national anthem. Okay.
Correct.
And Larry B, that is a Final Fantasy dad joke, not just your run-of-the-mill dad joke.
Okay. Everyone ready? Cover your
Absolutely.
ears. And Oimamme Suomi synnin maa, soi sana kultainen. Ei laaksoa, ei kukkulaa, ei vettä rantaa rakkaampaa, kuin kotimaa tää pohjoinen, maa kallis isien. Ei laaksoa, ei kukkulaa, ei vettä rantaa rakkaampaa, kuin kotimaa tää pohjoinen, maa kallis isien.
That was excellent. Let's go.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you for your donation. Oh, yes. Well done.
Thank you.
Assuming someone in chat was asking for a free sample of the dad jokes before they.
Is that something you're willing to give? Because, like,
how?
Right, especially for charity. I mean, if we were selling dad jokes, I feel you. It's going to charity. It's for a good cause. I think you should have faith. I think you'll be satisfied with your donation.
We could maybe discount the first one instead of making a free sample. Thoughts?
Maybe 2 for the price for 1 for the first one?
2 for 1? Yeah. Spirit of Christmas?
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, right.
No armor.
Yeah. At least die both here.
Yeah, I think we can do that. A 2 for 1 bundle for the first, right?
Okay, no, let's do this. Yeah, 2 for 1. If you the first person to do 10 will do 2 jokes. How about that? I think that's fair.
Yeah.
And then 1 joke for $10 elsewhere.
But by 2 different people.
Yeah. I think that's reasonable.
We have some variety.
That's a value. All right, so Zero here is using the move Traveler. This is what I was alluding to earlier. So even though this is a 360-degree movement game, we do technically have step manipulation for this. So the way Traveler works is Traveler does damage based on the amount of steps you've taken since the last time you used Traveler. And so we just use Traveler there to set up that last time we used Traveler. And we will be using that on Tiamat, and we have it routed just so that from here, if we take the same path in the same way every single time, we'll get max value on Traveler. Traveler is really tight because every 1,000 steps you take, it rolls over back to 0. So the only amount of steps that gives you max value is between 990 and 999 steps. So you have a 9-step window to not overstep or understep. So we do have this tied down to, within 9 steps. And obviously, we do have a little bit of room during the Tiamat fight to walk and move around. So that's the idea. Assuming we can make it there alive.
Be better.
It's looking quite grim currently, but then again, I'm not very well informed on this game. Or the run, for that matter.
So, in order to save money here, I'm assuming that's what... Zero's doing here. So instead of us having to use our potions, our guest in our party here, Larsa, has potions, and her, just like us, you can see that her gambits are on, and her gambit is set up to, I think it's like under 25% to use a potion on anyone in the party. So to save potions, therefore money, Zero is leveraging that.
That's a pretty big time investment, but I guess we're desperate, right?
That's truly how bad the Dustia farm was today. It was extremely poor. Like, would you think it's safe to say bottom 5 to 10% of Dustia farms was that one?
Yeah, probably bottom 1%.
Yeah, like it was extremely bad.
I would say pretty standard for marathon run, right?
Yeah.
As it goes.
I'm 1 HP or 2 HP more too much.
Yep.
Or actually 3 HP, I guess. 400 is where I would get a hype.
Right. Now you'll get it.
Now I'll get it, yeah. One more screen to get through.
Yep.
We have 2 characters.
I can't speak for everyone, but yes, we're definitely sleeping. This marathon, while going most of the day, is not going 24/7. I personally take sleep pretty seriously. I'd imagine everyone else here enjoys sleep, so we are definitely sleeping. Some of us more than others.
I was about to say that.
Yeah. There was a couple comrades last night going pretty late into the night, and we definitely appreciate that. So.
Yeah, I mean, gamers and sleeping is not always going so well together, right?
But as we get older, albeit still gaming, it definitely hurts more and more every time.
It's very noticeable compared to a decade ago.
Exactly.
I mean, it's always like you get older, you get more responsibilities and obligations and everything, but and there is only so much you can substitute for gaming, right?
Well,
sleep is one of the things.
Yeah.
Alright, so this is Tiamat now?
Yeah.
So this is the room before Tiamat, so there'll be a save, I'd imagine, a little bit of setup, and then Tiamat immediately after. I can confirm Carcinogen did get some rest. Carcinogen is alive and well and in the venue. I see you, ESA.
I'm pretty sure we have a second before Tiamat, right? 'Cause we have a...
it's like it is right now, but go and speak now or forever hold your peace.
Because we have a $50 donation from The Sizz. Might I suggest the Trickster Hunt? Always one of my favorites.
You can suggest, but I don't have it opened yet. But if I will get it opened, then sort of disable it.
Fortunately, we're getting a disable a go opener here, which is pretty much worst case scenario.
Both got disabled, not that it matters that Vanilla got disabled, but still.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm minorly educated on the strat that Zero's going for here, but we're pretty much trying to get Tiamat into a loop of going from reflect to something and then back to reflect and then something. by leveraging that warp moat. We haven't really talked about it too much today, and we'll definitely see it here in a little bit. I guess I don't know what they call it these days, but I used to call it ATB clogging. So all actions in the run have a certain segment of an invisible gauge that you can't see to prevent so many attacks from happening at the same time. There's some attacks in this game that have a very big animation, so if all those were to happen at the same time, the console would probably blow up. So in order to combat that, they assign each action in the game a certain value, and only in an added of 8, all those can happen at the same time. So warp mode is a really big number for where it clogs up the queue, so it prevents other attacks from happening while that attack is going off. But then, as we alluded to before, you can change someone's equipment to cancel any action. So effectively, we're clogging the queue with this item that we're never really going to use, and then canceling it so we don't actually use the item.
I guess it's to prevent the boss from doing an action, right?
Correct.
Right.
And we'll see this at a much bigger scale later on in the run. But items like moats, espers are a great way to clog the queue. All right, so Breath is coming here. Just hits Fran, so that's good. So then now he'll be trying to finish the fight with Traveler. And we should be good. Well done, first try.
GG's.
Okay.
Agreed.
Absolutely. All right, so to get back to the Trickster Hunt,
7, 8,
what do we need
9,
to...
10.
We need a lot of
13, 14.
a lot of
Did we get something?
We did.
Okay.
We have another $10 donation from Seductive Spatula. Let's hear what you got. Bring on the dad jokes.
All right. You want me to take it?
I'll leave the honor to you.
I'll take the first one so that I'll be more seasoned for the rest of them, because it's going to be rough for me. All right, so FF dad joke. What kind of shoes do white mages wear?
What?
Heels. They wear heels. And I believe, keeping our end of the deal here, I believe we did have a 2-for-1 offer on the first donation.
That is correct.
Oh yeah, I have one.
You do have one, then please.
I have one.
I think we're ready.
Okay, here it comes. Why did Tifa walk out of the room when she saw Aerith talking with Cloud? Because she could not bear it.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Keep them coming, but also at the same time, you know, there's me to deal with here, you know.
Yeah, we should do a hunt though.
Yeah. Definitely.
Is Trickster possible? I know the
Trickster
last
is not available yet, so we cannot do it right now. But we can save it for later.
Okay.
And then.
Do you need the money enough to do a hunt right now, or do you want to save it until we can get the Trickster?
I mean, I'll do the hunt soon, but I'll definitely prioritize Trickster when it's available.
Very good.
Sounds good.
Not sure how many hunts you need for Trickster.
I'll try to get some info for you. And then
I'd like to say 10, but I'm not sure.
10 hunts?
Maybe. I might be.
That's a lot.
Not sure if that's...
We're going to need a lot
It's at
more...
most 10, I think. Because we do 10... Yeah, in order from Rosha, we get it unlocked after 10. We don't do it at that point yet, but...
We're going to need a lot of 50 balls in order to get Trickster naturally, so
yeah.
Keep them coming.
Or the 100 bundles.
Yeah, we are doing a 3 for 2 right, or no,
yeah.
100 for 3 instead of 50 for 1 deal. Yep. I believe that'll be going throughout the rest of the run, so definitely take advantage. It's going to a great cause. everyone's a winner. And yeah, if it hasn't been said already, this will begin the yeah, we'll call it the final grind section of the run. It's done in 2 parts, yeah?
Probably 3 at this point.
Okay,
but,
yeah.
I need money to buy an armor for Vaughn desperately, so...
Yeah, we had to sell Vaughn's armor and
Well,
Jahara.
I just never bought Vaughn armor because I couldn't afford it.
Yeah. So yeah, especially in a marathon setting like this farming section will be a good opportunity to make up anything we've missed up until now. So hopefully most of our concerns of money shortage from before are going to be alleviated after this grind. And let it be known, this grind is arguably more dangerous than either of the grinds that we've done up until this point. These jellies hit hard.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them.
And I only have 1 Phoenix down.
Correct. So if any of them die, we have 1 Phoenix down, and if any of them die after that, we have to leave, hit a save crystal, and come back. Like, the entire reason we're doing this is, I mean, just like before, it's for LP, it's for experience, it's for drops, therefore money. And we really can't afford to just have someone dead for any part of it. So up until maybe like the middle of the second part of this, it is an extremely dangerous grind compared to like just your average grind for a
yeah,
run.
I mean, it is supposed to be a trap room, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's funny that we picked the trap room to grind in, even though it makes sense like logically, but like the counterpoint is that then it's then so dangerous because it is a trap room. So.
Right.
Yeah, and that first room went surprisingly well, so I am going for another room here.
Without touching?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, so again, remember before, the reason that we were able to farm Dusty as efficiently as we were is because we would leave the screen before the experience and LP would show up for when you killed the enemy. That makes it so that Dusty will just respawn over and over and over again, but that's not normal. Any enemy that you fight in this game that's normal, if you defeat them, you have to leave 2 screens, 2 independent screens, so you can't just do a transition on the same screen, but 2 independent loading zones, then return to the screen for the enemies to show up again. So that's why every time here we'll go to the trap room, activate the switch that spawns the jellies, then leave 2 rooms, and then come back and do the switch again, fight the enemies, and repeat until we have what we need, which in this case is going to be at least 2, probably for today 3 sessions consecutively. So, and again, just a reminder, I thought the first 2 Final Fantasy dad jokes, as someone that doesn't like dad jokes, were pretty good, and I think it's a pretty good value. So definitely keep them coming during this this grind section to keep yourselves and ourselves entertained. So that's going to be our Phoenix down there, X-Pot there for Larsa, but then we got Pinello, and yeah. So we're just immediately going to have to leave now. I don't know if Zera's going to elect to go ahead and leave just to buy Phoenix Downs.
Oh, I definitely am leaving, and
okay.
I'm going to buy a armor. Okay. I should be able to afford that now.
Yep, so then yes, certainly it'll be a 3-session grind for jellies today, if we consider this the first one.
Yeah. I feel like I got decent money out of it, so...
It's not for nothing, yeah.
The first room was really good. I was really happy with that, and the second room, well, unfortunately it was cut short, but...
Yeah, so we're looking for yellow liquid, are the most valuable drops from these, and I did see quite a bit on that first session, so... Yes, so we did die with only 1 Phoenix down. We had to use the Phoenix down, and then another character died, so we're cutting this first jelly session short so that we can go buy more Phoenix downs as well as other things. Your world record attempt for FF12 would be 2 jelly grinds.
Sometimes even only 1. You have really good money.
Right.
For that. Like, if you can afford at least 2 golden amulets before.
Yep. And that was one of the chests that Zero Scar missed earlier. Not missed, but it didn't spawn for him, which has a chance of being a golden amulet when we dismounted the Chocobo and re-entered the Chocobo, so...
We might not have gotten the golden amulet, but we have another $10 from Mistress Darna. Yes, give me all the dad jokes. Less than 3.
I mean, a donating person, they'll definitely be getting their wish. Would you like to take this one?
Do I have a choice?
Sorry, wrong way to say it. Will you take this one?
All right.
This one doesn't make sense, though.
What do you mean?
Why did the chocobo cross the road? He was going for a quail. That's a Final Fantasy IX joke. Someone tell the FF7 version.
Yeah, so the proper version of the joke. Why did the chocobo cross the road? He was going for a warp. There you go. Thank you for your donation. Oh, thank you.
Is that what they say in FF7?
Yeah, that's like the noise.
Okay, I wouldn't know because I've never played that.
Or I guess what would you call that? The onomatopoeia?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Close. Close.
I feel you.
Goosebird is already practicing.
Right.
Okay, so time for a hunt, right?
Sure.
Oh, nice.
We had one unlocked so far.
So one to satisfy at the moment.
Yeah, one to satisfy.
Yep.
Okay. So
what will it be?
I think we're going to pick whichever has the
most money.
Yeah.
Speaking of money, we are incredibly close to hitting the $3,000 mark. Can we do that before we hit 3 hours of the run? Surely we can. We only need $13.
You mean the $3,000 work?
That's one dad joke. We're one dad joke away from the Zodiac Spear, y'all.
Coloring Cactoid, Brave, and I'm picking all of them up so I don't have to go back here eventually if necessary.
Yeah, that's the one I was trying to pull up right now.
Ice cream boat challenge.
500 gil gauntlets ether.
Yeah, that's probably the best I can do right now. And Wraith is also closest and fastest to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Wraith.
Yeah, so the story here is that the girl, there's like a young Sikh in the building, like child, covering in fear because he saw a ghost in the sewers, and is now asking us to get rid of the ghost for us.
Just an update for you, Zero, if it currently matters. According to the FF Wiki, which obviously take that with a grain, you can do Trickster after going to Mount Baralmises. I don't know if it's Mount Baralmises as well as 10 hunts done?
Yeah, it's both.
Okay.
I probably don't need to reflect on it. Let's steal from him as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Or he could do that. Okay, whatever.
Never lucky.
Never lucky.
Probably wouldn't.
Okay, so
have
is that our hunt?
Yeah, that's our hunt.
That was
Okay.
Thank you for your $50 donation for that hunt. We're still taking them.
And for your support for the money.
Yeah. 50 for 1, 100 for 3. We're taking them for the next 3 hours, yo.
Yep. Speaking of 3 hours, we have approximately 2 minutes left to hit that $3,000 mark before 3 hours into the run.
2 dad jokes, yo.
How far are we away?
$13.
$13. There is a dad joke in it.
Yep.
It's a joke and a half.
Yeah.
A joke and a half.
I will provide a feed line for $3.
production has just told us that there's some very special ones that you definitely want to hear.
Yeah.
So keep those donations coming.
So did we buy the Phoenix Downs?
Yeah, I did buy Phoenix.
So I guess we're going back for more flan grinds?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay, alright. I'm breaking the third wall here. This next joke is really funny.
This next joke has a typo in it.
Please.
I don't know what that third word is. I've never seen it like that.
Yeah, this is worth the $10 the moment.
Don't worry about it, Tuck. Don't worry about it. Just pretend it doesn't exist. The typo, I mean.
Yeah.
Are people just telling jokes in chat for free? Just write the joke in French then. Don't just put French name.
Oh, that would be funny. Joke in French. We can read it out in French.
Can we though?
We can try.
Oh yeah,
that's where we're at.
It's a real shame we don't actually have someone who speaks French at the event who's in the room right now. The bigger room. The entire room.
You speak French?
You see this tear speak French?
I mean, that went pretty well, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
We know how armor, so...
Yeah, that makes a big difference. Yeah, I don't want to say that like every single second of jelly grinding is like dangerous, but it gets away from you so quickly. Like the moment you get like a jelly comboing and then all of a sudden it's two jellies comboing and before you even realize that your character's down.
And like the most dangerous thing that can happen is Larsa getting confused because you lose your healer and your healer starts attacking your party and he actually deals more damage to my party than
the jellies do.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's when things get really scary, but and that happened in the previous room, but I think another jelly hit him or something. Ash also got confused, so maybe Ash...
She hit herself.
Maybe Ash hit Larsa, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be a thing in this run, like a common theme in this run, right? That like from one moment to the other, it's suddenly complete chaos.
That's the problem, is that this run doesn't exactly advertise itself as being full throttle all the time, but it just, unless you're preparing yourself for that, it'll just happen.
It's like you often have speedruns where the run dies slowly because of like 10 seconds here, 15 seconds there, you know, and at some point you're like, okay, this is not PBable anymore. It seems like FF12 is more like a, this is PBable, this is PBable, this is PBable, run is dead.
Exactly. There's like, obviously you could have like the worst case scenario on all the boss fights but still survive and then your run dies that way, but you're exactly right, like your runs just die in this, like because of death, not because of gradual time loss most of the time when you're going for records. So
if you would like to see a gradual time loss on a Sid 2 fight, I'm a bit of an expert at that.
All right, we also have two $15 donations here. one from Anonymous.
Production, bring back the joke. I need it.
Hit us with the dad joke.
And we made the 3K.
And
Right?
3K.
And
Congratulations.
Why is the joke not in French? Someone translate it to French.
That 3,000
Oui,
will
oui.
now be picking up the best weapon in the game, the Zodiac Spear, for the street cred. Now, your dad joke. What do Aerith and Mediterranean cuisine have in common? Anyone?
No, what?
You can find them both on skewers.
Have you come to tell the joke in French, Tier?
Too early.
At least after disc 1. After disc 1.
On French, what do le Erith and Mediterranean cuisine have in common? You can find both on skewers.
Ah! Oui, oui.
Qu'est-ce qu'Iris et la cuisine méditerranéenne ont en commun? On trouve les deux dans les brochettes.
Oh.
Close.
Le magnifique.
All right, and then. Oh, I apologize. The second donation was a $13 donation.
I see.
From Kara Kaiku. Let's hear them funny jokes. Also, maybe Pet Yoshi.
Pet Yoshi. All right, I can definitely take care of that part.
Can we get some Yoshi from production?
Ah. So cute. Sorry.
Look at our faces.
Does anyone have a Final Fantasy dad joke on the couch they would like to present? Anyone else?
Let me Google this.
Google. From the heart, Mataka. My
From the heart.
goodness.
All right, pick a game.
It's Googling from the heart.
A dad joke from oh no, that's not going to be tasteful.
The joke is at the end of the dad. There's a joke.
Wait, no, wait, hang on. Give me a minute. I can work this out.
Okay.
King.
You have 1 minute. If not, I'll be. Whoa. Whoa. Something feels wrong. Does anyone feel like something quacky's going on?
Right.
Honk.
Stop what I'm trying to. The obvious joke is like
You're getting a little more than it could be because it started late.
Did someone cast decoy on all of us?
I love that joke. That's a dad joke enough for me.
It's not even me casting me. I just look like that.
Yeah. There are very significant differences between the Zodiac Age and the PS2 versions of this game, both casually and in a speedrun, but definitely more even in a speedrun. The strategies here are completely different due to how licensing works. Our main form of damage dealing in this speedrun is using magic and reflecting that magic off of ourselves, whereas in the Zodiac Age runs, it's pure just weapons and DPS. Zodiac Age also obviously has Stightengrot as well, which this version doesn't have, but I don't even think we would use Stightengrot in this version if we could get it. So yeah, very, very, very different speedruns.
So while we're walking back here, we're still waiting for Taco to cook up this dad joke.
Components of the joke, you work out the punchline. So it's like, did you hear the one about when Titus went fishing with his dad? Titus, you know who he is. You know his work.
Who's this Ty what?
Ty who? But then the joke is that Titus's dad is a fish, so he caught his dad when he was fishing, and then something to do with fins.
But just like that fish, Jack let him go. And by that I mean, grab a pack of smokes, never come back. But or, you know, sin. It's something like that.
I still don't know what character we're talking about.
Checked?
You just need to play FF10, Zeal.
Oh my goodness.
And you too will see the wonder of Titus inject.
I feel like I'm not...
Titus injects what?
I feel like I'm not European enough to explain this correctly, but can someone describe what the ice cream boat challenge is again?
I just got the joke. You can say Titus inject. So like you inject something, but also he's inject because he goes inside Sin as the final dungeon of the game. Anyway, I'll be here all day. Ice cream. The ice cream boat challenge is very simple. It's basically ice cream in a wafer. You get 6 of them in a box. You open the box, they come in a package. They're all in the package, and then it's a race. You're allowed to open the package with your hands, but you're only allowed to eat the ice cream boat with a fork. So timer starts, rip open the ice cream boats from the wrapping, get the fork in there, eat them as quickly as possible. It's a time and honored tradition of Final Fantasy speedrunning at live. Oh gosh, why are there ice cream boats in the room?
Oh hello, what is that?
That's an ice.
Can we?
Those are ice cream boats.
Can we get a close up of the ice cream
monstrosity.
boat here? I mean, this 6 of these down the hatch.
6 of those RTA back to back,
Fork only.
single segment.
And I believe we'll be doing some sort of ice cream boat challenge at a 4K or 3750, one of the 3750 milestone.
So yeah, if we get 3,750 before the end of FF12, so basically you're going to see regular people eating ice cream and 0 eating ice cream very fast.
He is the undisputed champion of this challenge.
Smart.
So we are $735 away from that. Surely we can hit that before the end of this run.
I think we're capable.
Absolutely.
I know chat will come through for us. And for the Make-A-Wish International. Alright, so yeah, we're done with jelly farming. Yes?
No, we're just going to buy flame stuff.
Oh, right. Still don't have one.
Well, I have one on Penelo. I need one
Right.
on Ash as well.
Yeah. Just goes to show we would have had 2 flame staves, you know, almost an hour ago, and that's just how bad of luck we had on Dusty.
Yep.
What were the chances again to get one?
In a whole Dusty grind, nominally, I'd say
Probably like
50%
I'd
to get
say
one.
To get at least one, I would say probably like 85%.
Yeah. So maybe 50% for 2.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, probably something like 50
Yeah.
for 2.
This is absolutely life.
This is absolutely live.
Yes. I'll tell you what, tell me your favorite dad joke and I'll say it on stream to prove that this is live. Does that work?
Sometimes in the future, there's going to be a restream of this and someone is going to ask me if this is live at this exact moment.
Wow, we're going deep with the next one.
Yeah.
Holy.
No comment, I suppose.
Yeah.
I would enjoy it.
So but the thing is, okay, hang on.
I would instantly read that out.
Yeah, no. So the reality is like if no one wants to take the hit on this, I'll do it. That's fine.
Yeah.
But like, so instead of okay, I'll tell you the alternate one. But yeah, I'll say that. I don't care. You're welcome.
There's some great music in this.
It truly is amazing music. I'm trying to think of like where the last lackluster tracks are in this game. They're just not usually as epic. Like I feel like FF8, for example, last night has a lot of like epic tracks.
They're not as memorable, but they're very
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of serenity more in the FF12 tracks than like tension.
Yeah, they beat every single Final Fantasy 12 track hits the area really well.
Yeah.
Like
the mood, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's one that we get to. I can't remember what the area is called, but it's the one where it's like it has no business going as hard as it goes. It's you walk into a forest and all you just get a massive blaring of horns and brass to your face. But I'd love to hear this track played live by an orchestra. That French horn solo is beautiful.
I like how even Goosebird has a duck face.
Yeah, that's almost like, who are you trying to impersonate here? The OG Goose. All right, back to continue our jelly grind.
Also, especially on this track, for example, you can I don't know what the composer was again. Like, does anyone know the composer from FF12? I forgot. But it's the same composer that also made the music for Vagrant Story.
Sure.
And this track is very, very similar to one in Vagrant Story. And you can absolutely hear it in this one.
As someone who's never played the game but at least knows about it, like, I feel like this area or this dungeon probably fits like the aesthetic of Vagrant Story
Absolutely.
the most, so that kind of makes sense. Supposedly, yeah. I'm not the lore guy, but I have heard that Vagrant Story is in the same universe as this game.
Yes, it is. Vagrant Story is like very far in the future. I think it was than FF12. Final Fantasy Tactics 2. Final Fantasy Tactics is very far in the past.
Yeah. I think like isn't it in what the PSP version of Tactics where you can get Balthier or something like that?
Yeah, there is cameos in,
yeah.
in Tactics. There's also Cloud in Tactics.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually an interesting point there. So if you notice, Zero Scar just left the screen without picking up any drops, and this alludes to what we were talking about an hour or two ago, where now instead of prioritizing the money up front, we're prioritizing the chain level since we're killing so many jellies. So we're taking the option of not picking up the drops to make our chain level increase quicker, and then therefore when we're at the top chain level, then we will get the max value on the drops. So
I guess it has several benefits because on higher chain levels you also have a higher chance to get the buffs and the healing, right, which makes the grind safer, right?
Definitely doesn't hurt for this, especially Protect.
And like yeah, you get Protect, you get heals more, you get MP. Like Ash just like Penela has Headsman, which allows her to regain MP every time she kills an enemy. So she basically is good for MP always, but Ash needs the MP from the heals as well. Yeah. And yeah, with skipping the loot in the first screen, it basically guarantees that I get the highest chain level in the second room. Assuming I don't pick up any drops until I get it, and then after I get that chain level, then I can start picking up the drops. So waiting for one more chain level, and then I pick up the drops.
There it is.
Nothing is pushing these serotonin levels more than picking up high chain level
It has
items.
just the right sort of sound animation too. It's satisfying.
It's like the visual effect with the glowing and the really big icon, right? And picking it up and suddenly everything's flashing and you get a buff and
yeah,
it's great.
And just to finish the point from earlier, Ash left that room with about 34 MP. but that was the room where we also collected all the drops that we had left. If we hadn't gotten the MP regen from those drops, then Ash would have pretty much been at 0 MP. So to what Zero was talking about before, like her MP definitely matters way more. Yes, we will be doing some sort of ice cream boat challenge at $3,750 total raised. The ice cream boat challenge is 6 ice cream boats in a box, so some would call that massive. Some people would call that breakfast. Some people call that breakfast. You would be one of them. So for this particular run today, Zero, and now this particular grind, do you have a threshold to leave now that you're on your pretty much your last grind? 99 liquids.
Yeah, I'm
obviously.
thinking, how many do I need? Let's get my next money calculator out. I have I guess to be safe, I would need to have like 40,000 gil from this, which would be about
How much are liquids?
500 each.
500 pop.
So, or
80
530.
liquids minus the water magistrates.
Yeah.
So something like 36, 38. Which I think you should be able to get that just fine.
Yeah, I'll probably do one more room after this, I think.
That's probably good. Unless you want to check beforehand, but I think 2 should be enough.
I got 18 there, so that's I'm at 48 right now.
Liquids?
Yeah, approximately.
Okay.
So
probably 2 more at least then.
Well, I probably no, one will be enough.
For 80 liquids?
Well, I don't need 80 liquids.
Oh, okay.
I need like 60.
Okay.
Just considering that do I leave now or not, but I can do one more room.
Yeah.
I'm not also sure what my LP is like, but it's probably I'm probably gonna have way too much LP.
Close.
What's a dinosaur doing here in the mines?
Yeah.
Well, you're the lore guy, so you tell us.
I mean, someone at Square Enix thought like, hey, let's put a dinosaur here in the mines. Like, but yeah, the entrance is not even big. Whatever, he was like growing up in there.
Does there happen to be dinosaurs in Vagrant Story?
There is dinosaurs in Vagrant Story. I mean, there's dragons. Not sure about dinosaurs.
I probably overgrinded, but
today's a good day to do that.
Yeah.
Do you think the dinosaur is snacking on the bats?
There's a
Like, I
lot.
mean-
There are some places in the game where like the isn't it what cannibalize or something like that?
Right, you're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. They are hunting, right?
I think there's some enemies that can use cannibalize.
Are there any hunts unlocked? Because now would be a really good time to do one.
Well, I mean, we can, right, guys? $50 for a hunt? Still 100 for 3?
I'm assuming because Trickster. Oh yeah, I don't know if actually anyone's donated for him, but
A trickster?
no, just another hunt.
Oh, not yet.
Okay.
But we do have a new donation from Paulister, $18.
Oh.
Hello, ESA Legends. Hope this is a fun time all around, because it sure looks like it from my cozy home.
I can confirm. I'd like to think I can speak for everyone in saying that we're having a great time so far.
We're winning.
Yep.
We're having.
I am contractually obliged to say we're having a wonderful time.
Yep.
Everyone is loving it.
I'm not, so that's the T.
You're not obliged, or you're not saying.
Not obligated.
That's happened, even on normal streams, I've seen that happen, where it gets choppy and lags.
I love FMVs in this game. Sorry.
So there's two things. Since we had another $10 or higher donation, we get another dad joke, right?
Yep.
And we also have a channel point goal currently for 77,777 to move Goosebird.
Into the bin.
Whoa.
That's what you would want.
I'm going there. Team tier. Woo! Down with the goose.
Those are actually just Team Goose and Team.
No, the thing is, this is going to get met in 3 seconds.
Yeah.
They're going to be great.
77,777 was like a hundredth of the amount that it needs to be.
Okay.
I mean, we're at like 71, 70, 20.
Where are we moving him? Is it next to tackle?
Into the bin.
Ah.
How can I refund my channel points spent
All right.
on the channel point?
Chat, help us at least decide. Left side, right side.
Next donation gets to choose.
Chat plays move Goosebird. Right, the next one will be left or right.
Twitch plays Goosebird.
The move Goosebird channel point goal has been met.
Middle.
In front of the streamer.
On top of someone? Like, I'm not saying it's not possible. I just don't know for how long it is possible.
I'll give Goosebird a co-carry.
Yeah, who? Oh.
Behind.
Okay.
Oh, to be young again.
How do you feel about your new
Can't
position,
tell. Is he
Goosebird?
still in camera?
Ben.
Chat did vote overwhelmingly left side, though. So we're going to have to go somewhere over there. We could give Goosebird their own seat.
I mean, our left or their left?
What do you mean?
It's got to be their left. They're the ones watching.
Their left is over here.
He looks so comfy right now.
Oh, so true.
His hat is falling, though.
Not anymore.
And he has yet to give me his opinion on the situation.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but for me, when I look at him, he's more like a "what are you guys doing with me?" kind of expression. Right.
Apparently he's agreeing.
Good on money?
Yeah.
Very good.
So we made up the lack of 10k from earlier?
Yeah.
Yep, so we're pretty much done now in terms of money RNG for the rest of the run, which is fortunate. Really the only thing that's going to come down to is near the end of the run we're going to buy a bunch of X potions and maybe a couple spells as well. And those X potions will carry us through the rest of the run, so depending on how many of those we get, it can be a little tight. But nothing that'll make or break the run, really.
So seeing how we currently have a poll for where to move Goosebird, the left is indeed
Definitely winning
by
a 2-to-1 margin.
landslide.
Got about.
Although the bin is catching up a little.
Yeah.
I can do this. I'm I'm logged in. Wait for me.
If I had to look at this, you have like a minute left.
I don't care. Just pick one.
The bin.
Yeah, the one there that says including coffee cups.
Oh my gosh! But
Vote.
it says general waste. Surely you don't feel that way about a harmless living.
General waste
creature, right?
is generous for how I feel about Goosebird.
Isn't this a conflict of interest?
It really is.
I feel like it's a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to have professional interest in my work.
I think you're allowed to vote. That's fine. I don't think you get to decide what bin. That's a little.
Oh no! I mean, okay. I'm not. I'm not a monster.
I mean, I think it's fine, right? Isn't the bin the nickname for Metako's lap?
Is it?
I didn't know you knew about that. I wasn't aware that was public information.
Now we do, and it's very approachingly going to be headed towards your lap.
I will pay people IRL money to vote bin in this room.
That's definitely a conflict of interest.
What?
I'll pay people IRL money to call Metako's lap.
What you
bin.
should say is
no.
I will request people that donate to charity.
How did we lose by do over?
Oh,
do over.
going
Rigged voting.
Left. Yep. Right there. Right there.
Goosebird is going
next to his favorite friend, with his hat. Right in the middle. Here it comes.
To the left. To the left.
The duck is going places.
Sit me here and I go there.
All right, so we have options. We got on the couch, chilling, with the best view, I might add. We have in one of the runner's laps, Zeal's lap. We have hanging out on the floor, which might be Metako's vote if I had to guess. Thoughts, chat? What are we thinking?
Oh, we have a new poll.
Oh, okay.
Goosebird moves too.
You definitely don't get to vote this one.
yeah.
Tacos lap or
I'm fine with left, right, or bin, not this one.
Right, that's it.
What is?
Counter his vote, everyone.
What is that? That's the same thing.
Oh, do not challenge me.
Yeah. This is why I have my dummy tackle cut.
Dummy tackle. What other moments have you had like this, Metako?
You don't need to know. I have a very dark path.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway,
thank you all for the channel points.
Oh no.
Tackle 2, tackle.
Taco voice. This is so bad.
It's not looking good, Taco.
There we go.
So grammatically speaking, I don't want to be that guy, but like Metako's without an apostrophe indicates that there are multiple of me, which as we all know is impossible in the world that we occupy. So sadly that is null and void, and the only left option is the bin. Get wrecked, English language.
I kind of had a feeling you would say something like that.
This is the only thing I have to cling to.
It's going to be great when this goose gets on your lap and 10 minutes later you're going to go, well, this is actually quite comfy.
No, like, I will be napping with this goose.
Oh dear. On these back seats here, the goose is unironically pretty good. You don't really have back support and it gives you something to lean into. That's why I love them. I started off with them and it saved my back. I love how the youngest person here is talking about their back.
Okay, for a second I thought that was a song.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it looks like it's Metako's lap 1, right?
Take the bird.
we're gonna have to do the post tacos lap interview. How does it feel? Wonderful.
I mean, like, I'm genuinely thinking of like loopholes and stuff, and they're like tenuous at best, which is my favorite form of 10. But it's like, so it's like tacos lap. What if I do like a lap around the room?
I mean,
and then discard it.
You can come up with every loophole possible, and we just get to go charity.
True.
For the kids.
Even Goosebird agrees. I don't think you're getting out of this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, after all of that, he is going to sleep.
Taking a nap with his
He
new
is
best
napping
friend.
with the goods. He is off.
It's the small things in
It's
life.
the small. You wouldn't say.
Usually I take naps when I'm comfy. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no, please don't give me the goose.
Not the goose. Oh, how could it be? Woe is me. The first thing I thought is Goosebird smells better than I expected.
Is this your first statue room, Zero?
Huh?
Is this your first statue room?
This is not a statue room yet.
Oh, okay.
It's the pedestal.
Okay. Oh yeah, pedestal room is what I meant.
Yeah, that's the second pedestal. Like.
So yeah, this is probably the biggest where we switch the party members in terms of like distance in the run, in terms of where we're actually using the character instead of just swapping real quick, using that potion, and we're so far away from Vaughn that it keeps him in place. So now we can just do a quick switch instead of walking all the way back down, and we'll be doing that for the other side as well.
So, what was that green crystal?
Yeah, so...
It's just a regular save crystal, right?
Yeah,
No,
you should have talked to
it's
that.
a really special save crystal. It's a life crystal, actually.
So, I'm trying to think. Are there any other Final Fantasy games that have like trap chests or like trap anything?
I mean, trap chests.
Like
Sure, right?
Like I know
I mean, yeah, of
Dragon
course.
Dragon Quest, for example, has like it's a notable thing where they have like mimic chests where like you open a chest and it's not
Yeah.
actually a chest. I don't know.
I
if
mean, there's
any
probably
other-
more, but like in Final Fantasy IX, for example, Burmecia, there is a few mimic chests.
Okay.
When you talk to them, you fight a mimic.
Sure.
There are a lot of.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of Final Fantasies that have that. Like.
Just none
I know
coming to mind for some reason.
10 has them. I'm pretty sure.
FF1's got trap tiles, but it doesn't have.
Right. And sorry, I'm talking about anything before 13 in terms of that. But yeah, anyway, that is it is a fake crystal. That being said, then I believe this goes for every fake crystal in the game. Once you beat the crystal, it becomes a save crystal.
Yeah.
So.
Well, technically, the one in Nabreus becomes the teleport crystal.
Yeah. Sure.
But same difference.
Yeah. And I've over the past couple of minutes since I've been back, I've been seeing a lot of gift subs in the chat. Thank you all so much. And just a reminder that all the bits and the gift subs or just regular subs at all the proceeds of that are going directly to Make-A-Wish International.
It's my favorite dad joke.
That is.
Oh, I don't want to explain it, then it's not funny.
Then I'll just laugh.
Thanks. It's because so production have been sliding notepads onto our preview screen for us to read dad jokes, and then they've been sliding messages on and stuff as well. So the joke is that that was meant to be a dad joke. It doesn't matter. Keep up.
The goose is getting to you, man. Hi, SK. And yes, FF2, I'm not sure. FF12, I think now that I remember, and the Nalbina dungeon has mimic chests as well. I'm not sure about FF2. Ooh, Duck Goose donation incentive anyone?
Ooh.
Or Speedrunner Goose.
But how much for Goose and Taco to sing a duet?
That would be painful.
I think that would be amazing.
Put it on for channel points. I don't even need money to sing with the goose.
But you need worlds to be moved to have it in your lap? Or to not have it in your lap, rather?
Look, we all have to accept things in our lives, all right?
Yeah.
Things have changed. This is also my favorite far away.
Yeah, so this is your first instance of it in the run, right? Doing immobile warps?
Yeah, like immobilized spawning.
So yeah, this is kind of in vein of the technique we were using before, where you have an enemy or one of your party members use an item to keep them in place. This is a little more advanced, so we're doing the same sort of thing other than the moving part when we switch back to the party member. Instead, the party member is so far away from us that when we switch to that party member, it despawns all the enemies around Vaughn. So all you have to do is just be far enough away from your mobilized character, but then just switch them and switch back, and it'll despawn all the enemies near you. It's like this, so now all the zombies are gone. And that's a technique we'll be using out throughout the rest of the run, at least for the next couple hours. It's one of the ways we can be so low level given what we're doing. Even though we've done all that farming and stuff, we're still at a fairly average level, probably lower than what someone casually would be at this point, even though we did all of that grinding. Which just goes to show how minimalist the run is when it comes to trying to gather like LP and experience out of the way. And it's only 3 grinds, but again, when you play this game normally, you're usually fighting every single enemy in every single dungeon. You're doing all the hunts. So instead of doing all of that, just 3 grinds, it's definitely worth it.
What's better than a statue troll?
Oh yeah.
2 statue trolls.
So yeah, unfortunately Zero here has gotten trolled 2 times. There's 2 statues here that we have to turn in a certain direction. And they can be facing either one of 3 different ways other than just the way that they need to be facing. So obviously 2 of those directions is going to be one 90-degree rotation, but then you can get the bad luck, the 1 and 3, and have to do a 180-degree rotation. And then of course that's now happened twice for an 11% chance to have both of those happen. So
they can never have the right direction?
It'll never be in the correct direction already.
It's never crossed my mind if you have to do 2 turns on the second statue to do another immobilized despawn.
Yep.
To do the second.
Yep. So immobilization despawn's been around for a while. I'm not sure we were using it for that for a while, because that was one of the danger points back in the day, was if you did have to do a 180, then you'd kind of have to survive until you're able to do that second 90-degree rotation. So being able to use that is really useful. And again, I can't help but emphasize, you're not really supposed to be able to be tanking all of these hits. If we weren't doing that, there's no way we would survive at these levels, at least not easily. So it's really important that we're doing that. But now we are headed towards the next boss / summon / Esper Mateus. Or sorry, Venue Scar. I always forget there's the mid here. There's not a lot of mid bosses in this game, honestly. So yeah, Venue Scar. So
Bump a line, leave the girls.
All right, he was the guy with the metal gear, right?
Yep. So anyone wearing metallic gear here would have a slower ATB than everyone else. So you can see like Bonds is the steel ATB is going up way slower than this Fyra's were. So yeah, if you set up that fight just right, where you get Vaughn targeted as you enter, it's only 2 rounds of reflected Fyra for the kill.
Yeah, I blinked and it was over.
Exactly, yeah. And see, that just goes to show how these fights work. It pretty much works like that for every fight in the game, where you have to do exactly what you're supposed to do, and if you don't get it, then tragedy will happen. The symptom, or whatever I'm trying to say, the result of that though is that a lot of the fights are really, really quick, because they would be death if they weren't. So
This is another like very precise timing thing for getting the decoy, getting the crit down, getting the reflects. Like I've tried this the correct way a bunch of times, and I almost always run out of reflect during the next boss fight.
yeah, so it'll be something to note. So pretty much what Zero just did there was cast buffs on Vaughn for the next fight, Mateus. And just, if you can, remember to look at Vaughn's status at the end of the fight. You'll see right before the kill, they'll have the statuses, and then once you're done, they won't. Like, it is quite literally that close for this setup, so. Wait, is that a triple statue troll?
No, it was.
It was 90.
It was. Yeah.
Okay.
So the next boss is Mateus, and Mateus halves fire damage. However, there's a status called oil in this game, and oil triples fire damage. So if you cast oil on Mateus, you will still deal a lot of damage with fire.
Yeah, the old strat was to reflect the Thundara.
Yeah.
But even though you're doing half, you still get the triple, so it ends up being more than what you would get with Thundara, even though the boss is resistant to fire.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
Yeah, because also the casters have the flame staves, which also gives a 50% boost.
Right.
So yeah, with Thundara, you would be dealing 2 times damage because you're hitting the weakness.
Maybe what, 3 times?
But you're dealing
oil?
2.25, I think, with fire because of the flame staff and oil and half.
And it should be noted too that it's kind of weird, right? Like, oil is the only sort of status of its kind in this game. Like, there's no equivalent status for like thunder or anything like that. You have a float, which mitigates earth damage, but earth damage itself is fairly rare anyway. But like, there's really only 1 or 2 statuses like that actually affect magic damage, like a particular element's magic. So, and I don't really think that's a thing in most other Final Fantasy.
There is
certainly
a Final
not before this.
There is a Final Fantasy though that has this stat for everything, for every element. I forgot which one it was. 13. There was a newer one, I think.
13 has an Imperial, which affects everything. But
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, like, literally, it has oil, and then it has, like... Or maybe it was 14, actually. Does 14 have something?
No.
Gotta think about it.
I mean, 14 used to have Blunt, Slash, and Pierce. But they got rid of that a while ago.
Also, something to note here, you'll notice that Vaughn has 0 MP. Zero's equipped the Dawn Shard on Vaughn, which pretty much at this point in the game is going to mitigate all magic damage. So that's why Vaughn's just able to tank those. Now again, pay attention to the status here for Vaughn. I'd imagine within a second or 2, those buffs are going to be gone. See, right there. So you saw Lure, and then the moment he opened the menu, Lure's gone. So like that's how tight that timing is. So really, really good job.
Thank you for that, Zero.
Lure also has a chance to fail just straight away, right? It's like handle as a debuff, not as a buff, right?
Yes, it does. But thanks to the Spellbreaker, it's guaranteed to land.
So Spellbreaker is not only buffing damage, but also hit rate.
Yep.
It doubles the chance for it to land, and the chance without it is more than 50%. So guarantees it.
Zero prepping the beat for the duet with Taco and Goose.
What about what beat for Taco Goosebird?
For your duet?
What about it?
He's prepping the beat.
Who? What? What?
Zero.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh. Quack, 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 quack. Goose, goose, quack, goose, quack. Alright, good. Gloospat!
Hey, I learned.
So while we're walking... Where are we walking?
We're just leaving.
Leaving the dungeon.
Going back to Mount
Miriam.
Promises.
While we're doing that, just a quick reminder, we still have $717 to go for the Ice Cream Boat Challenge. We definitely want to see that.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Make sure to keep those donations coming. We also have some extras for every $50 donation. Zero will do a hunt.
And I believe we still have the deal going
Yep,
on.
we still
For
have the
100, we
bundle.
will do 3.
Yep, you basically get 1 free.
Yep.
And then also for every 10, there's still the dad jokes going on.
As long as Mitaka's up for it, because Mitaka or production is going to be the one to have to deliver those.
Your mama's so far.
I'll allow
It's fine. I can also take the hit on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have one more boss coming up, and then a pretty big travel section. We'll, at that point, be satisfying our $3,000 milestone of picking up the Zodiac Spear. I was trying to think earlier if there's any like actual opportunity to be able to use that, but unfortunately, as we've been alluding to since the very beginning of the run, even the best weapon in the game, the Zodiac Spear, requires a license, and due to how strict our LP route is, unless we happen to get like a bunch extra from Jellies, we're probably not going to be able to license it unless we go out of our way to do so.
We can, but then we're breaking the rule of like not licensing, not giving any licenses to Fran.
And where's that rule written, Zero?
In the current route.
Yeah, that's true. We could give Fran the Zodiac Spear, because yeah, me and Zero were discussing it last night. Apparently, these days, Fran doesn't get used like at all. Period. In terms of the license board. Back in the day, we used to use Fran for the death spell. Because due to a glitch in the game, if you keep her low enough level for the enemies that you need it for, it would be a 100% hit rate with death. Which, yes, apparently there's something faster than just one-hit KOing people with a spell. So you'll get to see that in about an hour and a half.
Well, it's not faster, but you don't have to license Fran, which alone takes like a minute.
Right.
So you lose.
So it is
you lose-
faster in the end.
And well, it's about the same speed actually, but you save all the money not having to
buy
death. You can use your elixirs elsewhere, and
that would be the thing. We'd have to like, she'd be going around casting death, and then you'd have to spend like 4 or 5 elixirs and ethers replenishing her MP, and you might as well let the people that are already situated for dealing magic and regenerating it do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Faragapans, it's a leadership. It's a leaderboard gate is what it is. You're not allowed to do Faragapans until you get a certain time on the leaderboard.
I mean, you definitely shouldn't until you at least have a sub 6. I'd imagine Zero would agree with that.
yeah, like you don't.
We had a conversation about that, Zero, and I was like, should I try learning Faragapans? He's like, no.
All right, so Bergen here. This is going to be the, I think, second to last boss in the run that we're going to be utilizing the Technic Traveler on.
Third to last.
Third to last. Sid, 1, and...
Mendes.
Of course, I keep forgetting Mendes. I wonder why.
I wonder how.
Yeah.
This fight can be a little dicey.
Yep, Bergen has, I feel like might have a slightly higher than normal combo chance due to the weapons that they're using. I could be wrong.
Anecdotally, I would say you're right. It feels like he definitely does like 4 combo really often.
Yep.
I think it just has a higher combo rate. Like for enemies, it's not tied to weapons because like for example, most of the enemies don't have weapons as they are enemies.
Right.
I found it. It's Chained Echoes that has oil, dry, heavy, and wet.
Dry and wet is a spell.
Oh, it's a status. It's a stat.
Okay.
Oil deals like.
Oh yeah.
If you're oiled, you deal more than. I'm sorry. Talk about the.
Yeah. Sorry. This is the first instance of Zero using the. So you notice how both the Fyras are going off right now, and then Belias is just flashing there. So, as I talked about before, the ATB has 8 segments that can be used at any given time, and Fyra takes up 4. So if you have 2 Fyras going, that's taking up the whole queue. So if you have 2 Fyras primed, and then also Belias, which takes up the entire queue, primed, then no one else can really do anything. So while that water attack was going off, there's no way like an enemy could like attack us while the water attack's going off. So we'll be using that strat quite a bit in the next hour and a half.
How do you propose we reach Arcades?
And like, so normally, when even if you have the queue full, you can still usually attack and stuff. But summons and quickenings work a little bit differently, that they freeze everything. Like even if you try to move, you wouldn't be able to. And enemies. So the only things that can go off are like animations that have already started and whatever's in the queue before Elias.
Yep.
So
there's a hunter's
it
camp
prevents
just beyond the
basically
Silica Wood.
prevented the enemies
The
from
camp
doing
sits within
anything
Arcadia's
until
borders,
the
so
fire had
Imperial
gone off,
patrols
and then
there should
the
be
fire killed
sparse.
the
Getting
Bergen.
that far should be half the fun. Let's be sure we go
By the way, I
prepared.
just randomly thought of this. I can think of more than one instance in this game where something is pronounced two different ways. So Silica Wood and the Salica Wood. Do you have a preference between those two pronunciations?
I just say Salica Wood, and I don't know.
I would also say Silica.
Silica Wood, yeah.
Salica Wood, yeah.
But if we get 5 by the end of the run, we'll upgrade
I wonder if it's a
So
if it's connected to the silky screens from other Final Fantasies.
Sorry?
The silky screens, or like silky greens, right? Maybe it's
Selkies?
connected.
Selkies are S-E-L, like S-E-L-K-I-E-S.
Yeah.
This is S-A-L-I-K-A. Salika, Selkie,
I say Silica Wood.
Silica Wood.
I think that's what Fran calls it.
She says, or no, Fran says Silica Wood, Balthier says Salica Wood.
Ah, that's because he's a basic boy.
You can take that back whenever you'd like.
I mean, he's also my favorite, but like...
Okay, then we're good.
I like that in a man.
Alright, buying some armor for Ash and Penelo. It's also going to increase their damage output. Glacial staves for one boss?
Yep.
Wow.
But they also help on some others, but they're really for one boss.
Uh-oh. Someone's having a change of heart. Alright, so this is going to be a pretty big travel section. And then after the travel section, we'll effectively have two bosses back-to-back, maybe like a couple minutes in between the two, featuring my least favorite boss in the entire run to the day, because no one's made it any better since 8 years ago. This is Mandragoras. 5 very weak enemies in terms of the damage they take, but very strong in terms of the damage that they deal for our level. So it either just goes perfect or it doesn't, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then Ahriman, which is probably the most technical fight in the middle of the run, I would say.
Maybe even the entire run.
Yeah, for sure. I only saved for the final bosses that I haven't seen the new strats on yet, but it is a very technical fight.
Yeah, I would say... I mean, final 3 for me more than Ahriman, but like, because Ahriman's not necessarily a consistent fight, but there's like a more regular strat for it. Like, I've been able to practice that more. I think the thing with Ahriman that's really tough is that there is not a save anywhere near it.
Well,
within reason.
I mean, there technically is, but we're getting back into crystal bug territory again. And I'm trying to think. There's even a downside even after you kill it or something like that. I forget what it is.
You have to retreat down. That's
yeah.
You reset up. But like that was one of the ones where it was like, when I was quite new to 12, it was like, get bio early, because I don't think we got bio at that stage. But it was get the extra LP, get bio, like with Black Magic 5 or whatever, kill it, and then do Ahriman. But that was even before the newest Ahriman strat.
Yeah.
Yep. So then, assuming you're not doing that, then your nearest save is like 3 or 4 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes before Mandragoras, and then you have to do Mandragoras again, which again is probably one of the. Is it safe to say it's the most inconsistent boss in the run?
Probably, maybe.
In terms of the whole picture, obviously you have things like Fire Main earlier in the run where Fire Main will be teleporting a lot and stuff, but just in terms of like fight success, I would say it's the most inconsistent. In terms of time loss for it, like, but still succeeding, I think there might be other ones, but in terms of do you succeed in the fight or not is probably the most inconsistent fight in the run. And hopefully we won't be seeing that today. So just free heals here since it doesn't cost anything. And if it hasn't been said already, people regenerate magic when you walk. Some more than others, depending on how you license them. So it never really costs anything to do cures like that, especially as long as you're on ATB active and not pausing the movement to do it. It doesn't really cost anything. You're net positive.
Have we talked about the elemental affinity for certain areas? So like when fire magic will do more based on the actual...
No, I don't think so. Like, we haven't talked about it. This is a thing. In some areas, like, some areas you will be dealing more damage because of weather or some terrain effect with certain elements.
Giza Plains is probably the easiest one to like showcase that, right? With its weather changes.
I just realized something. Right, okay. Can't set up Traveler here because
usually set it up at the bottom of the next screen, right? Or right now?
I usually set it up there, but if I'm going to touch the save crystal,
not to mention the Zodiac Spear.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna get the Zodiac Spear now, I think, because I don't know. I don't think I can kill a King Bomb right now.
You have to kill a boss to get to that treasure?
Yeah.
Oh.
You have to enter Nabudis, right?
Yeah.
Through the...
And I'm probably gonna wait until I have a better spell for it. I'm thinking...
Oh, I'm just completely missing where Zodiac Spear was. I was thinking it's the treasure grid area in the Foan Coast, but it's just you can't open those chests.
Yeah,
right, there is like...
Yeah.
Yeah, those chests like correspond with chests in...
Yeah, the spear itself is in Nabudis. You have to get through Nebrio swamps
that
and
hidden
then...
room.
Right,
Yeah.
I hope my judgment is good on that.
Which I also always loved. Like Nabudis is like technically a complete optional area, right, in the game.
Yep.
And it's the area that was annihilated, like that they talked about it being completely destroyed and cursed in the process, right? Like in lore at the start of the game, they talk about it, right? In the war.
Yep.
And the game never sends you there, but optionally you can go there and like see that place, which I always really loved, right? The game is never... I really love that always when games are showing you a thing, but don't explain it to you. And when it clicks to you and you understand that's that place and you can explore it and it's optional, that's always a great feeling.
Yeah, I think this game does a pretty decent job of like... I remember when I played the game originally years and years ago, I didn't do so much exploring, but I thought I did enough exploring, and then to go see just how much I didn't get to see in a game like this that already feels insanely massive.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Now here's a question. What statuses can we inflict on King Bomb?
Oil?
Well,
I mean, he's a bomb.
So King Bomb's a hunt here.
The King Bomb is the boss we need to kill to get to Zodiac Spear.
Right. I'm on it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I know you can disease, but there's no way I have access to disease.
Reverse, silence, oil, disease, immobilize, sap, slow. Reverse, silence, oil, disease, immobilize, sap, slow. I'll leave that there.
I mean, I guess silence is useful defensively.
Yeah, I mean, silence. Like, the big problem is that he has renew.
Right.
But if I recall correctly, silence doesn't prevent that.
Yeah, it should.
Like there are two renews. There are two renews in this game. One is a spell, one is a technique.
Right.
And I think the one on King Bomb is a technique.
Yeah.
But I'm not entirely sure about that. Silence would help, but if it was a thing, or if it was the thing, but I would have to get the spell silence for that. I'll try without.
Are you gonna go for it now or when you come back?
When I come back, I definitely need like a stronger spell, like a bio or.
King Bomb is not a very strong boss, though. Like even when you freshly at that area, I remember it was not that hard.
Yeah, the problem is that the renew. Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
We saw on fetch quest here.
Yeah.
I guess while we do that, we can use the opportunity to remind everybody at home, you are currently watching ESA Legends, new annual marathon series of primarily RPGs. You are currently watching Zero Scar run FF12 any %, which we can upgrade, I have heard.
There are some rumors going around.
To Order of Ambrosia.
Yep.
At a total of 5,000, I believe, by the end of this run.
If that's what it is, it's at the bare minimum what it deserves.
Which would also get us the goal of the Ice Cream Boat Challenge at $3,750.
Yep.
We are raising money for Make-A-Wish International. And I'm pretty sure Taco can tell us a little bit.
Raising money to help kids with critical illnesses and their families, to help them, give them like hope, better lives, opportunities, things they can do. We've granted like, I think it's something in the region of the last year, like 27,000 wishes. It's all about supporting individuals out there, helping them on their journeys, helping support them, helping make it easier and better, helping recovery and things like that there. It's a wonderful cause. Proceeds from subs and cheers are all going to the charity. Your direct donations are going to the charity. It's a wonderful cause. It's incredible what we're doing. We worked with them at Hackathon. We're working with them now for ESA Legends, and we will be working with them again at ESA Winter. So it's something we really care about, really passionate about. They've been in chat during the event as well, and they've been hanging out with us and stuff. Really reciprocal, really awesome organization to work with. So we massively appreciate all the contributions that you have towards the event. So please do keep them coming, and we look forward to more.
And while you're donating, as you can see on the screen, for every $10 you get a dad joke. For $50, Zero Scar will do a hunt in FF12, or you can get the bundle where you get 3 for 100. Yep.
Or you can get the bundle of getting 41 hunts if we unlock the Order from Ambrosia.
That is also true. So keep those donations coming.
Is this the bot like? Is this the song that hits you in the dome like you were talking about?
This is one, yeah. It's the one, the place that's got like the big wolf people with the big swords that look like the Bacchus wine enemies from the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Like that one where it goes ka-dom, bum, pa-dom, bum, doodle, 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 bum, pa-dom, pa-dom, pa-dom.
I'm trying to think. Was that the?
You were on the Chocobo at the time, I think.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So we were. I think we just passed that earlier. If that is there. Yeah.
But yeah, like it's like this part of the game, like they just dial it up to 11.
Crimson, the only way that, as far at least at this exact moment, the only way that Zero Scar will be fighting Yasmat is if we meet the $5,000 donation incentive for him to make this a Order of Ambrosia run at some point. Otherwise, it's the only way it's happening. So get your donations in to make that a reality.
I mean, how many $50 donations do we need for all hunts?
A couple.
For all hunts or for Order of Ambrosia?
All
hunts.
All hunts would be 50. It's there's 41 remaining. Well, 42, I guess technically. So.
Okay, that's 14 bundles.
Yeah, I mean no.
Yes.
Yes, 14.
Yeah, 14 bundles.
Yeah. I was thinking it was each bundle was 2, but yeah.
And I guess just
so that would be 1400. So that technically would be less than the Order of Ambrosia.
It would get us closer, though.
And I just would like to clarify that if we do meet that $5,000 for the Order of Ambrosia incentive, that would be happening at the end of the scheduled programming for today. So we would be finishing this as any percent going with our scheduled runs for the day and then continuing back with Order of Ambrosia afterwards.
Yeah, and like probably would be in 2 segments from now on.
I believe so.
Yeah, there'd be 2 runs after this and then back to...
Oh, so I think it would be like you would do the OOA would be in 3 parts. Part 1 now, part 2 tonight, and then part 3 after tomorrow finishes.
Okay.
Just to make it a reasonable time, so that Zero's not like, going right through to 10 a.m. or whatever tomorrow.
Right.
I'm not even sure if we could finish before the scheduled program tomorrow.
Yeah, I've seen Zero play. He's crazy good.
No doubt. Not crazy good enough to do it in 12 hours though.
Yeah.
To be fair, no one is. So. Some people couldn't do it in 2 12-hour sessions, mind you.
I mean, if you would do it in Zodiac Age, it would be faster probably, right?
True.
Is there a time for that?
You've done TZA OOA, haven't you?
OOA?
I've not done TCA OOA. I've done TCA Platinum trophy.
Okay, that's pretty close. I mean, not
but yeah.
And how long is that?
TCA Platinum trophy, I think 8 hours, 30 minutes.
Oh, easy. Super fast.
But I would need a PS4, I don't know, and Zodiac Age to do that. So.
Can you get TZA digitally?
How about Steam?
Yes.
Because I happen to have a PS4 right now, but I've got one at home.
I don't know if you can get it digitally in PS4. I don't remember.
Isn't it on PC?
Well, it is on PC, but PC.
I don't think you can do a manipulation.
Yeah, you can't do the manipulations on PC.
So yeah, the most of the time, unless the category explicitly states otherwise, you're getting the best weapon in the game in Zodiac Age called Steitengrot, which is an invisible chest. If it spawns, and then it's not even guaranteed to have it when it does, and it only spawns 1 time. Maybe that's not true. But, so yeah, the odds of getting it naturally are ridiculous, so it has to be manipulated, and I just don't think they figured out how to do that on PC yet. But that was one of the first things they were looking at when that came out on PS4 years ago. So. Alright, probably 2 or 3 minutes away here from Mandragora's. After that long fetch quest travel section. With some excellent rhythm section, I might say.
Yeah, this part is a big time sink, right? We're on the way to the Empire right now?
Arcades,
yeah. Right.
Yeah. The Imperial City of Arcades.
Why did we go there again?
We want to get the so we had the Dawn Shard, right? And there were 3 of these stones. There was Dusk Shard, Midlight Shard, and
Dawn Shard.
Dawn Shard, yeah. So we have the Dawn Shard. The Dusk Shard was I don't remember if the Empire has it. Which one is which? But either way, the Empire used one of them for Napudis.
And they're using one to manufacture their nethercites, right?
I don't know if they're using that exactly for that, but it's like they have the weapon and it's a threat that they can use it. So we're going to try and steal it from the laboratories.
So Zero's going to go ahead and set up for Mandragoras on this screen, just because obviously due to the nature of how we're dealing damage with the ladies being in critical, we're just going to set up and then switch to a shield until we get there, and then immediately switch to this party once we get to Mandragores. You're gonna switch to Bosch there, I'm assuming. Were you gonna switch to Bosch until you got targeted, or are you still keeping Vaughn?
No, I'm just gonna keep it with Vaughn. Like Vaughn has the mirror mail now, so.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I thought you had cast Reflect on that for some reason.
Yeah, Mandragoras. We're hoping to hit them all with Traveler. I hope my steps are fine because I have no idea. I just came up with that spot on the fly. So let's hope that I haven't taken too many steps.
Yep.
My cue for here is once you get to this gateway, or like inside this room, it's about 250 steps.
250 steps from here. Okay.
So for you, it's probably about 180.
We'll see.
But yeah, so like just before the first enemy on the right, around 250 steps is what I look for.
I'll check what it is.
So yeah, just a reminder before we get to the boss fight, Traveler.
I have 120. I don't think that's gonna be enough.
I don't think it will either. Honestly, if you don't think it's gonna work, you should probably reset it before you go in the room.
No, I'm just running circles for 3 minutes here.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So yeah, just a reminder the way Traveler works. At a certain scale, you do damage with Traveler based on how many steps you've taken since the last time you used Traveler, and every 1,000 steps it overflows back to 0.
Yep.
So if you had taken, 999, then it would do something, and then if you did one more step, it'd go back to 0. So the step range that gives you the most damage output would be from 990 to 999. So if Zero had just walked into this fight now, he probably would have overstepped by about 30 steps, which it's just not even worth doing if you're that low. So to mitigate that, he's just going to run around in circles for a few minutes until he's at an appropriate step counter range, so that when he enters the fight, he'll be at that 990 to 999 range.
Is one step visually one step when he touches the ground?
I used to know this. You're saying it is? Like
I don't know. I would say approximately. It probably is.
Because there's like one in-game step is give or take one step.
Being honest, my guess is that it probably has to do with X displacement, right? So like every 50 units is one step, something like that.
If someone sees this part of the run and you tell them that's a speed run,
well, he is running fast. He's not even walking.
I think for me personally, the more important question is like, where do you see the steps that you've taken?
So great question, actually. That counter at the bottom there, so 39,043.
I was wondering.
It's got little feet.
I thought like, okay, so he's counting the steps on the ground, and it's like, okay, I'm at like 54.
The most insane step count. So this is quite often you'll see runners in chat, like you'll see just 3 numbers pasted quite a lot. That's Traveler usually.
Yep. So since it overflows at 1,000, really the only important numbers are those last three digits of the step counter. So yeah, generally, like, I mean, people have been doing this for years, even way back in the day. But like, it's happened so many times where a runner will set up Traveler and then they'll get to the boss and not remember what the Traveler number is. So it's just been like a tradition. Like everyone always like posts the last 3 digits in the chat just so that never happens. All right. So yep. So the way this fight works, it kind of the reason that we say that this fight is so inconsistent is because the success of this strat completely depends on the grouping of the 5 Mandragoras. So Traveler is an AoE attack, so it attacks an area, and we need Traveler to hit all 5 in one shot. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. I'm sure Zero will be able to handle it, but it is really scuffed. So you can see they all spread apart to start the fight, then they'll all join back. And when they join back, they need to stay together for this strat to work successfully. So here we go. So this looks like a good spacing to me. Nah.
Oh.
All right, so I mean, as long as it's just one, it's not the biggest deal. But imagine you miss 3 of them, like it's really bad.
Yeah, you're just gonna goose hunt then.
Right. Not to mention too that these mandragores do disgusting attacks, like this one for example.
Sleep poison.
Speaking of goose.
Oh, we missed 2. I thought you only missed 1. Okay.
One of them ran away like
immediately. Yeah.
It's the pumpkin boy. Oh, did you see how he sneakily walks up, smashes his head into him, and then runs away?
Right. Alright, so now that we just have the 1 again, we're just going to try to reflect Fyra. Alright, so no big deal. The only big deal potentially here is, are you going to have to reset up Reflect on the ladies?
No.
Okay, so we're carrying that 1 Reflect that we cast, 2 or 3 minutes ago when we were setting up for this fight in the Cheetah Lands. That Reflect is to be used in the next boss fight, so ideally you're never even bringing out Ash and Penelo during that fight, so you just have to be careful not to leave them out too long or your Reflect will run out for the next boss fight, and then obviously the damage compounds in terms of the run from there, so just something to be cognizant of. This would be the save crystal here that we were talking about earlier. I don't think. It is usually right there, right? Or is it?
It is there, like you can see it on the map.
Oh, okay.
But
just the model didn't spawn.
Yeah, I was too far away from it.
Yeah. So that would be the save crystal bug that you could defeat to make a save point if you wanted, but it takes a lot of time and resources to do that. So a little risky in terms of if you die, you go all the way back to that save crystal from a while ago where we set up for mandragores. So, but I think Zero's got this. So this is another Traveler setup here for the next boss fight. Not the next boss fight. Sid?
Yeah.
That's for Sid, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So 96 is my number, and I need to be between 86 and 95 when I cast Traveler next time.
So it's funny, right? So remember that steps overflow every 1,000. So Zero just set up Traveler for a fight that's going to happen like 15 minutes from now, 15 to 20 minutes from now. So you can set up Traveler like that far in advance, which just goes to show you like how much of the movement and everything is very scripted in terms of where, like how you need to move and everything. You can't just mindlessly move for the next 15 or 20 minutes because that number is now set for us. So it's really intense. Because again, especially in like a live setting or a PB attempt or whatever, you really don't want to have to do what Zero did earlier and just run around in circles. Obviously, you can always do that to mitigate a Traveler problem. You just never want to. But it's just really impressive that you can plan your movement 15 to 20 minutes in advance for a boss fight like that. I think it's really cool.
Yep.
So I just wondered, that enemy hit you and shoved you a little bit forward. Does that go towards Traveler?
It does.
Yes, so it's really just
So it's probably just, X displacement probably. Or X distance.
She gets for me. No, gets for me.
This dungeon also has probably the 2 hardest riddles in the game. I'd almost say.
What's that?
The opening door riddle, right?
Oh yeah.
Where you have to go in the circle, or like.
I would have no idea how to
pattern.
do that on my own.
And early in the palace, before the Mandragora fight, I think it was is the waterfall riddle, right? Where you have to go in a spiral in the room, right?
Yep. I think there's like a hidden room where you unlock it if you get that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And the most disgusting thing is in the original version, like you can get you get a samurai sword, I think, in the room after the waterfall riddle. But in the original version, that only has like a 10% chance of being in the chest. Otherwise, it's like a knob, right?
Right.
And like in Zodiac Age, they fixed it and it's a 100% chance. Like they improved it. But like imagine you're reading this, you're breaking your head around this riddle, and you finally figured out, you get into that thing, there is the chest, and you pick it and
it's nothing for all that work, and you can't pick it again.
In the original, if you have the if you don't have the Diamond Armlet equipped, it's guaranteed. It's a 50-50 chance of being either Iga or Goga Blade. But if you have the Diamond Armlet equipped, I think it's like a 90% chance, not a fresh 10% Mega Elixir.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
in the Zodiac Age. It's a guaranteed Mega Elixir.
Yeah.
Can't get the Iga or Goga Blade there.
Alright, so Ahriman. It's been a long time since I've seen this fight, but I think I will pretty much remember things as I see them. So we're starting off with our typical DPS strat here of Reflecting Magic, in this case Fire with the Flame Staves. Getting a steal just because it's free, and then also the Sword of Kings that we got from defeating the Mount Baromises dungeon has a surprisingly really decent block rate, so we always try to have that equipped when possible. So the general structure of this fight is that you every 25 to 50%, or maybe it's even in sections of 33, Ahriman will split himself into clones. So what Zero Scar is doing right now, same strat as we've used before, where you have 2 fires costing 4 ATB segments apiece. What we're trying to do is clog that queue so that Ahriman can never cast Divide here. We'll see how it goes.
But I need to get this Belias Freeze in before the Ahriman teleports over. And I reset. And this is a really cool trick. He teleports right next to me for a split second and I kill it. That's
really, really nice fight. That again, probably the most technical fight in the run. Well done. So yeah, in case it's not clear, if Ahriman gets Divide off, then there's effectively 9 Ahriman on the screen. And there's technically a way to tell which Ahriman is the real Ahriman.
Yeah, by killing 8 of them.
Right, and I guess, honestly, it's something we haven't really had to talk about so much in the run so far. But you might be asking yourself, okay, if you cast Fire normally, it does AoE damage to a target. But if you reflect Fire off yourself, who does it target? This is the first fight in the run, at least in the old days, where that really matters. So your reflected magic target is the closest enemy to you. So when you have 8 or 9 copies of Ahriman flying around, you might know which one is the real one, but how do you position everyone in just such a way so that the real Ahriman is the one closest to you? So that's why that strat is so important to try to prevent those clones from happening. There aren't so many fights in the run where you're having to deal with multiple enemies and trying to hit one specific enemy with the reflected magic damage, but that is, at least back then, the worst one for sure. The next boss will have that to an extent, but it's way more consistent.
Yeah, and there have been fights before this. There was Mateus had the Ice Acers.
Right.
That was very important that you don't hit the Acers, but you hit the
Mateus.
Yeah.
And then same with Bergen as well. And
yeah,
just,
Bergen as well, yeah.
Yeah. It just goes to show, so many little things like that happen in this run where you just might not even understand how tough something is, but there's just so many little mechanics like that.
Yeah, a lot of things look easy, but there are a lot of things going on them that we don't have time to explain
right.
as it happens.
Yeah.
How much for Zeal to do chops?
What is a chop?
So the only problem with Zeal doing chops is that we're on step count.
Exactly. It's I saw early Zero did the Traveler setup and then burned even more steps before Ahriman, before I even would have casted Traveler for this bit.
Right. I'm going to use chops to take a little break myself.
Yeah, so in Arcades, knowledge is power, and we first need to get a demonstration of that. And so we need to somehow make it to Arcades proper. We're now in the old Arcades, which is where the poor people live. And so on the way there, I'm gonna talk to this NPC. He tells me that he got really lucky and found a bag of money in a barrel. And, well, I don't know what to do with that information, but we'll see. Let's first see if I can make it to the...
The Arcades here is also one of the most fun mini games in this game, right?
Yes.
Like the one where you have to find occupations.
Yeah.
Did
Like
you just say fun?
Yeah.
I love that.
You find chops fun?
Yeah. But
So like,
yeah. Go on.
I like that mini game.
I thought like, at any percent, it took me a while to get comfortable with chops, and then when I find out in OOA you had to do even more, I almost didn't bother.
Oh, that's it. Now I understand what you meant with me doing jobs. I thought you mean like chopping something.
Yes, karate chopping.
Like
No, I meant this.
He was doing chops. Like, what am I chopping?
But yeah, anyway. We don't get past the Imperials, but then this friendly guy Jules, for the meager price of 1500 gil, tells us that, hey, if we go and tell a man named Beasley that that other dude found a bag of coins from a barrel, something might happen. And then I go and talk to him, and then I go back and talk to Jules, who has switched locations and is now sitting on this crate. And well, we'll see what happens. And apparently there's a fight now, and who does need to go there to sort the fight? The Imperials that were guarding the place to Arcades. So now we can sneak in.
Well, this is an unskippable cutscene that you have to mash through.
Yeah.
It's also nothing that happens too often, right?
Yeah, there are not too many mashing sections in this run, but this is one of them.
Unskippable and mashing is the worst combination.
Welcome to every Final Fantasy until 10.
Alright, so Balthier leaves. He has some business to attend. I actually don't know what his business is. But who knows? It's not important. Surely. We ran past the magic shop here. I could go and buy... I need to buy Eroga here, but I'm doing it later for a very specific reason. And that's that entering a shop and coming back resets the positions where the NPCs are. So that will make it easier for me to find jobs and make it so that jobs don't troll me. But speaking of jobs, this guy wants me to have 9 jobs to use to cab, and Jules says that for 2,500 gil he tells me that I can get them by talking to the citizens here. And Bran is totally not suspicious at all. But yeah. So I start by talking to this senior researcher right over here. Why are you? No, you're yes. Had something about failed experiment that sometimes I think this guy broke some equipment that only cost 1 million gil, and but they found something really important with it, and yeah, I got a job. This guy's looking for people who are working hard, and this guy's working hard, and I go and tell him that, and I get a job. Then I go to the other screen, because this screen doesn't have 9 pairs of NPCs, so I'm going here.
Kind of funny, these are the easiest job interviews ever, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking for someone who's working very hard. Hey, I'm working very hard. Okay, you're employed. Great.
This woman has a talent for magic, and this academician is trying to find people who have magic talents. Then this guy, there's someone apparently who's disguised as him, like a doppelganger or someone pretending to be him. And then there's this guy who looks exactly like that guy, and who also claims that there's someone just trying to pretend to be them. So who knows who's the real one? Then I go to the magic shop to buy Aroga. Let's see, I don't have the money, but I can sell the Sky Jewel and some teleport stones. And yeah, that reset the NPC position. So no, well, this one wouldn't be contested anyway. This woman is looking for a tutor for her brilliant child. I forget what the child's name is. She just mentioned it. I forget what it is. But yeah, one happens to be right next to her, so I don't know why it was so hard for her to find one. Then there's poor husband who has remembered their anniversary with the poor wife, and I go tell that to the poor wife to ruin the surprise. So, and she gives me a job for it.
This is wild.
Next,
so many
there's
twists.
this woman who's aspiring to be a star, and then there's this faded star who used to be a star, and like, oh, path to stardom is really tough and stuff. Then there's this determined researcher who finally got some results, but is going to then leave the academy. And this is her father, and he's like, he has really high plans for her career. Then there's this worried husband whose wages got halved, so I should probably go and tell his wife that maybe the wife shouldn't buy the diamond ring that she was going to buy. But then she's like, I'll just use my own money then, and gives me a job. And then I have 9 jobs and I can move on.
That was one epic adventure.
Yes.
Honestly, in other RPGs, half of these are entire side quests.
Yep. While we're taking the cab, just a quick reminder, we have approximately an hour and a half left on this run. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I still need to go and grab the Zodiac Spear as well, so probably a little bit more than that. But
I'm making an hour 40, maybe. Add to $3,750. If we can reach that before the end of the run, we will have the ice cream boat challenge. And if we can reach 5,000 by the end of this run, this will be upgraded into Order of Ambrosia, which will then be done in 2 more parts after the regularly scheduled runs.
yes. So if you want to see the rest of the jobs that I just did, then
Well, not only the jobs, but the rest of like
There's
the
a little
entire
bit more
game.
than just that.
well, we have to sell it somehow, and what's the better way to sell it than the
give us
best
a
mini
quick
game of the game?
Give us a quick summary of what the viewers can expect if we reach the
Yeah,
OOA.
so OOA has all bosses, all
First, you're gonna
all
say, of
except
course,
for
Order
one.
of Ambrosia is the max clan rank.
Yeah,
right?
Order of Ambrosia is the highest clan rank. For that, you need to get all the achievements in the clan rank or clan primer in the Sky Pirates Den, and so yeah, you need to, for example, fill all the bestiaries, so all bosses, all espers, or all but one hunt, and will definitely be an adventure.
Yeah,
including
right,
all shops, because we need to visit every area at least once, and there are a couple of blocks behind the shops.
So let's try reach that before the end of the run. For every donation of $10 or more, you will get a dad joke cooked up by production. For every $50 or more, you will get a 0 score doing 1 hunt. Or if you get the bundle, for 100, you get 3. Or maybe we can cook up some incentives on the fly. I'm sure Goosebird could take over the controller for... The low price of how much?
I don't know. You have to ask Goosebird.
What?
Ready?
Let me check. What do you think, Goosebird?
Man, that bird is done right now.
He's taking a nap.
Problem is, Goosebird doesn't have fingers, right? For the controller.
It'll be fine. Whenever he wakes up, we can ask him.
Yep.
Still fast asleep.
So one thing that can happen at the next elevator here is that you can hear a bling. You don't want to hear the bling. Let's not hear the bling. We did not hear the bling. Good.
That's the reinforcements, right?
Yeah, then there are enemies coming out of the elevator, and while you cannot use this elevator until all of the enemies have gotten out of the elevator and the elevator doors have closed. And then you're just waiting there, and the enemies are dealing damage on you and having a bad time, and you're losing time. But fortunately, we did not see that this time.
Also, this dungeon has like a color lock puzzle, right?
Yeah.
Where you turn turn buttons and like it switches between red and blue, I think. And depending on red and blue, certain doors open. I remember it being extremely easy though.
Yeah, it
like
is
so easy that you wonder why they even put it here.
Yeah, it's easy as long as you don't try to go to like the extra places. If you try to just go the story, it's easy. But then there are some of the rooms are like, how do you get over there? And you actually have to think about it. At least I did when me and another runner called Blue Harvey, we raced getting all bazaar items. And I had a strat where I would kill some enemies in the Dracula laboratory. Like there's a room where some hectai spawn, and I wanted to get to that room, but it took me a lot of time to find how you can get there, because I just couldn't figure out how to operate operate them in such a manner that would allow me to get there. It was actually a maze.
I like these enemies. They like run up to you and then they just watch you pass by without doing anything.
Yeah.
They're like, wait, these guys are not attacking me. Well, I'm a peaceful guy too.
Sometimes they like come and hug you and you take damage, but
yeah, that one guy smack you with a shield.
Yeah.
Over eager. Yeah, that guy, right?
Yeah, just
he gotcha.
Just wanted to give me a hug. What a nice guy.
Yeah, Joe Hesse, to be fair, I think for newer runners, this is probably the hardest section of the run to learn in terms of where to go. Maybe other than like Ferris. It's really get lost in here. Alright, so Sid 2 prep, or Sid 1 prep, excuse me.
Balthier gets confused for later, and Ash and Penelo get Black Magic 4 for Bio and Roga. Vaughn gets HP plus 115, which is rare for me to afford because usually I don't do as much shellies, but today we have that luxury. Protect Vaughn. The Crystal. Decoy. Decoy actually doesn't do anything. I just wanted to have right.
Just taking some extra steps here for Traveler.
Probably good enough. Oh, I don't think I equipped the staves on the...
You didn't.
I guess we're about to find out.
Alright, so going back to what we were talking about earlier, we're reflecting magic again, but you can see these rooks flying around Sid. So the idea is that we want to take out exactly one rook to progress the phase. So that's why it's kind of important that your formation's correct, so you're hitting the right one. May have been a little short on damage. Yeah.
Always hiding behind your toys. Pity if anything were to happen to them.
Okay, then I will...
Yep, so normally here, Sid does this big attack, as he's known for. But we're going to try to be stalling that out, I believe. ATB reset there. Oh, this is the kill the rooks, of course.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, first rook we take out with Reflected Bio, and then the rest we take out there with Traveler. And then now...
He must have critted, right? I wouldn't be this low otherwise. Oh, no, never mind. He got 2 hits in first.
Yeah. So now Sid will start walking towards the other side of the screen. You can see Zero trying to kind of block him with Vaughn. It technically does, like the trigger for him using the attack is when he gets to the point in the room. So you can't stop him, but you can definitely impede his progress a little bit. There you go. Just before the attack.
Nice.
Very good.
Seeing the damage numbers, I guess Traveler becomes more and more redundant now.
Yeah.
I guess, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, earlier in the run, the big proponent of Traveler is the actual damage.
Yeah.
And then in the middle of the run, it's more for its AoE and the damage. So like it hits all 5 Mandies, it hits all the rooks there.
So like it deals very nice damage to just kill, like it just kills all of the Mandies, like one shots.
Yep.
And it just with 2 bios it just kills the rooks. So it's an easy way to get rid of them really quickly.
Yeah. Like Mandragora HPs might be like 9,000.
Yeah,
like,
it
really
is
close.
9,000 something.
Yeah.
I think it's 9,069 if I recall correctly.
Right.
But
we're doing 9,990 or so, so it's within 1,000.
Yeah. And
it's like a 1 to 10 per steps traveled.
So there's like a scale for it, and I don't know the other ones because they're not as important. Like they do significantly less, but like that top tier of damage, it's like that 9-step window, 990 to 999.
So from 0 to 100, it deals that amount.
Right.
Or from 100, or sorry, from 0 to 99, from 100 to 299, I think. Or no, is it? No, it's from 200 to 499. It deals double, so like at 200 it deals 400 damage, at and at 499 it would deal like almost 1,000 damage.
Yep.
And then from 500 to 9,989 it will deal triple, so so from 1,500 to like 2,900 damage.
Yep.
And
990, 999 would be a 10x.
Yeah, it's 10 times, so it deals 10 times 9,000, or 10 times 990 to 999.
Yep.
So it's a 10-step window every 1,000 steps where you get that damage.
Yep, and fortunately, there's never a situation where you need a specific number in that 9-number range. It's not like 990 won't work, but 993 will work or something like that. So it's as long as you're always in that window, then it's good for whenever we need to use it.
I mean, I take for an actual PB attempt, you have like very specific setups for that, right? With ideal movement and...
Definitely.
Right.
And effectively, they've all been used today, other than like the hiccups that have happened in terms of doing it normally. But yeah, I would say every runner in theory has the exact same spot they use. Matako alluded to earlier, if you're not the best at movement, you might cast it 50 steps earlier so that when you get right before the boss, you can go, okay, I need to take 30 more steps. I have 50, so you take 20 before the fight, kind of like Zero did there when he was running around in circles before Sid won. You'd always rather burn 50 steps than, 900 steps by going over. So.
Yeah, right.
And then if you're the best runners, you're ideally not burning any steps. You just know what it needs to be, or burning them during the fight, where it doesn't cost any time.
Is it actually ever consistent in a way, like the Traveler setups, that you don't even look it up anymore? That you just know from the movement that you go in and you're like, that's okay? Or it's like a quick look in the menu always, I think.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
So there's the Bergen one is interesting because you open the menu at Mateusz, right? So I can line up my steps to be good on Mateusz, and then
after Mateusz, it's like a pretty consistent
after Mateusz, I just run straight to the fight, and then at fight I will be at fight I will see it when I bring in the casters.
Yep.
And
so there's like that. That's pretty much the only fight I can think of where you don't open a menu specifically to look at the steps. So like in a case like Bergen, you're already happening to open the menu twice, and there happen to be the perfect points to know like the differential. So yeah, in a task or like a segmented run, you definitely would not be checking. But like, do you want to lose your run because you didn't open the menu for 2 seconds just to check?
Right.
Like, you could. It's just usually someone's going to take the 2 seconds to look versus losing the run. So it's definitely possible though. You decided what you're doing for Rafflesia? Have you decided what you're going to do for Rafflesia?
So it turns out that because I had to do so many jellies, I can easily do the usual strat, because
back to Cherry Staves here, since we'll be using Arrow Magic, since Rafflesia is weak to it.
Yeah, Cherry Staves give 50% boost to wind elemental damage, so I'm equipping those, even though they have a slightly less magics that give like one less magic than Flame Staff and 2 less than Glacial Staff. But it gives the 50% bonus for wind elemental magic. So, so here.
You're good.
Now I need to do some specific movement, and I need to react to what Rafflesia's opening move is. Let's hope that it's not anything bad, because okay, that's fine. Normal attack is fine. Alright, I only have 1 remedy remaining. I used 2 Mandy's.
And yeah, if it isn't obvious here, one of the gimmicks of this boss fight is that your magic is constantly being trained. So if you don't do it right, there's like a pause when Nectar Volley goes off. If you don't have that set up right, you can just run out MP.
That was pretty.
Yeah. It's a very clean fight when it goes well. So here you can see that Zero is about to set up or maybe a couple circles first.
Oh, we're closing in on that Belius cast, right?
Yep. So the only mandatory cast of Esper in the game. Yep, so similar to before, Zero's setting up an Immobilize on Pinello, being sure to make sure Vaughn's out of range, because obviously we don't want Vaughn immobilized, and then you'll see here in about 10 steps or so, to get rid of enemies, you can just swap party leaders and swap back, and the enemies will despawn. And it should be noted that not every enemy can be despawned in that way. It usually has to do with the size of the model of the enemy, surprisingly. So if an enemy is big enough, then you will never be able to despawn them. So
is there a reason for that?
I think it's more like for like special enemies cannot be despawned. Like for example, there's the Giruveganus in this screen that is linked to the spawning of Behemoth King, which cannot be despawned, and then like entites cannot be despawned.
Yep.
Hunts and stuff like that cannot be despawned. Then there's the enemy, the Dark Mare in Still Shrine, which cannot be despawned.
Right.
Which is linked to spawning Negalmur. So
even though it seems like an abusive mechanic, it seems like they at least thought about it to some degree, like preventing an enemy from being despawned anyway, whether they realized that this is how we'd be doing it or not. And yeah, if it's not obvious, the mechanic for this area is you go to these shrines and you spin the camera around till one of the exits looks a little different and you go that way.
Yeah, and it's random which path you have to take here.
Correct, every single run's different.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep. Because I guess the whole thing is, if you knew which way it was going to be every time, then you could either just skip all the shrines and just go straight to the exit, or at the bare minimum, you could just take the tightest turn possible, but you'll notice that each one of these, he'll go to the center and spin the camera.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought it works like that you have to enter the shrine and then leave through the right exit, so that you can... Like, I thought it's always fixed, you know?
Yeah.
I thought the mechanics only just enter and then leave through a fixed exit that is always the same to, like, activate the next shrine, you know, to get you the correct one. But apparently it's always random.
So it's exactly what you said, just different entrances every time.
There's two possible paths in the first screen and 5 possible paths in this screen that you can take.
Yeah.
The more you know.
So yeah,
and some of them are faster than others, so you can lose time to RNG.
Yep.
Although it's not too much.
Fantastic.
Like it's like
that means like one of the bottom shrines can send you back to the top, right? So you have to go the distance.
It's not going to send you like in the complete opposite direction, but like instead of going up, it might go like up and to the right or like just straight right.
But I mean, it could send you like in a kind of S shape, you know, so that
in a
you
way.
go through them in like a more efficient way.
Yeah.
But it could also send you like from top right to bottom left to up right to bottom right, so you like go in an X.
I wouldn't think of it more than like
you never have to
corners.
go through. You never have to go through all of them.
Oh, you know.
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
I see.
There's always at least one that.
Like you'll never be going like just straight back the opposite direction you came in. Like it's always going to be pushing you forward in something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Glacial Staves, because they deal more damage. And Reflect Barrier. Okay.
Alright, so
yeah, we had this discussion earlier about can people be too high leveled?
The answer is definitely yes.
Yes. So there is a glitch in this game called the Underflow glitch, and basically there is a formula which tells you what the chance for each status to land is. But if that formula gives a negative number as a chance, it underflows into a really high number instead, and it basically 100% accuracy then.
So if I remember correctly, Balthier is at the cap right now, right? For that, so if he gained 1 extra level from now, he would no longer be an underflow.
Well, not for this boss, but for
later
like
on.
for later on. Like if Balthier was 1 level higher, Balthier would not be able to cast Sleep with 100% accuracy on Fenrir.
Right.
But now he can, and yeah.
And just a reminder from before too that you do regain magic by walking, so it's actually imperative that Zero is walking around in circles here with Balthier, otherwise he wouldn't have enough MP to cast all the confuses needed to end the fight here. And he'll use this last. Oh yeah, Darker just doesn't come on.
Also, the bosses start to take a little bit longer.
Yep.
The HP is. I mean, it's also. Mandragora, like the Rafflesia, right, was, I guess, weak to wind.
Yeah.
Right? Because he does like 6k plus for Eroga, and here was only like below 3k, right?
Yeah. Also, we don't have the staff bonus because it's a non-elemental spell, as Daedalus have soul elements, or yeah.
Yep. And on that note that you said, Zeal, pretty much every boss from now on isn't going to be just pure magic reflect. There's going to be some sort of thing as well, like sleep or confuse or something like that as well, because Just reflecting.
We're just at ATB clogging, right?
Right.
I remember casually, this is also a pretty good grinding spot here.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Like there are these, are they actually behemoths?
Behemoth class.
There are these, yeah.
Behemoths are
yeah.
The enemies that I
remember you can farm them here for like pretty good value. I remember.
Speaking of elementals from before.
Good thing that Endite wasn't closer to Ash, otherwise.
Yep, would have been aggravated. So yeah, this area here is kind of unique in terms of combining multiple strats that we've been using before, right? So we were doing one where you have someone use an item, someone goes and does something, and then once they're done with that thing, you switch back to the person you had use a potion, and then you're able to walk out. And then we've also been using the immobilized strat to despawn enemies, so now we're kind of doing a combination of that with all three characters, right? So Penela being immobilized, and then Ash and Balthier splitting the roles in terms of going and doing stuff. You can actually see on the minimap now Balthier is almost finally just caught up from when we did that.
Also, can I say that 12 has probably the worst Malboro idle animation? Like they walk on their tentacles, right?
Yeah. At least the ones here do. I think they're King Malboros here. I think there's a couple different Malboros in this game. I remember like there's some in the Feywood too.
These are called Vivians.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, there's Carrot, right? That pet Malboro from that Viera. These mini stories can be so charming in this game too, like the Carrot story, right? Where she's like, oh yeah, I like illegally transported this Malboro with me, and like it grew suddenly, but it's so nice, and it never did do something to someone, but somehow now it got lost, and people are complaining about like it's doing something, and I guess you have to do something about it. So
yeah, it wasn't until a friend brought it up to me many years ago, but playing this game, I'm just not much of a story person, but this game is absolutely littered with small stories like that. Like you go talk to any NPC in the game and there's probably going to be one. It's insane in a good way, of course, but
yeah, it's also one of these games, and I really love that when games do that, where NPCs are interconnected with each other, because like that one NPC in Ravenester is then telling you about his cousin in another place, and you can go there and like talk to him, and he's like confirming what the other guy says, and you're like, ah, this is the cousin, right?
Yeah. I think you have a
double haste.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's actually pretty good lore.
That means I don't have to despawn them.
Right. Just a couple reminders on some of our milestone goals we're going for. I think some of the ones on tap right now, we have a $3,750 goal for the Ice Cream Boat Challenge performed by To Be Determined. They're a really good guy. If you're not familiar with the Ice Cream Boat Challenge, I'm only just learning nowadays. But they have these things called ice cream boats. You can maybe see them at the bottom of the screen right now. You have to eat all 6 in a box with only a fork. Now, I don't know if this challenge is going to be taken on by one or by many, but it will be taken on at the milestone of 3,750. So get your donos in for that. We have a milestone at 4,000 or something. And then 5,000 would be the donation incentive to extend Final Fantasy XII into the Order of Ambrosia category, which is this game's completionist category. So all the hunts, all the espers, all the quickening charges, all that good stuff. That would be at 5,000. And then currently throughout the run, we do have small donation incentives. If you donate $10, we will do a Final Fantasy dad joke of someone's choice. For $50, Zero Scar will do one hunt in the game, and we have a 3-for-2 deal going on right now. If you do $100, we'll add 3 hunts instead of just 2. So be sure to get those donations in. All of it benefits Make-A-Wish International, the charity partner for this speedrun event. Alright, so this fight is fairly similar to Daedalus in terms of the strat. So instead of bio, we're using Lazara with our glacial staves and having someone cast Confuse, I believe. Is that right?
Yep. Need to dispel first because...
Oh, this is the kite fight, yeah. So, since Ash and Pinello don't move, you start off the fight by doing a kite around them. And then from there, it's just a confused loop. Didn't this fight used to be an entire kite, I think?
I know that's Hydro.
Hydro, okay, yeah. I'll do it.
Nice fight.
Nice fight indeed.
I think he killed himself, but that doesn't really matter.
It was on the same frame, I couldn't...
Yeah.
I think the 1-3 damage showed up later, so it might have been a suicide, unfortunately.
Doesn't... If an enemy kills themselves, it means that we don't get the license points from it. But at this, I did a lot of extra jellies, so it doesn't really matter. And at this point, it probably didn't matter even if I hadn't.
You don't even have like golden amulets equipped anymore.
I do, but it's like I would get some kind of license earlier, but it's nothing that makes or breaks the run.
Okay.
Also, we probably just entered the most infamous area of the game, right? The crystal.
I can't believe I forgot about this area in terms of getting lost. When we were talking about areas to get lost earlier. This area is a nightmare.
Like the mandatory pathing is not even that bad, right? Like just going from, like for story purposes, from A to B is not that bad. But if you return later to that place and like the optional areas are opening up, it's a nightmare. Like you have no minimap, you have no map in this area. Even for people that have good sensitive orientation, it's a complete nightmare because you get teleported from one platform to another platform, and the only really way you can make this consistent for yourself without looking up a map on the internet is like drawing your own map and then connecting the dots somehow, right?
If you want to see someone do this without the map, there's the Order from Ambrosia incentive. So
you definitely get the donations in for that.
Right, Zero here is probably one of the only people of on the whole planet that has this area memorized in his head, right?
Double haste! I don't draw my weapon to save frames.
Okay, I was about to say production, yeah. I don't see any problem with that. $10 donations will get your choice of a Final Fantasy dad joke or a Bujururu from your person of choice if you request that. I think that's reasonable. And yeah, this area is kind of dangerous because of that. and that's not even the worst attack they can use. They have a for lack of that's the attack there, Hell Blaster. It's like, oh, okay, pretty good.
Yeah, it deals percentage-based damage, and it has a chance to inflict a bunch of statuses.
Pretty much every status effect.
So it does either that or more or both or none. Like it has a chance to do anything. But fortunately, it didn't do those statuses, so Alfieri survives as he was full HP. And 60% of a low HP character's HP is not that much.
As long as now's a good time, Zero, I do have a $10 donation from a Mr. Boblex.
Sure.
With the comment of Boujou. I think that was brilliant. I did say someone on here would do it, and I kind of just read the comment. Does anyone here want to take this Boujou? It would be nice if someone Boujou for the $10 donation. See that? I think that was really good. Thank you, Mr. Boblex. We appreciate it.
That's fly, Weasel Martin.
All right, I definitely have something to work for now, or work towards. Mine was not that good.
Good thing we stole that one golden
Gold needle.
Gold needle from Demon Wall.
What, 2 hours or 3 hours ago? Another heal there that doesn't really cost any time. And the ladies will have enough magic by walking to the next boss by the time we get there.
Yeah, the MP is not really an issue in here.
Oh, yeah, because of the region, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright. Got hit probably a few more times than we wanted here in Great Crystal, but otherwise no tragedies. Alright, so this will send us to the next boss / summon / Esper.
Yep.
Shemazai.
So Shemazai cannot be confused, but I can still underflow a status, and that's Immobilize. And so the strategy here is to cast Immobilize on her, and then run out of his reach, or her reach, so that she can't get a move off on one, or she can get 2 moves off on one before I run out of her reach. And I hope that I don't get crit by both of them, otherwise I'm dead.
So then, funny enough, right, we have Vaughn walk up to Shemazai, we bring out the ladies so that when they're doing damage, it obviously still hits Shemazai.
Yep.
We started off the fight before with Lure, so that even though we're standing this far back, Shemazai will still target us.
Then I get my MP to full so I can Belias freeze. What Belias freeze does is that every time there's an action that you cannot get off, it will reset in approximately 30 seconds. And Shemazai is casting Shock, and Vaughn's decoy wore off, so...
As long as Shemazai doesn't change their target within that 30 seconds, you don't have to cast Recoil.
And while the Belias is in the queue, the shop doesn't, the timer for it doesn't get cancelled, or it doesn't
Go down.
Yeah.
And you can see there at the end, Shimazai was walking towards Vaughn, so like that's how, again, how tight the strategies are. All these fights seem so easy and stuff, but like it's all very meticulous preparation and execution. If you mess any of it up, you're dead. So Zero's been doing a really good job with that today so far. No, not one death so far. So. Now's the real dungeon. The big one. Other than the big one we just left.
Wait, there was another dungeon here?
We're headed towards another dungeon.
Oh, you're talking about the lighthouse?
Yeah, Pharos. There's a chance Great Crystal might be bigger than Pharos, but...
I think the lighthouse is bigger.
Yeah. There's like post-game lighthouse too that you don't even do in the...
Yeah, the subterranean part.
Yeah. And many floors of it at that. And just a reminder that not only are all donations today funding the Make-A-Wish International, but also all subs and bits, the proceeds to that are all benefiting Make-A-Wish International as well.
Alright, so I will now some useless equipment that I don't need anymore, and in both here, so I get Penelo for Black Magic 5, also for Ash. Now I'll get second Mischarge for Penelo, that doubles her MP, and same thing with Shimasai or Ash. Penelo gets Channeling for lower MP cost, and then Vaughn gets that. Judging by I barely was able to afford that, I definitely lost the LP from Tyrant.
Oh. It does look like a donation for a hunt. We do have a $50 donation from the Stupper with no message. Thank you so much for the donation, the Stupper. You have now enabled Zero Scar to do another hunt in the run. Which, considering you're headed to Pharos, I don't know if you wanted to do one there and activate it or do it afterwards before the final dungeon.
I'll do one now, like, I'll do the shopping first, get red ads and stuff, and then, Raga.
$14?
Yeah, that's fine.
I remember getting like 21 X-Pods back in the day.
Trying to think which would be the coolest hunt to do at the moment.
The hardest one.
There are not too many hard hunts right now.
Yeah.
I think I would go for...
Aren't there hunts here in the inn, or do they need the
There are,
easier
but
ones to unlock?
I need to do the... I need to get a clan rank for that, for...
okay.
Any hunt that I need to do, so... there's like 4 options. 2 of them are together, so I'd like to do them as a package. Wink wink. And And then one of them I cannot do because it's in the Giza dry, and Giza is range right now, so I need to. So I only really have one option, and that's the flowering cactoid.
Oh, that's a step back.
Yeah. Any of these are gonna have to be, unfortunately, but it's worth it.
But we can do it with the B team.
Oh, that's a great idea. With unarmed.
Yeah. I think I can manage.
Beat up a flowering cactoid with your fists.
But one thing I don't have is teleport stones because I sold them all.
Yeah, I wondered. You sold them all except 2 earlier.
Yeah, like that was the teleport here and back, but I didn't
guess you
take
can
into
fly.
account that I need to do it. Out of habit, I did that. So, but I can buy them from.
In Rabbit Master?
No, I can buy them free here.
Oh.
Guys. Just sell something. There are also these.
Airmail too, or?
Elixir, sure. Maybe Ravenaster would have been faster. I don't know.
To get where? To get where?
To get to Flowering Cactoid.
Oh, the actual fight.
Well, the petitioner, but.
Yeah, oh, okay. Let's go B squad.
Actually, let's make it even more interesting, and I think Bosch is a little bit over-leveled for this hunt.
Just the dynamic duo in the sky?
Team Sky Pirates.
Oh, I'm all about it.
I guess they're Fridas.
Yeah. Kill them.
Yeah, I guess. What's the best way to kill us?
You can bring the ladies out.
Yeah, I guess. Thinking if there's a better way to do that. But if I do beat this, that would give me another clan rank, and that would unlock some new hunts. At least Beaver Lord, but probably some others as well. But I'm sure. What is available at stage other than that? Encalados and Crocodile are probably available.
I'd like to think we can get at least 2 more hunt donations between now and the end. I'm very sure. Chat wouldn't let me down like that.
Wait. Kill first. Not Ash. How am I now gonna beat Flowering Cactoid?
Yeah. We needed a supervisor of some sort, Zero.
Yeah.
Alright, take your time. You got this.
Running away.
Does have fake stat.
He's slow.
1,000 needles to the dome? Oh, I was kidding. Hey, GG. And thank you for your $50 donation.
Very much appreciated. I'll go and turn it in as well. Also double checking something that doesn't really prove anything unless it proves something.
Oh, okay.
But I want to see if Ripe Rampager spawns. I doubt Flowering Cactoid counts for it, but it didn't spawn, so... But it doesn't prove that he doesn't count, but if he had spawned, then it would have proved that it counts.
Right. That makes sense.
Which would have been interesting. Whole 500 gil and a lot of potions. I'm sure I'm gonna need those.
Yeah.
But I do need to talk to him again if I want to do some later stuff. So if we get a lot of the donations in, we can maybe go to Barheim again.
Wow. Well, I can assure you you're going to be doing at least more than one more hunt. We have a $100 donation from Engelschnacht.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you. With a comment of, "Fly Gooseberg, with victory comes juicy bones for the gnawing." Engelschnacht, you have unlocked 3 more hunts for us in this run. Thank you so much for your donation.
All right, let's go. What do we have available? I don't know, but well done. No, I need to go to Mushra Bazaar first because I need one of the hunts that I plan to do there. There. It also gives me a couple of more teleport stones, so I can actually do the hunts.
Right.
I guess that's what the 500 gil helps with as well.
Oh,
actually, I get a ton of money from here, don't I?
Oh, from Clan Hall, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, are we using the time efficiently? When we're already back?
So, since you've left, we were doing 4 hunts.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we've done 1, we did Flowering Cactoid, now we're about to do 3. After collecting our bounties from the Clan Hall, and then we've also unlocked some quests there as well, so they'll be evaluating what he'd like to do.
Amazing. Can we do something with the extra money? Or is it too late in the run?
It's more...
You could go buy more X potions.
More X potions for, like, if I need to.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go out of my way to do it, but, like, also if we end up doing... Oh, and I also need to go and do the... get the Zodiac Spear as well.
Oh, yeah, that's...
Oh, right.
Yep.
So, yeah, I might need some stuff for those.
Just as a quick update, as a person who does layout stuff, the incentives you can donate towards are now in the layout in the box on the left.
I just
instead
noticed
of
that
on
change.
top of the game feed. I don't know. Chat can fight if they prefer covering the game feed, but some people hate things covering the game feed. So.
I think this looks much better.
Yeah, I agree.
So
a little more legible.
and text can edit it as obvious as always. So I'm pretty sure it's also the same as what is in chat on the command exclamation point. I don't remember what it is, and no, it's not that. Don't type that, chat. And now they're all going to type it. I've forgotten the command, but whatever, it doesn't matter. 'Cause it's
My
on
guess
screen.
would be exclamation point incentive.
Yeah, it's
maybe
exclamation
even
point
incentives.
Okay, we had 3 hunts, so that's... Yeah, we did 1, we have 3 more to go, right?
You're not taking a break to get some Madu wine, are you? Or you're not taking a break to get the Bujerben Madu, are you?
I mean...
That was just a joke.
Definitely, definitely not.
Oh.
Definitely.
I didn't know you could do that.
Let's see. Madu, right.
Right.
So what will be the hunts we're doing now?
I'm gonna do the hunts in Lusu Mines, the Nidog and Rock Toys. And then we have 1 more hunt.
You could teleport back to Balfenheim and pick one up in the bar there, and then do it in Pharos.
Yeah, or I can pick up one here on my way back.
Sure. Or does there happen to be one in the Feywood or Salikawood? Feywood?
I don't.
Wherever the King Bomb.
I doubt
Alright,
they
technically
would
we
be
have
able
to go there
available.
anyway, right?
Right. Oh wait, you're actually doing.
Oh right.
Bujerben Madu.
I'm used to be carving that when I go here, but this is what I came here for. Well, it's extra money, and I actually probably might want to buy the Saga for King Bomb and stuff.
Oh yeah, sure.
But I already sold my Flames or Glacial Stave, so I don't know if the Saga would be that great. No, we're not doing Antlion. That's not yet.
And then that Moogle story is also similar to the Carrot story, right?
Yeah.
He's also like, hey, I have this pet Roctus, and he somehow grew with the Magicite in the mines, and now he's going amok. Please bring him back, but don't hurt him, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But if you do hurt him, I'll give you a reward.
I mean, in the end, if you watch the cutscene, he comes back to him, right? And he's again small and then stands right next to him, right? And it's like, oh, thank you for bringing him.
I was kidding.
I mean, it's money.
Don't get too drunk off the Madu, man.
I won't.
Do you have to do that for OA?
No.
No,
it's just fun.
Okay.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah. You B squatting this as well? Or is this too much for it?
This is too much for the B squad. Maybe Bosch could well, Nidog maybe, but...
Not Clock. Or,
Rock Toys.
Definitely.
Thing is, Roctus is at the very end of the mines, right?
Yeah.
Of the story.
Well, it's not
of
very...
the story segment of
it's
the
a story.
mines.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's not too long to get there. Like, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, but...
Of course, for the actual end of the mines, we have to unlock OA. Or we have to go until Gilgamesh, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Gilgamesh is very high on our list on hunts to unlock if we ever reach that. But, I mean...
So...
I'm not sure how many hunts you need for that.
Rebirth Crusader, the PS2 version isn't faster. It's just... harder. The strats are more difficult, the risks are much higher.
Much more of an interesting...
It's just very often in speedrunning. The original version is the more popular version, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the version the people are used to. That's the version that was played in their childhood, right? That's the most nostalgic version, right? So if that version is
good at all,
is good, right? Is accessible and runnable in a comfortable way, then that is usually the more popular one too.
Nice Needhog.
So yes, of course, like the Zodiac Age, or what's the middle one called?
International Zodiac.
International Zodiac System, right? These runs might probably be faster than the original one because they have higher speed and more skippable cutscenes probably.
Like what I was talking about this before. What most of the Zodiac versions end up coming down to is manipulating the best weapon in the game once or twice, and then playing really fast, right? So you go to each boss and you just speed up in it, you do attacks, and now you beat the boss. And there's a little more to it than that, but in comparison, like every single fight in this run has to be engineered effectively with what we have, which is usually reflecting magic off of our party onto the enemy, which is quite dangerous for, at least at a high level, very obviously.
Right, that of course also plays a role. Like the older version is more dangerous, right? So it's the more interesting one to route and run in the end, right?
Yep.
It's of course like the in the Zodiac Age, like that's what you meant. You pick the Seitengrad, right? So you do I think a safe crystal manipulation at the start of the game with Rex, right? If I remember right.
That's beyond what I know.
Oh, okay, but I think it's something like that. So then you go to the airship. As far as I know, there is an invisible chest normally, right? And if like that invisible chest has a very low chance, like below, like around 1% chance or so to spawn.
And it's invisible at that.
Right, and it is invisible too, right? And so you have to actually go there and press the button in order to know if it's there or not. And there's like a 1% chance to even be there, and then the actual Seitengrad has then again like a 1% chance or so to be in there, like something around that.
Yep.
So if you want to acquire it in a legit way without a manipulation, you're up to like thousands and thousands of attempts of trying to get this, right?
Yeah, and it should be noted too that for the Zodiac versions, there are categories that don't use Seitengrad. And I might be wrong, but I would imagine the non-manipulated runs are very similar in the terms of you're kind of figuring out what equipment gives you the most DPS when it comes to attacks, and then using that.
I guess it might be a bit different because the Zodiac Age is making big adjustments in what spells and what equipment you have access to at what point, and you have to choose jobs and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
So I mean, that's a whole aspect of routing Zodiac Age is, you know, what job for each character is the best, right? And there's, I mean, infinite permutations of options for that. So
because in the base game, every character is basically the same, like in terms of how you can use them, right?
More or less. That's not the case in vanilla. I don't know if that's still the case in like the Zodiac versions, but it's not so different. It's not like night and day different, but it is different, at least in this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit like in Final Fantasy VII, right, where what a character is doing depends on the material you equip them, right, and the equipment you give them. But of course, there is stat differences. Like some characters have a tendency to more other stats, right? Like I think if I remember right, like Penelo is one of the best magic users later, right? So she scales highest,
definitely
right?
are the two by far.
While I think if I remember right, like Fran, for example, has a really high low-level scaling. Like she gets like magic stats the fastest, but it's then dropping in the higher levels below Ash and Penelo, right? It's like this game is playing around with this. Like while Van is like really good at all stats, he's like a super good all-rounder.
They're just like mid on all the stats.
Right. And yeah, like so these kind of stat differences push the characters into certain roles, but they don't have to. Like Ban, like in a casual sense at least, without min-maxing, Ban works as or like let's say Bosch works as a mage just as well to get through the game as like Penelo would. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Given how different the systems of the original and TZA are, which one would you say gives the better overall player experience?
Casually?
Yes.
I mean, I would certainly say it's the Zodiac Age. Like,
I would say it really depends on the person. I know a lot of people. Like it depends what you like, right? So there is a problem in the original. You have the whole game, or like the whole power progression, everything open from the get-go. Like you're limited by LP and XP, right? And like story progression maybe because of equipment and spells. But you can go at any point in any way with any character. There is nothing that shows you a way to go. You know, like there is no containment the game gives you that you can go down, like a path that you can go down. Some people like that a lot, and some people feel a little bit overwhelmed by that, right? And they're like, they're looking at all that and they're like, that's too much, and they kind of feel repelled by that. Like for these kind of people, Zodiac Age is perfect because the game gives you actually directions with choosing jobs, and these jobs then determine what you can equip, what you can use. And the game is also balanced a lot better in terms of equipment and spells you can get. Like the game is completely overhauled with chests, and there is not like in the original, you buy 99% of all stuff in shops that are unlocked.
Well, see, that's the point I was going to make is like, the reason that I don't necessarily gravitate towards the Zodiac version so much, at least for one point, is that there's some spells that you can only get from a random chest somewhere. I mean, it might always have it, but like, who by default goes, oh, I'm going to go look for this one spell you can only get in a chest? Like, you're going to think, go to the shop and buy it, right?
It's true, yeah.
So, like, it just kind of depends on, like, what kind of person you like. We were talking earlier, too, like, I don't really like class systems. I like the freedom to be able to make my character change however they want, even on the fly, and that's kind of what the license system in this version promotes versus the Zodiac versions, where I think you might even be able to switch jobs or do multiple jobs now or something like that, but they're more focused on like you pick this job and that person does that thing.
That was going to be my next question, because obviously with the license boards available, you are just limited by game progression and how much you want to farm for LP, but you have everything available.
Exactly.
But at the same time, my very casual knowledge of TZA is you pick a class initially, and then later on you get to dual class. You get to pick another one. I think there's 12 available. Does that game have respecking of any description, or?
Yes, you can. In Zodiac Age, at least.
Can you?
In the International Zodiac job system, you can only have one job.
And it's permanent.
And it's permanent. Like, you choose the job one job per character, and that one is, you have to beat the game with that. There is no respecking. But in the Zodiac Age, you can choose two jobs, one primary, one secondary job, and you can respec them whenever. You then get all the LP that you spend on these jobs all back in one big bulk, and you can then respec a job and respend the LP.
Yep.
That sounds really, really good, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
Apart from, I imagine the game has some general quality of life changes, but the fact you get to, like, teaser, this job, and it will only give me stuff relevant for that, and then later down the road go, I feel like playing something else. Like, that actually sounds really, really nice.
Right. It's like, the only accessible version really is the Zodiac Age anyway on Steam, and like, it's like, you will not really get the chance to make the mistake to pick on and play International Zodiac job system, because it's the
on the one hand, it's like a more primitive version of what TZA is now, but on the other hand, as far as I'm concerned, they never even had to make IZJS. Like, I think it's like a gift to us, right? That they even made a second version of FF12, although it was only released in Japan, and the only reason we even have TZA is because that was released. So, like, in terms of history, they all have their place. I think IZJS, like you said, is kind of antiquated now, unless you're cool with, like, hey, I'm picking this job and I'm sticking with it.
Apparently it's the hardest version.
Easily.
It is.
IZJS.
Yeah, so the thing about that is, IZJS and original, from my understanding, is that they're fairly similar in difficulty. And then the Zodiac Age, they give you a second job. And
the respecking, of course, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, but they give you a second job, so you have access to two license boards, and you can get stats from both of them.
Yep.
And that gives you... they didn't like balance the game anyway with that. So, compared to IZJS, Zodiac Age you have access to a lot more stats, and you can...
And of course you can make really powerful combinations of jobs, right?
Yeah. And
like a tank that can completely self-sufficient itself with heals and
yeah. And like for example, like let's say like a white mage, it's supposed to be like really like frail. Well, you can now attach a monk to it, and you get like billion HP on it. And yeah, so it's easier in that regard. The Zodiac Ages.
Do the classes cross over in any regard? Like, I know how you said like monk and white mage there, but if you played like a knight and a white mage, does that kind of form some kind of semi-paladin-esque style?
Well,
I mean, it's not like the game. It's not that the game supports this kind of thinking in any kind of visual aspect. It's not like a combination of the jobs will then give you a paladin class, right? You will still a knight and you're still a white mage, just both at the same time. But you can build, of course, the idea of these kind of classes, right?
Yeah.
If you have a white mage and you have a knight, you can make a paladin, right?
Yeah, I guess a cleric would be a bit more accurate. your front line heavy armored healer type. So
Yeah.
it does give you that. That actually, honestly, I've never played TZA. That sounds really good. Actually.
That's even. It's been a while now since I played it, but there is some really, really powerful drops, and one of them is actually. One of them is like there is the, I forgot what it is, assassin or something. Like the ones that are using the assassin daggers, right? And I think it was white mage or like some kind of healer class. Maybe it was monk or something, right? Which gets you like the max amount of strength pluses, like strength licenses, and also like the best spells and abilities and everything. And you can go really, really powerful because you have these, I think it was Might Mage or Monk abilities plus the ninja daggers. You can go for really high damage with really high sustainability because you have so much HP and high combo potential and everything. It can go really overpowered.
So it's that perfect balance of, if you do want just the casual experience, you can just kind of pick up and play and respec whenever you want, but later down the line you could go, no, I do want to see what actually does combo, and suddenly you now have a lot of
Yes, I mean that's of course a thing that both the original and Zodiac Age have in common, right? That you can test around, right? Just that in the original version you cannot just respec and try something else, but you have to like farm a little bit more LP if you want to do something else, right?
Yeah.
But in the end, when you see someone play Final Fantasy XII casually, the original version, they usually at some point pick their favorite 3 characters and they have them, right? Because they never really bother taking the other 3 characters and leveling them, because at some point your characters are level 40, 50 and the other ones are level 10. And you're like, okay, I don't want to use them. And the only way you usually use them, or you end up use them, is when your main 3 characters die, you switch in the backup characters and use Phoenix Downs with them, right? So that you can revive your main characters.
If I can interrupt for a bit, I just wanted to say once again thank you for the donation for those last 3 hunts. A reminder for those maybe just rolling into chat. We currently have 3 immediate donation incentives. One is for $10. We will either say a Final Fantasy dad joke or a Bujuru. For $50, Zero Scar will graciously do 1 hunt that hasn't been done yet in the run until we're done. And then for $100, we will give you a buy 3 or buy 2 get 3 deal on the hunts. We will do 3 hunts for $100. Upcoming milestones, I believe we still have the ice cream boat challenge, as far as I know, at $3,750 total. Someone or some people will perform the ice cream boat challenge, eating 6 ice cream boats, a whole box, with only a fork. It's a long-standing behind-the-scenes ESA tradition. And then also at $5,000 total raised, we will convert this run at some point in time to a Order of Ambrosia % run, which is this game's 100%. That's the max clan rank, which is going to involve, you know, all the hunts, all the espers, all of the quickening.
This is a massive game.
Yeah,
like, this is probably one of the most massive Final Fantasies you can find.
And being honest with you all, I doubt you will ever see anyone else doing Order of Ambrosia at an in-person marathon, really ever. It's a pretty intense category. It would be broken up into a couple segments since we are on a bit of a schedule, but we would definitely be making it happen for that 5,000 goal. So keep them coming. I believe we're going to be back on track now. I believe that was your last hunt. So I would say probably in the vein of 25 minutes until we're going to have to close off the donations for at least the hunts.
By the way, I just want to say that you said that apparently an ESA tradition of eating ice cream boats with maybe, I guess, just a fork. I've never done that at ESA, so in my eyes, it's not a tradition.
Well then,
but ice cream is an ESA tradition. Free ice cream, as people, even if you haven't been to the event, I imagine it spills out to the stream because of the hotel.
I'll amend my statement and say the Final Fantasy ESA crew. It's one of their traditions.
Yeah, there are definitely some people.
Almost a decade now, yeah. Now we get to share it with everyone if we get to 3750.
You're going to share the ice cream with everyone? That's no,
be costly. Share the tradition. Share the tradition.
Cycling back to a point about the TTA version of this game, we spoke about how you can respec your board. seems to be an amazing quality of life feature for like a casual playthrough, but in the speedrun, are you kind of on a one-track mind, this is the best build the whole way through, or is there parts of the TZA speedrun that vary specifically because of that being a feature where you get to respec and go down a different route for like player optimization?
In the TZA speedruns, it's always the same. Like you never respec your characters. I don't think. I think there was one route idea that had some respecs, but it didn't turn out to be faster. I think, and that was only in like in the newest no speed up category that was considered. But I don't think it has been considered for anything else.
It's also like unfortunate, like while you can respec in the Zodiac Age, the game is not really supporting it that much in the sense that it just shoves all that LP back into your face. And now like, okay, and now spend the LP on every license one by one again, right?
Yeah.
Which can be really annoying if you want to try stuff out. And if you have to like respec and you do like 100 to 200 licenses suddenly, one by one, every single one has like this little wish animation, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of time.
Okay, so one of the incentives was to get the Zodiac Spear, so let's do that while we're
we're going to Nabudis.
Here.
Yeah, so then in that case, probably about more 30-35 minutes for the last call on the hunts.
Well, probably a little bit more.
Okay.
Let's get the special percent build record, yes.
I know, very important to the run. Someone in chat asked, do we know what the flavors are for the ice cream yet? I assume it hasn't even been bought.
It has been purchased. The
wow.
boats are in the facility. I'm not so knowledgeable.
They are in the facility.
Yes. I saw a
I
red,
like the way you said it.
a red jelly or a red some sort of filling. I don't know if that reveals what the flavor is. Not so much an American thing. So I'm sorry about my Americanness.
If anyone is unsure, it's actually on the ESA Twitter already. I'm going to pull it up just now.
Is that an account you think people should be following?
You definitely should be following twitter.com/let me make sure I don't butcher this. Yes, twitter.com/ESA Marathon for all updates related to this event.
The facility has ice cream. Repeat, the facility has ice cream. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's just oh, I'm seeing a picture. That's not ice cream. That's a glass bat.
It's a ice cream boat, and it is strawberry flavored.
For people who don't know, I can't speak Swedish. I know some Swedish words, but I can't pronounce it. Glass is basically ice cream. And bolt is B A with the thingies on the top. T is a boat, basically boat. So ice cream boat. My joke was it says glass bat. I don't need to explain my jokes.
Man, the PS2 is sweating with this fight.
Yeah, it tends to do that.
You have to turn your camera 180 so that the bomb isn't on the screen to reduce lag or something. I don't know if that works, probably not.
As very timely, the bot posts a link to go follow our social.
How convenient.
And
this is the point where he runs away and casts Renew, I think.
Probably. Yeah.
Ooh. Hurts. Another one. Reddy's cry for help.
Let's regroup. I think
tactical disengage.
Yeah, I think I forgot to save before this, so it's probably a good idea to do.
Sure.
Technically, there is another route you can go, right? You don't need to go through this guy. I'm trying to think. Like, there's 2 entrances into Nabudis.
Yeah, but both you have to go through this.
Yeah.
I haven't
both you
saved,
have to go
I
through
haven't
this?
saved since Mendius. Yeah, it's a good idea to save. Let's regroup and rebuff and all. Probably want to give Ash Bell as well, so this goes a little bit faster.
Do we have reflect? Reflect silence?
No.
Oh.
I'm now curious if Renew is a technic or a magic on this fight. I wonder if I can find out.
I did skip the elixir in the Ravenous Palace.
Yeah, so it is a technic.
Oh, okay.
On this fight.
So silence wouldn't even do anything.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
But he tries to run away and then cast Renew. Would immobilizing him prevent it maybe? So he cannot run away from you, so he's not casting Renew?
Non-zero chance.
Probably not. He probably still would cast you, I would imagine. But if he can be... I don't know if I would do that.
So yeah, as we were talking about before, what happened here is, remember when you reflect damage off yourself, it hits the closest target at the time of the cast, like, so when it says action. So in that case, one of the adds, the little bombs, would got in the way of that. So if you catch something like that, you can try to, like, ATB reset it, but at that point, usually the magic has already been paid for anyway.
You have to position your characters around it, so it's surrounded.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And then trap it.
The trapping part's the hard part. I don't think that's going to happen. Regroup.
How do I do this? Was immobilize one of the things?
Yes.
Can do?
Yeah.
I wonder if one can underflow that.
You don't have bio, right?
I do have immobilize.
Bio.
Oh, bio, I do, yeah.
You could try to pull sap off.
Probably doesn't do much.
But it's permanent though, right?
Yeah.
And I'll remind you that oil's a thing. Oh, I guess you don't have oil. No, yeah, you do have oil. I don't know if oil fire would be better.
Well, he absorbs
he's absorbs fire, right? He's a bomb.
Then it would not.
I mean, that's one of the problems, right? Like the little bombs are casting fire on you and you reflect it back to him, right?
Right.
He used for like 700.
If I can mobilize.
Also, he has haste, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, one of the small ones has haste. He runs. It lags. Wow.
Yeah, but without Niho Palava, this is gonna be really annoying.
I guess, do you still have the wiki page open for the King Bomb? Like, how are his physical stats looking? Like his defense? I guess we don't have the resources to go for a physical setup, right?
Not until we beat the boss,
Yeah.
ironically enough.
Um,
I mean, these are just numbers, so I don't know how much they mean to anyone. 35
I mean,
strength.
in comparison, right? Like his defense compared to his magic defense? Is it like considerably lower?
Not considerably, but it is. 19 defense, 23 magic resist.
Doesn't sound that much.
Immobilized.
Okay.
Mobilized? Okay, let's see.
I would love if this renew strat works with immobilize.
Maybe this is it?
Whoopsie.
Whatever.
I mean, it deals damage, right?
Fire damage.
Oh. I mean, this is... Oh, you already go for it.
On accident, yeah.
Accidentally.
Oh, it's Bally. Oh, I thought it's a quickening.
Yeah.
Ballius.
That's okay.
Maybe if he targets me, then I stay far away from him.
Shimazai style?
Yeah, that might be a thing.
Ooh, that doesn't look bad.
But the return damage... Yeah, I don't think it's been mentioned once, but there's some bosses in the run, or in this game, that inherently have something called, like, damage return. Very nice, by the way.
Nice. That worked.
Oh, that worked.
Where no matter what kind of damage you do to them, they always take some of your damage with them. Like, and it's not like an ability or something you can cast like a status to change, like it's just inherent with the enemy. Sid 2 will be one of those later in this run.
Yeah, that's why I didn't get my characters to critical HP before, because
Are there any of the hunts where the rewards would actually change what you do in the endgame?
No, I mean, we're about to get the most powerful weapon in the game, and it's not really going to change anything.
And I mean, I guess there would be, but it would be like the way later hunts that he would do that actually would influence his gameplay.
I mean, if the good people keep donating, you'll end up doing them.
Yeah. We'll see.
Alright, now we can go to the most difficult dungeon in the game and go get the best weapon in the game. Thanks to your all's generous donations.
There's also something they changed in the Zodiac Age. Like in the original version, it is like the game never tells you that. It's like one of the most weirdest systems ever in a video game, where throughout the game there is a couple chests that are completely random, like nothing that makes them stand out in particular, that you cannot loot. If you pick them up, then the chest that will have the Zodiac Spear will disappear. The game will never tell you anything about it. If you pick up one of these chests, the Zodiac chest spear just disappears.
And there's nothing special about the chest that you can't pick up. There's no like indicator on the chest.
Right.
There's nothing in the game telling you. It's completely arbitrary. It reminds me of
Right, and it's not even like chests that are really out of the way. On the contrary, on the front coast, there's like a big square of like, I don't know what, like 20 chests or something.
Please come take these chests.
Yeah, and it's more like, hey, look at these massive amount of chests. Just pick them all up.
Yeah.
And one of these chests, actually, like in the middle somewhere, is one of the Zodiac Spear chests.
It reminds me of. It's always reminded me of the Reggies from Gen 3 Pokemon, where like, in order to find all the Reggies, you have to do these like completely arbitrary random things. Like you take this Pokemon and go here and put it in your 5th slot and look left. Like it just.
I love that in the early 2000s, Game Freak, it's basically said to a bunch of single-digit-year-old children, bro, I don't know, just learn Morse code.
Right.
Like,
Just learn Braille.
Braille, yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
So, Zero's setting up just immobilization characters because if I didn't already say it, this is by far the toughest dungeon, or the hardest hitting dungeon in the game.
It's also full of traps, like Zero just stepped into one.
So we'll be using a immobilization despawn to hopefully mitigate any difficulties with that.
There's also multiple infamous rare spawn.
Oh, perfect.
In this dungeon that are pretty annoying to grind for.
I need you to do me a favor.
It's job time, boy. It's job time.
All right. I just happened to find Bowie the hero, local hero.
That's one word.
Bowie the local hero.
We have a $10 donation from Roxas saying, "First time watching, first time donating. I demand a dad Final Fantasy joke." Hey, Bowie, do you have a Final Fantasy dad joke you'd like to say?
Actually, none. Sorry. Next one. Next donation.
It's still there.
It's gone now.
But when I showed you, it wasn't.
It was, yeah, it wasn't when you showed me, but it did disappear.
So
you need to. I do have dad jokes, just not Final Fantasy related ones.
Well, I mean,
make them Final Fantasy. Put in the Final Fantasy character if there's like a person.
Just think, like, what could you possibly say? Like, I'm sure you can come up with something.
Not that.
Wait, both the people that said they would take the L for it aren't here.
I mean, I would read it, but like, Bowie wants to tell one.
No,
I've left the responsibility to Bowie. If he would like to give that responsibility to someone else, that is his right. Or I can go find one of the people that said they would take the L for that joke.
Who was it who said they take the L for that joke?
Neviatz and our good friend Matako.
They are both in the office talking to each other. I think they both escaped together.
Oh.
And it's just hunkering down until it goes.
I guess the responsibility is still in your hands, huh?
It is.
To either.
Why? Eden. Why would that fly?
Is that a pun or is that just?
That's not a pun. That's just a really bad joke.
It's just straight to the jugular.
Yeah.
Do we want some puns?
Well, if you want to if you want to kill a circus, that is what you go for.
Boy, would you like a pun?
Also, GG Zodiac Spear, by the way.
Right, we just picked it.
Yeah, did we?
Oh, we didn't even. Did we get you equip it? Never mind. Ash is dead.
Yeah. This is the.
We can't even equip it yet because we don't have the license.
Right.
You don't have enough badges.
I'll Google one.
Which, you know what you're going to have to do, right, Zero? In order to, get the license so that the people don't riot, right? You know what you're going to have to do.
Here we go. We've got some. I've Googled some.
There you go. There you go. You've been thrown another bone.
That's a rubbish one, but I'll do it anyway.
I can't come up with one that's rubbish. Amazing.
That is right. I'd make some Final Fantasy VI jokes, but they're all terrible.
That was so good.
Where's the laugh track?
Yeah, where's the laugh track? That was great. Thank you so much for your first time viewing, first time donating donation. It's really appreciated. Thank you so much.
I swear we will prepare some more dad jokes for the next one.
Yeah, production, let's do it.
Also, I do have one that I do, but it's kind of like not really a joke. Really?
I would keep it in the back pocket.
Well, okay. It's just that I'm going to do it, and now I don't really care. I have a mug that I drink tea from.
Okay.
And it's got a Moogle on it.
Okay.
It's my Kupo tea.
No laugh track. That's weird. Huh?
Yeah, no, it's weird. I told you it was not a joke. It's just what I say.
I liked it, but don't tell anyone.
It doesn't work that well.
Mhm.
It was like cup OT, right? But coop OT is like
That's
a bit weird.
That's something a dad would say. Hence,
That's kind of the point
That-
there. I think you're getting dangerously close to understanding
good
this.
joke. Good joke territory. All right.
Don't
so
invite an Arcanist to a party. They ruin everything.
Boo.
That's not bad.
I have a use for Zodiac Spear. Okay.
Cool.
Let's actually license it now. No, he doesn't have enough. Okay, I guess we'll do it with friend then. Fine. Faster anyway, she's closer.
Yeah. So yeah, I believe with that we have now satisfied all outstanding donation incentives for this current run. At this point, we're probably at like the 25 to 30 minute mark before we can't be doing any more hunts. So you have that much time to get either your $50 donation in for one hunt, or we're doing a 3-pack special. You can get 3 done for a hundo. So yeah, let's get that going.
Oh, there it is, the Zodiac Spear on Fran.
I hope it was worth it, y'all. I know I think it is, so thank you so much for your
It looks
donation.
pretty boring though.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so big.
Did they change it? The model in the Zodiac Age? I feel like it looked different.
I would
in the Zodiac
believe
Age.
it.
But the thing is, in the Zodiac Age, they also, I'm not sure if they nerfed it, but it's not like close to as the strongest weapon. Like it's just
Oh, yeah, starting
one of
out
the
is-
better weapons, but like
They didn't nerf it, but they just created a bunch of more.
Yeah, there's
Right.
quite a
more
few
power,
Even more
but-
powerful ones.
So,
Because the only thing the Zodiac Age really has is attack. It has no special effects or anything on it.
yeah. But it's still really good.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this damage. Such good damage.
That's a good setup, right?
Nice crit down.
So where are we using the Zodiac Spear? Maybe on a hunt if we get a donation in?
Maybe. Oh, they did nerf it in Zodiac Age? Okay.
A slight nerf, 150 to 140.
Yeah. He just didn't want to spawn for me.
So, are we on our way to the Redo Runner Cataract?
We are.
We are. Finally back on the vanilla and 8% track.
But now with a nice spear.
Yeah. True.
There's nothing wrong with vanilla. It's delicious, of course. Just before anyone's like, oh, vanilla.
No.
Dull. No.
I
Gorgeous.
love vanilla.
Gorgeous.
Gaming, ice cream. It's a solid flavor.
Just those two.
I mean, sure, it's just inferior to chocolate, but it's good.
Yeah, well,
It's the safest everyman's fallback.
right. You can never go wrong with it.
Absolutely.
You
Goes
pretty
with
much
everything.
can't go wrong.
Actually, never understood why is it that like vanilla means basic?
Because it doesn't get any plainer than that, unless you get like flavorless ice cream. But then
That's ice.
exactly. Well, it's unsweetened cream ice. So yeah, you gotta have some sort of baseline. I think vanilla is pretty solid.
I mean,
Better
look at the
than
amount of ice creams that are just vanilla plus another thing.
Right. Magus, I will turn this stream around if you keep at. Just kidding. Nice to see you, mate.
For the low price of $50, anybody can turn the stream around.
I mean, that's actually true.
Yeah, I mean, Magos needs to get out of here. We already have another goose.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the best use of Zodiac Spear.
Goose is just sleeping back here.
Oh, damn.
Well, it doesn't work that well anymore. It works in vanilla.
Production, can we get a check on if the goose is asleep? Nah, he's chilling.
Still awake.
I quickly need to do my like hosting duty thing and be like, coming up after this run, we have an excellent video game by a mediocre runner.
I think you got him.
No,
backwards.
I'm on Sunday.
You got him backwards.
How dare you insult Golden Sun like that? Golden Sun's up next. We do have a naming incentive specifically for the main characters. There's 5 letters or 5 characters per character, and there are 4 of them. There's no point in naming Felix, Sheba, and Jenna, so just name the main 4, 5 characters or letters, whatever you want to say. Yeah, I don't know, however much you want.
Yeah.
Crack on.
It's a bid war of some sort.
I'm gonna go first come first serve. Screw it.
Are all characters being named right at the start?
Yes, at the very start. Yeah. So you have until the end of this run.
Are there any particular funny lines in the game if you name certain characters?
I have absolutely no idea.
Fair enough.
Just name the characters whatever you want.
All right.
You know.
So we got the Hydra fight here. It's pretty much the only fight left in the run, I think, or in the run period where there's a kiting strat. So pretty much we're gonna have our 2 casters and Redis be in the center here, whereas Vaughn is going to have Hydra kite around them by taking like stutter movements. And as long as you're far enough away, so like he can probably take 1 more of those and be fine. But now he needs to be a little bit farther away. Nice block, okay. So now we got another normal target here, so as long as we keep the distance, it should be fine. Nice damage roll.
Man, the dragon probably thinks, oh, I wish there was something I could do about these 1% HP characters that are in my way.
Did Oil miss the first time?
Yeah, I missed like at least 1. I think I forgot put it first time, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's all good.
I don't know.
Maybe too high level because of the bomb.
No. Like oil is just.
It just can miss.
It can miss like.
Probably in like the 20% range or something, similar to decoy.
I don't know. I forget. Even with it's enough that even with critical HP, it's not guaranteed to land. So.
And as we're entering the Ferris, we do have a $5 donation from Quasar saying, "Thanks."
Well, that might be Quasar.
Quasar? What did I say?
Quasar. I like it.
I can't tell the difference.
That's.
We have a $5 donation from
Quasar
saying, "Thanks, thank you."
Oh,
makes the dream work, yo.
It does, buddy. I got your back every day.
Well, that's for $10 donation. That was
I'll take it back.
Chat, we have the originator of that noise if you want the live performance for the low price of $10.
Alright, so Zera's going to reset here, a little bit of a issue going to the first pedestal.
I forgot to save anyway, so
yeah, sure.
I'll just do that as well.
Yep.
And while I'm at it, abilities. Buying Blue Saga, missing my muscle memory there.
How was the pizza yesterday? I had it a couple hours old, but I thought it was good in that state. So, good in that state means great in fresh state.
To be fair, some people might argue that cold pizza is better than hot pizza.
I would say that they're wrong, but I'm not holding it against them.
I mean, I also prefer hot pizza or cold pizza, but there is people that prefer it even.
Yeah, don't know about better, but it's still nice.
Yeah, see, I don't think better, but it's fine.
We're gonna start the chat off at this rate. You realize that, right?
Oh no.
Oh no.
You sounded so grieved by that. Oh no.
For the low price of money, you also can have your live opinion on hot or cold pizza.
Yeah. I'll be happy to read any and all opinions about pizza.
Here's a question though. Again, whilst Zero's doing very important and very difficult speedrunning stuff right now, here's the thing that people always really argue is like when cold pizza's fine, but like if you're going to reheat it, what's the best method of doing it?
See, here's the problem. I just don't. Like I've tried to find the best way for a long time, but I can never. Like the only exception is like I don't know if they're over here, but like air fryers. Like if you air fry a cold slice of pizza, it's fine. But like microwave, I've given up on. Oven is okay, but I've pretty much given up on that.
Yeah, there was a.
So I just eat it cold.
It also depends on the pizza, I would say.
Sure.
If it has like a pretty, like if it has a thick crust, kind of, if it has a like one of these hard floor pizzas, warmed up, they're just getting very tough to chew.
Okay.
But if it's like a very soft pizza, then you can warm them up.
So here's the thing. Let's say you had to choose, right? You got oven, microwave, or like someone. There's someone I know, and I don't not that I know personally, but someone who said that the one that they had like decided was the best option of all of the bad options was to put it like back on, like not oven it, not microwave it, but actually put it in like a pan and fry it again, because that's the best shout.
I think people.
It's like Domino's came back.
They're just in denial because cold pizza is just a different kind of meal and works.
Hot take on the pan. Supposedly there's secret tech with that strategy, where the pan itself heats up and mildly changes the texture of the bottom of it. But if in like the somewhat dry pan, you put just enough oil to create a bit of steam and cover the pan, the steam like redouble melts the cheese. That's supposedly some super tech. I don't remember ever trying to pull it off though, but there's something in there somewhere.
Was that from the front or back there, Goosebert?
Yes.
How are you doing though, Zero? How are you feeling with the run?
I'm doing pretty good. Like we're doing some. After doing some different stuff, I'm actually one level over than I'm usually now, so maybe that will make things easier or not.
I'll say, will it actually change anything apart from just ease for extra stats?
Might be like might help with some damage rolls. Come on, Redus.
Good stuff.
Speaking of damage rolls.
Oh.
We got at least a little bit of extra money, right? That we didn't make any use of, actually, right?
Well, I did buy the Blizzaga, so there went that money.
I don't know why, but I like Penello's running animation the most in this game.
You don't know why, huh?
I don't know why. No, actually, like in terms of like smoothness and animation, it's not what you think it is, all right?
Oh no, please continue. Please tell us more.
I'm going to let you stew in that one for a little bit, but
lovely animations.
No, I mean,
I think it's her boots. Like she has these thick boots, right? They just look good the way they move when she's running.
Yeah, I mean, you do get some good running animations out there. Some good stuff. I do feel that this game's like general move speed feels. It's not like fast. It's not slow or anything. It just feels quite strangely comfortable, like general like speed. If you know what I mean. I don't know. Can't quite explain it.
I want to say like one of the more annoying things in the original version, at least, is always the like when you play casually, is always the drawing and sheathing of the weapon, like that the character is stopping and drawing and stopping and sheathing, you know?
I get that.
Does that get fixed in later editions?
That's one of the nice things about the Zodiac Age, that you have like the double speed and the quadra speed. Like the double speed feels quite nice because it's like the whole like the animation, like the sound effects and the background music, everything plays in normal speed, but just the visuals go then in double speed, which feels very good when you play casually.
I've always found speed up things to be a bit interesting. Like, there are games that I would run if it wasn't fastest to do double speed or that do like quad speed, like Bravely Default's one for this. Because the 4 time speed is a bit too fast for me, but the double speed, not bad. I don't know why that is, but...
It's one way to get rid of or
Look at the dam.
Hello. Can you just kill both here, please?
No one can kill Balthier. He's the man.
Come on.
Well, that reminds me, I'm gonna reach over here and do this. Oh, crikey. Let's go.
So what's going on here is that he's confused but immune to all damage, so he's gonna be there for a while.
Is that intentional, or has something gone wrong?
No, he got the move perfect defense off because he opened with like the burst combo possible, opened with a power spin and which slowed Vaughn, and then he used flatten, which just killed Vaughn, and yeah, it's unfortunate. It happens sometimes, but Redas is doing a great job parrying and being a meat shield for me. But I just need to wait out now that perfect defense ends.
Whilst Redis is tanking like a beast. Kupi Kaku, $5. So excited to see my favorite games, favorite spelt with a U. I like this donation. So excited to see my favorite game franchise on stream. Yay! We'll be watching the whole ordeal. Also, good luck to Zero Scar and Toril. Approved.
Toril, was it with an A or E?
E.
E, I see. I see.
Have I? Yeah. There you go. Alright, that one's for you.
Well, that is some fun speedrunning right there.
Yeah, this is like ultimate speedrunning technique.
I mean, you are running.
Yeah,
That's one half the word, confirmed.
I am running fast.
The kiting ability right here is outrageous.
Running in a circle. But it was all a trick, because now the girls are out again.
Yep.
You thought you had the upper hand, but hold on. We have women! The ladies are awesome, dude. Like, you can just kick ass.
Ooh.
Sorry, Ash. Didn't mean to. Never mind.
It was okay. Ivan can finish it off, right? And now we're going for the
just one tap.
Literally 1 HP. Uh-oh. Ah, nice. Easy, right?
Never worried. Perfect fight.
I mean, dead.
You have a $10 donation from Princess Neko Cakes, taking after myself a little bit earlier. What does a Moogle need every morning? A Kupo coffee. A Kupo coffee. Thank you very much. I agree with that one.
That one was warmed up like your Kupo coffee.
Mm-hmm. I did say that when I moved in with my girlfriend, and I whapped out the Moogle mug, and I said I'm just going to make a Kupo tea. I thought it was over there and then, to be honest. Whew.
I already wondered what a girl likes in you, but
cheers, mate.
It's obvious.
Bloody hell!
It's obviously your sense of humor.
I haven't seen this guy for 4 years. Right, I walk into the breakfast bar this morning to go get some breakfast, and the first words out of his mouth to me were, "You look awful." I was like, "Great to see you too, buddy." Like, to be fair, I did look like crap, but I didn't expect.
That is a compliment. Awfully good.
Yeah.
You just didn't let me finish.
Oh dear. No, it was funny. I did find it funny, like, genuinely. Like, I wasn't. But no, I thought I'd bring it up considering like the double up on the absolute. Like, oh man, I'm getting roasted this week. It's been great. Jesus. Althea's level 12. What a loser, eh?
It's actually really important that he is.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, a loser, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, it's really important that he is a loser.
This
Yeah.
run would not be possible without that.
Of course. I mean, I don't doubt that everything here is obviously absolutely more than mandatory, but you know, this is an RPG. The bigger the number, the better.
The bigger they are, the harder they
Said no user of Goblin Punch ever.
Did I save or did I not save? I probably did not save, but whatever. Doesn't look like I'm gonna die.
I mean, if Pandemonium didn't bring you down,
yeah,
nothing does.
You're gonna dispel yourself, which might seem interesting because she doesn't have any buffs, but that makes me not draw my weapon before this door, and I don't want to do that too early.
I did just get a message from my my girlfriend clarifying that she also has a Moogle mug. Like, yes, you do, but you didn't have a pun like that in your life before. That's all I'm saying.
I think Bowie just purchased that mug specifically for that joke.
Yeah, I don't really need the Cactuar and Chocobo one, but I'll get all three because the Moogle one has epic pun potential. Pun-tential, I guess.
You're on fire.
I was never hired in the first place. I don't know. I like 12. I specifically remember the release weekend of this game, and my brother, sister, her partner, and I all got copies of the game on the day, and we all took it in turns to play it for 8 hours each on our own files and watched each of us do it. It was really dumb.
What a great gift.
Wait, each of you got a copy? Like, you got 3 copies?
We had 4 copies of the game, and each of us played our own copy and watched all 3 of us or all 4 of us play the game.
Like, one took the console, right?
Yeah.
One
We literally just watched
took out
all of
their
us
own
do the
copy
same
and
bit.
then you put on. All right.
Yeah. Oh, you're done now. Now I'll do 8 hours, and then you do 8 hours. Really silly, but it was very addictive.
Reminds me of the time when I was still young and I had to share one computer with my sister. It was always like, I get 2 hours, then she gets 2 hours.
Yeah, those are the days.
We had 1 hour and 1 hour whenever we...
Enough to plan out one boss fight, and then the next time you get to do the boss fight.
Well, I mean, I would plan out the boss fight in between. Although we were playing more like...
Could you imagine if, no thinking about the game?
Right.
You can only think about the game during designated play hours.
You only have an hour to play, so play, thinking is only in between.
I may have gotten into trouble once when I...
I was thinking and I got in trouble.
When I had to do a 3-hour boss fight, or when my boss fight ended up being 3 hours long.
That is like the original version of I can't pause it, Mum, it's online.
Turn off the TV, hide the LED on the console.
Yeah.
You might be able to relate to this, boy, but some of us lived in an era where it was cheaper to jump online and print everything off that you needed rather than spending 2 pence a minute on dial-up.
Yep.
There was a really, really funny thing happened that apparently there was this office of there's loads of people working in this office, and for some reason the dial-up sound started playing through the office, and then just basically loads of just dotted around the office, loads of millennial heads just popped up like prairie dogs, just just recognizing that sound effect, you know.
The fear.
All of the Zoomers just getting on with their work, being like, oh, what is that noise? And everyone else is like, the call of my people.
Knowing when the phone was going to go off because the speakers would go.
Know when it's going to happen, yeah.
There's so many people that will be watching this right now that have zero idea what we're talking about.
If you are a Zoomer, then please head to Google and Google, or go to YouTube rather, and be like the dial-up sound effect. Absolutely iconic.
Don't answer the phone. I'm on RuneScape. It's so relatable.
Yeah, so I'm assuming, just as I was coming in, Zero's going for like a pretty complicated strat here. Probably the hardest strat not involving a boss in the run. I had talked about it several hours ago, but the old way we used to do this was Fran was low enough level to where she was underflowed to where if she cast Death, then it would one-shot all of these pans. This strat now is using kind of a similar strat to what we use for most of the bosses, where we're reflecting magic. Obviously the difference here being that we're reflecting Redis instead of Penelo, so that Penelo can despawn enemies for us. So this strat is obviously way more complicated than the death strat due to the fact that you're having to constantly refresh everyone's reflect, and hence the reason I bring this up. I'm pretty sure Zero may have had a Firaga go off right as a reflect ran out, so then Vaughn and Redis died, so then you kind of have to reset up everything, not to mention you're having to ensure that Ash and Penelo are both in critical HP still, so like all of this is way more complicated than just reflecting death off someone. But the time save you get with it in theory is that you don't have to go license everything for Fran, which now leaves her in a state in a normal run where you just don't even touch her licenses the entire game. Obviously we licensed her for the Zodiac Spear earlier, but other than that we wouldn't have to do anything. Taking Nell out there so she can be reused again for mobilization despawn. Brain Pan got off self-destruct there. Does a self-destruct kill count as a kill for the bridge?
It does.
Okay, so no big deal. Just another res for and reflect setup for Redis.
I forgot how this normally works. So you have to go up and down and wait for respawns, right?
Yeah, in a casual playthrough, you probably wouldn't be killing the brain pants fast enough to even see that they're not respawning. But the idea, yeah, is that.
Well, here it's not yet. Like here, there are enough of them to make the bridges. But
from here, it's going to be. You have to rely on the timing.
So the next bridge is still fine, but the bridge after that is where.
Same room, next bridge.
Oh, I forgot to do the licenses. That would explain why I'm losing so much MP.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Having channeling or spellbound, for that matter. Oh, I have perfect amount for this. Planned.
You meant to do it on that exact brain pan?
Yes. This is super awkward.
With the MP?
Yeah, and with like reflect timings, have no idea when Ash.
Right.
There he goes. When Ash reflect is gonna wear off.
So yeah, having to manage 3 different people's, or I guess technically 2 different people's reflect timings separately it's way, like I said, way more difficult than the death strat.
Yeah, like, and once one thing goes off, then everything is like off because the reflect timings are off.
You get reflect back on the next person, then the other person's reflect goes out.
Yeah. And like it's when it's not wearing off where you're expecting it to wear off, then things are gonna be bad.
So you'll notice Zero went out of his way just a little bit and then did that immobilize despawn. It's a really clever trick here. So there's normally like 2 or I guess it's 2 brain pan looking things here. But when you despawn the enemies exactly in the way that he just did, it keeps this one that's behind the wall that you can't see right now alive, and it makes it so that the other ones don't spawn. What are they called? Didars, right?
Yeah.
So there's enemies that look like brain pans, but they're not brain pans. They're called Didars. And I believe, if I remember correctly, if you kill them, not only does it not increase the bridge segment so that you can progress, but it removes one.
Yep.
So.
But there's another one. It's the red ones, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The Didars.
Right, and they create the red bridges, which are optional areas, right?
If there is no active green bridge, then they will form the red bridge.
Yep. So
and there's one. Now there is an active green bridge, so if I were to kill that guy, it would remove the green bridge. But if there was no green bridge, then it would move the red bridge to optional treasure.
Yeah.
But we're not going to bother with those.
Yep. So it's not the fact of like, oh, we just don't want to kill them, but like we don't want to accidentally target them. We don't want their attacks to go off and hit us. So it's like a really clever strat to make sure that we only despawn the Didars and keep the brain pans. So.
We even get a nice chain going.
Yep.
Wait for it.
Yep.
Reflect because.
Yep. We're just a couple ticks too early. Oh, I guess that's if we want a fun fact, because this is probably the part of the run where it happens the most. So. I've run the JP and English versions of these. There's not too many differences between JP and English that we need to get into, but one of the big differences is in the English version, if you cast a spell and it doesn't hit the target, you don't get charged for MP. But in the Japanese version, if you cast anything, you always get charged for HP no matter the result. So like there you saw a couple of seconds ago, Zero tried recasting Reflect on Redis, but it didn't do anything since he already had Reflect. So he didn't get charged MP for that cast of Reflect. So there's no harm to just cast it again once it runs out in a couple seconds. But in JP, you can get in trouble with that. The only other immediate difference I can even think of is that I think we still don't have like hard numbers to prove it, but supposedly the Japanese, in the Japanese version, the enemies will attack you slower. So like if you're trying to run away from an enemy that's attacking you, they'll hit you very much less often than in the English version. So we tend to think of the JP version as just slightly safer in that regard alone, which makes a big difference, especially when most of the game we're so underleveled and just trying to get through these dungeons without getting hit. So.
I was like, this chain level thing is off. Like, I had 26 chain. I usually have 27 chain here. It's because of that one brain pan that exploded.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to once again remind everyone that we are raising money for Make-A-Wish International, a very, very wonderful charity that supports people suffering from critical illnesses, giving them a little bit of hope that can sometimes be the difference between that getting through those tough times. Of course, thanks so much indeed for the $3,223 we've raised so far. We have a bunch of fun rolling milestones that are going to be progressing throughout the event. Are we still rolling with the whole 5,000 for Order of Ambrosia? Whenever that gets met, we'll just kind of crack on, and I add it in here and there. If you have just joined us for the first time, ESA Legends is a brand new speedrun event from ESA Marathon. It's going to be a consistent annual event, so we've got ESA Winter, ESA Summer, and ESA Legends. It's an RPG-focused event. We have opened up a little bit with an FF focus this time around. We do have other series as well on display this week, including coming up tonight. We've got Golden Sun and Nier by myself and Skate to my right, and other RPGs as well. We're currently also not rolling with the whole 24-hour, 24/7 kind of concept. You know, a lot of speedrun marathons do the whole, never stop. You start on Saturday, you don't stop until the following Saturday or whatever. We are kind of having like evening resets where we'll kind of have a day of content and a day of runs, and then at night we'll let everyone go and rest and come back for the following day. Just wanted to try some new things really in the old speedrun sphere. But once again, thanks to ESA for kind of like looking to push RPG events here in Europe, and here's to more. Yeah, make sure to support, and if you are enjoying it, let people know.
Yeah.
Bring them here. It's a bit of it's been quite chill as well. It's definitely a little bit more of like a bit more of a relaxed atmosphere, kind of showing the runs, enjoying them, but having a bit of fun with them as well. So yeah, hopefully you've been finding it a little bit of a different pace from others events really. But yeah, thank you for watching.
Yeah, but I think it's hard to find RPGs and in-person marathons for obvious reasons. You know, you're usually dealing with time constraints, and especially due to the nature of RPGs, like you don't really know exactly how long they can last sometimes. So if not to have RPGs and standard marathons, any more RPG marathons that can be hosted to showcase these great runners and events or games, I think it's great. So
yeah, I mean, I fully understand, you know, when you kind of got a big schedule to fill out with loads of talented runners from a whole breadth of genres of run, that, you know, saying, should we take 8 hours of like these 60 games? Should we take these like 30 games? Should we take one run for 8 hours? It can, you know, it does sometimes eat up
no
a lot
one
of
to
space.
blame or anything.
Yeah,
it's
of course,
just kind
yeah. It's one of those things, yeah. I mean, and you know, you have seen RPGs run at great events. Obviously, I know Zeal himself has done, you know, plenty of RPG runs at other events as well, and you know, yeah, a few, you know, and had a good time with it. And you know, you can, I mean, you know, they definitely have been showcased, but it's nice that you say to have that. And I think that not doing 24/7 also kind of like allows there to be a bit more fun, so that there's a bit more wiggle room to kind of, you can't really be behind schedule if you reset every day.
Also, you don't have people blatantly stuck with like the 4 a.m. run.
Yeah,
It lets everyone kind of.
Which Breath of Fire 4, 2019, buddy. I remember.
That was a shift.
So yeah,
I think we started at like 3 a.m. and walked out at like 11 a.m. just Magus, myself, and Zeal just doing Breath of Fire 4.
Magus and I were sick, both of us.
Yeah.
All right, so real quick, this again, another one of these bosses that's just gonna fly by. Slit's probably the easiest boss in the entire speedrun. I think that's pretty safe to say.
I would say Demon Wall is easier.
Okay, sure. But point being, it's one of these bosses where like it's 2 rounds of Firaga. You cast Confuse. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, and it's so easy that even though I forgot to equip Flame Staff on Penelo, which meant that Penelo is not doing 50% more damage. It's still
reset.
Yeah.
Reset? Okay. Alright, I got Pistol for Ash, and I do think that Vaughn shows really good HP number for his max HP in this run. That was definitely not RNG manipulated.
1993. This track's so underrated in my opinion.
I generally feel that like the Eve Elysian tracks, maybe I'm being a bit weird, as a whole are a little bit underrated, because it's a very different atmosphere of song from both like Tactics and this, as well as like, you know, Tactics Ogre as well, and I think even Vagrant Story,
Right.
all Eve Elysian Story have a very particular sound feel to
Right,
them.
we talked about that earlier a little bit.
Yeah.
Where in the like the mine, like the dungeon soundtrack, like in the Loser mines and the Bujerba mines, I think in both, the track that plays is very similar to the cave track in Vagrant Story.
And we were also talking too about that, like for like this game in particular versus something like last night, like FF8, where FF8, so many of the tracks are good, but they're all very like epic.
Yeah.
Whereas the tracks in this game are very beautiful, but they're not as like in your face epic, but it very much fits the scene of wherever you are, I think, really, really well. So
Definitely that kind of sweeping score concept rather than the soundtrack. Yeah.
Very orchestral too.
And there's not like a one track that you pinpoint in this soundtrack, that's the most amazing soundtrack ever. But then you have there's no like nothing you can pinpoint that Well, that's really bad either.
Yeah,
Right.
I think the thing is all fitting.
Yeah.
There's something that felt out of place. Yeah, again, I personally wouldn't say that I would remember every single one, but I would feel so comfortable with everything.
Right.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think this is the most like sinister sounding track. That's why I kind of like it. But there's nothing that I can think of that's even close in terms of like how sinister it sounds.
Really weirdly, when playing theatre rhythm, as I do, Evil Elysian tracks are the hardest, I think, to kind of like blind play.
Yeah.
Because there's so much like depth and like layers to these kinds of tracks. It's hard to kind of follow a chart.
It's hard to follow
to be like, oh right, that particular part of the chart is linking to that part of the music. It's very layered and it's very, very lovely.
Right.
Also, runs have been lost. Runs have died to people getting lost here. So.
Died, actually.
Yes.
Like in terms of, I don't know where to go. I give up.
Legitimately. And this was like, I mean,
it's more like you get lost, so you don't know where to go. Then you run past tons of enemies, and the enemies kill you.
Right. Yep.
It's like because the enemies are hitting hard here, as we are very much under-leveled at this point, and don't really have that great equipment. Because as good as Mirror Mail is, like it's a decent piece of equipment, right? But it's available like before Shotgun Gate Palace, so not that good.
Right. We were able to buy it 4 hours ago, and you know, there's been so many dungeons and stuff, but it just the ability to just remove and add reflect on the fly is just so important for speed.
Yeah, and you really don't need in a speedrun. You don't need anything else.
Right.
But definitely doesn't cut it like in the long term.
Casually, or I mean, maybe casually, but you're obviously gonna be way more leveled casually, to where it wouldn't matter so much. But all right, so other than King Bomb, coincidentally, because we just kind of came up with it on the fly, this is the only other instance I can think of in the entire run where we immobilize one of our characters not to despawn enemies. There's not really another appropriate use for that in the run.
We did at Shimasai and this sleep, not immobilize.
Well, no, immobilize ourselves.
Oh, right.
Like, we're immobilizing ourselves and not despawning enemies.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And the reason for that is because this boss we will be using Underflow Sleep on.
Yes. And if Balthier was one level higher, Sleep would not land here.
Right, so very important to make sure like Balthier and back in the day Fran aren't catching any other experience than they need for this exact fight. So you run away. If you run straight back and don't go any other angle, the whale doesn't go off. So then we have Redis immobilized for the obvious reason of if he goes and attacks Fenrir, then he will wake up and then everyone dies. That's not common? He's high or
I don't know, they're all pretty much the same.
Yeah, I never stole in this fight back in the day. But yeah, because I would just constantly cast Sleep. Oh yeah.
There's something excellent about just like this fight. It just Balthier's just running around, being like, "You got this, lad."
Do you have cherries on?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I guess some fights are pretty chill, right? Like the girls are handling this, and you just go in a circle.
Yep, the only danger on that fight is the very beginning, just making sure you take a straight line back, because if Balthier gets hit, I mean, it's a disaster. And then making sure you don't run out of MP to recast Sleep.
Yeah, you need to take not exactly a straight path, you need to move a little bit to the left so that Fenrir goes around the other party members on the left side, because Redas is on the right side and you don't want to leave.
Yep.
And what's the reason we're using Balthier here now and not Ban?
Are you talking about for the fight?
Yeah.
So Balthier is the only person who's low enough level to underflow sleep so that it always hits every single time.
That's why it's important that he's level 12.
Yeah, exactly. Harvey, I've been told about the new Hashmill strat. I have not seen the new Hashmill strat. About to change real quick, though.
And this dungeon is just so massive.
So massive, it's very monotone in terms of...
Brings me back to Breath of
lore.
Fire dungeons. Final dungeons. It's also really funny how so many games, RPGs at least, make use of low HP strategies.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of RPGs have damage boosting abilities that work with low HP.
Yeah,
like 7 has it, 8 has it, 9 has it,
yeah.
right? 12 has it.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Souls has it, right, with the RTSR.
Everything from like Gen 3 onward, Pokemon has it for the starters usually.
Right. And it's always good. It's always like in the speedrun, it's always used too.
But at the same time, it always makes runs like that really risky.
Yeah.
Which again, I mean, I think it's good.
But also interesting to watch,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Because
even if
things
it's
can go
not,
wrong, right?
even if it's not damage boosting, quite often there's something innate about the mechanic that makes you faster as well. So like you said, Gen 3, you have Blaze, Torrent, Overgrowth, Swarm. But like your red bar in Gen 1 as well, because the like sound file overlays some things.
Which, to be fair, is a glitch. But I think it's interesting that like Gen 3 has an intended mechanic for low damage, and then Gen 1 has an unintended mechanic for low damage. I think it's so cool.
I think those are incredibly well designed abilities.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily the strongest, but that's not required. They are interesting.
Yeah.
Bamboozled by the wall. Is that always an elixir?
No, that's either an elixir or 999 gil.
I guess we want the elixir.
It doesn't really matter. Like,
Why do you pick
elixir
it then?
elixir is definitely basically better, but 999 gil you can buy an X potion with. So.
What's your X-Pot count, by the way?
I have enough.
Okay.
But
what's your count? I know.
But yeah, the big problem is that Van is not floated, which he should be.
Float mode missed?
No, I had Balthier out when I float mode.
Oh, I see.
And so that's gonna be it's an issue. Well, it's 1 in 4 chance of being an issue. So
1 in 4 to be an issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
anyone have a coin we can flip twice? Tails? Okay. Heads? Yeah, you're good, man.
Okay, good. Good to know. I'm probably gonna be able to get a backup if
So yeah, as Zero's talking about here, we have a status in this game called Float. It only does 2 things. The first thing it does is makes you immune to traps on the ground, whether they be invisible or visible. And the second one is it makes you immune to earth damage, which is not very common damage to be dealing with in this game, period. There's just not a lot that uses it, but one that does use it happens to be the Earth Esper Hashmill, which we're about to fight now on this platform. So considering we're used to doing this fight with not worrying about earth damage, and all of a sudden our tank can now get hit by earth damage, that would be the 1 and 4 that Harvey is referring to that we just need to miss. And we just flipped 2 invisible coins, and I didn't get the 25%, so I think that'll be okay.
Maybe one can even tank it with this HP, I don't know.
It was a good year.
Yeah. But moment of truth. Oh, he's targeting Vaughn. That is bad. But it's dealable. Oh yeah,
we're good.
He's up. He's fine. He's fine.
Didn't even need a 1 and 4.
Yeah.
Let's go, Redness.
Nice.
All right.
Wasn't even worried.
Yeah. Who was? We flipped 2 coins. Did you? You didn't see that?
Yeah, I saw it. But I needed the game to also flip 2 coins.
Right.
And they flipped the 2 coins and they got the...
And we still missed and it was still fine. Alright, so fortunately or not, not really anything of note between the Esper and this next boss, but this next boss rush is like, in my opinion, it's like the climax boss of the speedrun. We obviously have the final boss dungeon after this, but this is...
Which is also again an Esper, right? Like 2 Esper in a row.
Yep, so it'll be 3 fights back to back to back of Bossler, Bosch's brother, and then I guess technically it's 4 if you want to say Sid 2 Part 1, and then Famfrit, and then Sid 2 Part 2. So it's a bunch of fighting. It's very technical. I would say it's probably the most technical fight in the run, save for Ahriman, but I still think this is pretty much as tough as it gets. This is the fight when you're learning this game. This is the one you practice for 10-20 hours until you get it right. And I'm not even going to try to explain it. I would leave it to Zero to say whatever he wants about it, because it is a lot.
I can't explain it. when I see it.
Yeah.
Yes. So we Firaga and
right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Wait, the first phase is Gabrant. We Firaga.
Not Bossler.
He has 2 phases. First phase he starts by casting Protect, and then he starts coming after you, but he should die before he gets a move off. Then there's a cutscene and he becomes immune to magic. That's why Redas is berserked. So Redas will be dealing all the damage on the second phase. I need to Explosion at the start of actually my elixir.
Hear me, Bosch. Killing the Kingslayer
I got the first kill there. I'm gonna
when you
put the ATB on wait so I can get to actually get to the elixir. And then reflect Redas. So the elixir is in the queue to blocking the cutscene move, delaying it a little bit and healing Vaughn at the same time. Then I just keep healing Vaughn, waiting for Redas to kill. Redas is also in critical HP because also he has a double damage augment on critical HP.
Good
but it's more critical. Okay.
Alright, so here's the big one.
Then this Sid fight, I will take advantage of these pillars that are around. I will start by having throwing Explosion on Redas and dispelling it so I can get rid of his shell. I don't want to deal too much damage with Redas, so that's why I'm Explosioning. And also it helps on the final phase. Then I re-decoy Vaughn, so Vaughn's decoy lasts long enough for this entire fight. Penelo oils for the triple fire damage. Explosion with Vaughn to get back to full HP. Remove Mirror Mail. Oil. Took the mirror mail. Back on.
Yeah,
and I just hide behind the pillar and the Fire Ragas kill. Then he summons for Famfrit. So I go here, I dispel Famfrit. And then I summon Belias to prevent combo. And let 3 thingies hit, Fire Ragas. Explosion. This just doesn't trigger his move called Briny Cannonade. I'll reset the explosion and then Elias freeze again. Then I Killer Kite Famfrit. Elias again, and the Firaga should go off, and that should be end of Famfrit. Then I flee to the behind the pillar. He uses his cutscene move on me. I dispel an oil. Red Ash will deal some damage. I wait for them to be down. Where are you going? Okay. Ash is commit on. Then I wait until Ash goes into action, then put Penelo as well. Ash dies there, but that's okay. Then Penelo dies as well. Okay, they... I under damage, so I will Phoenix down, Ash, and...
Do you need the LP or can Redis finish it off? Like, do you need them alive for the LP or can he just finish it off? There's this.
It's fine. Redis could, like, I thought it would be faster to revive a caster and...
Just one Fire around?
Yeah.
Or even a direct one would probably be enough.
Yeah, direct is fine. I need to break someone else because otherwise Sid will kill and...
Well done.
Nice.
Never worried.
Yeah.
That was actually so funny with the pillar.
Yeah.
That you can actually LOS him around the pillar.
Yep, it's definitely the most unique fight in the run, I think, in terms of having to whip out all the bag of tricks to...
Yeah, using the environment really on our advantage.
Yep.
Really cool threat.
There's also like on the bushfire horse.
Yeah.
Is that
what was it called?
No,
I mean the water.
Using environment,
The water. I didn't know that. That was also very interesting.
Yeah. It's the only 2 boss fights I can think that are like that, though, at least like in the speed.
Well, we also use the Venuskar, like there's the holes. We use those holes so that Venuskar has to like move around the girls and stuff, so he only gets 1 move off.
Oh, sure.
I wonder if there would be others. We'll use distance in some fights, but that's not quite the same thing.
But it's actually that Sid cannot attack through the pillar, right? It's not like that he has to close into you, like it's not like he's blocked by the pillar, but he can actually not cast on you while he's not seeing you, right?
He targets you, and then he has you targeted, but he can't actually get the move off unless he's...
That's really nice.
Yeah.
And it also works for the other way around, like you can't cast it from behind the pillar.
That's why I had to move
but you can
away
reflect
with Ash at the end, right?
Like you can reflect from the behind the pillar, so that's totally fine.
Yeah.
Okay, but I definitely need to buy more Phoenix Stones. I think I have like 3 remaining.
Sure.
So I'll do this final shop, and I can finally sell my glacial staves off because
That also means this is the last opportunity to get some hunts in, right?
This is the last opportunity. So
you have about, I don't know, 5 minutes.
Not even that.
Yeah.
Like
2 minutes.
1 minute maybe.
1 minute. $50, 1 hunt. $100, 3 hunts. You got about 1 minute before we're closing that off and headed into the final dungeon. Speak now or forever hold your hunt.
Good.
This is definitely one of the nicer tracks, right? It's very tranquil.
Mm-hmm.
Good. And I will
final save.
Do the final save. And then we head to the final bosses.
Yeah, once you start this final dungeon, you can't leave, and there's no save crystals inside, so...
Yep.
Alright, that incentive is now closed off. Thank you all. I believe we did, what, 5 hunts, 4 hunts?
I think we did 6.
6 hunts.
A bit more, right? 6 sounds about right.
Maybe 7.
So
6 or 7.
A lot of...
Depends on if you count Rogue Tomato.
I mean,
no.
Yeah, I counted Rogue Tomato, but I guess it was 6 for...
Then do you count Mandy's?
No, Mandy's in, like, Rogue Tomato counts for the hunts, like,
on
completed.
the board, yeah.
Like, you need 2 hunts to unlock stuff. The second clan rank, and those are Rogue Tomato and Textera, and then you can... So I did those 2, I did those 2.
A quick plug before we get into this final dungeon. I believe Bowie the Hero is running a Golden Sun up next in probably about 20 minutes or so. There's a lot of naming incentives for the names of the characters in that run. I believe it's something like 4 characters with 5 letters each. So I'd imagine that's going to be closing off pretty soon. So if you want to see a particular character name, definitely get those in sooner rather than later.
I'm running past I put the slowest battle speed because some of these enemies can cast Sleep Gun, and that would be really unfortunate to get hit by.
Yep.
And they hit it through Reflect, so Reflect doesn't help against that.
Yep.
I gotta say also, I have no idea how strong these last bosses are actually. Because every time I played the game, I have like Turn Soul, Genji equipment, like everything, right? And you're just melting everything?
They're extremely dangerous.
They're extremely, okay.
So every single one pretty much has a chance to end the run if you're not knowing what you're doing. Bane, where we'll be doing a sort of kiting strategy. The second one, Undying, Novus, I get the names mixed up, but they start doing attacks that are like 1500, 1700 a pop. And then on the final boss, you have piercing magic, so like even if you have reflect, you're still getting hit by all the magic. It's the big AoE. I mean, they're extremely dangerous.
Yeah, so setup for this fight is really complicated. We reflect and that's it.
Setup on the next fight though.
Yeah, that's a different story. But,
I actually like that the speedrun is using the what is it called, 3D blade and the Sword of Kings, right?
Yeah, it's really
like the low weapons.
It's really convenient that the block factor on it makes it so that you don't really have to think about using anything else. It's like, well, yeah, I'll take any block chance I can get. So.
Yeah, they are actually pretty good for the time you get them, right?
You have taught me.
I think they also have they don't need licenses, right? Everyone can just equip them, right?
Yeah, I guess that is one of the only exception, except for like
Worm Hero Blade.
manufactured Nethicite or Dawn Shard or.
There's Worm Hero Blade.
Sure.
But
Turning gambits off so that they don't trigger a spell when we load back up here. Now this is going to be a quite a tight setup here, so we're going to activate this elevator, and then the moment that the loading screen happens will be the end of the setup, so that we have the maximum time for all the buffs.
Maybe I missed it at some point, but what is again the reason why we're switching ADB between active and waiting?
So it's purely, or let's say purely it's speed. So like back in the day when I was running this game, like we pretty much did everything on wait because we were taking our time, making sure we do all these tight fights correctly, but Zero Scar and others have gotten so good to where they can do the entire run on active more or less, other than like one-off scenarios like earlier where he needed to get an elixir off and he couldn't know exactly how many inputs to go down to get the elixir, so he put it on wait real quick so he could pause the fight and then get back to it. But otherwise it's purely speed and skill just to go faster with active instead of having to pause the game every time you do an action, so it's purely skill.
Right, I mean more in particular like switching from wait to active and then back to wait.
So
in the menu right away.
It would be one of those things where he needs to trigger something and doesn't have the time to figure out how many inputs it is to get to that item. He needs it to happen like as soon as he comes out of the menu.
Oh, right. Yeah. So it like resets the ADB when he's not doing that?
No, it's like
it stops it for the one input I do in between, and then I can be at ATB. Load the XP, go!
What am I to do with those who
He's trying to get one off.
Fran is doing it.
Tried to do it.
Well,
so.
the incentive was to use it.
Tried.
Well, she failed.
Yes, she did.
Disappointing.
I need no. Oh, I need you to have elixir yourself.
So, like, perfect example there, like, he didn't have time to go find that elixir while the battle was still going on, so he put it on wait just to make sure that happened. Pretty good.
That went well.
Alright, 2 fights to go.
Okay, then we dispel an oil. Bane? Novus? Spell. Oil. Blast Freeze. With the Blast Freeze, he can't combo that move. Cancel the animations and the Blast Freeze again. Oh, I did not leading Penelo, but that's fine. You're supposed to lead Penelo at the end, so Penelo is closer to Vayne, but it's fine. So now Vayne will start walking to the center. I will try to block his way. He doesn't use the move until he gets there. So dispel that. And Penelo oil. Oil.
One more round of Fire Agus should do it. Just to reiterate, he keeps on using Belias and then canceling it to pretty much prevent Vayne from using any of the attacks.
It stops all the swords as well, so
Alright.
the swords can't hit Vaughn while the
that
while
leaves
it's going.
the Undying.
One more.
Yep. I will refresh decoy on Vaughn to start with.
I think he's also one of these bosses that is cycling between physical immunity and magic immunity, right?
Casually.
Normally?
Yeah, we kill him before he gets there, but yeah, so we refresh decoy. I need to remove the mirror mail.
Just the right time.
Oh, I got hit without mirror mail, which is a lot of damage, but it's fine. Undying usually targets closest anyway, but
taking off the weapon there right as the moment that X potion went off so that he could immediately cancel the action and do the Belias trick there.
He's also the only boss in the game that has no HP bar, right?
That's exactly what I was going to say, yeah. Which I think is cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
As long as it's not random on random bosses.
Very, very intense.
Yeah.
And you don't know when it's over, right?
Now go far away from the girls so that the Mega Flare doesn't hit them.
Mega Flare has one of the biggest, if not the biggest AoE range in the game, but it's still enough if you make it all the way to the other end of the stage where you can avoid them getting hit.
Now there's a chance to get a quick kill here if both of my casters beat the next move of Undying. Nice. Okay, we in there. We should kill really soon.
Sub 720.
One more round. Time.
Great job.
GG's.
GG.
Really great run.
Awesome run.
Yeah, so what if I hadn't gotten the quick kill, I would have had to. He would have next. He used magic barrier there to put magic immunity, and then he will use Ascension, which would just kill my character. So what I would do is I would remove everyone from my party and bring in like Balthier to take the Ascension, and then bring everyone back. He would lower the magic barrier, and then I would have killed after.
It's just a time loss, not a danger, but. Yeah, really great run, even with all the hunts. It's a really good time.
Yeah, the money was
scuffed, but nothing you can do about it. You know, you adapted super well to that. You came up with a King Bomb strat without having to think about it beforehand.
Yeah, there's no preparation for that King Bomb. I knew he would be doing annoying stuff, and it was like figuring out how to deal with that. The Immobilize was a really good call. I don't know if it didn't prevent the renew, I don't think, but it prevented, like I was able to keep my distance to him, so he didn't get his moves off.
Right.
And but yeah, it was cool to also do something different, in terms of like having to do some hunts in the meanwhile, like it was.
Like
fun.
The satisfying thing about like something like Bingo, where you're playing the game normally, but now you have to do this thing you've never had to do before, like coming up with that style on the fly. I think that's super cool.
Yeah.
Very good. All right, well. Thank you for the amazing run, Zero. I believe we have Bowie the Hero up next.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck to Bowie, and thanks for watching, donating, and everything, everyone. It was a really amazing experience.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you for the run.